Hi, and welcome to the Ada K Show. I am Ada K. Brown, and am currently a criminal justice major, and I'm a deaf courtroom commentator. Grab a cup of Java, and let's dive in. Good morning, all my lovely people. How are you doing? How are y'all doing? I hope this finds you well. It has been a beautiful night. I got some sleep, but are you ready for more Karen Reed? I am. We have the proverbial fan, and it is still spinning. I'm trying to get my screen stuff set up. There we go. We've got the fan. Celine Dion is still cycling. Good morning. First in chat would be Aaron, June, and Elena. All three of y'all get additional entries today. Good morning, Gerald. Good morning, Boo. One sunny day. Justice Jane. Oh my gosh. We haven't seen you in a while. Good morning. Good morning, Miss C. Morales. Good morning, June. And again, Gerald, and one sunny day. Oh, I'm going to go get the card. I'm going to get the card. I promise. I'm pedaling fast as I can. We have bingo card. June, you have done a wonderful job at this, by the way. I just want you to know. Oh, I got to pop out chats. I was like, what did I forget to do? Forgot to pop out chats. Okay. So we have, what am I looking for? At lunch today, we are going to be watching the Monica Simatilli sentencing phase for Mr. Austin. Yeah, they did that yesterday, or day before yesterday, I think. And I will tell you, there was some pretty scathing comments made to the court. I'm shocked that they even allowed it to happen. Surprised that they allowed all that to happen, but they did. All right, guys, bingo cards are in comments and have been pinned. Just click on the link like I just did. I'm going to go and shuffle the card just to make sure. Oh, that felt great. Okay, right now, let's see what we've got. Let's see what Miss June gave us today. Not my question. Evidence log. B, please. That's my comment. You hear me say B, please? Y'all know what that means. Correct. Welcome back. I don't understand the question. You done? Or how about you're done? Yeah, they were. Mr. Jackson, chain of custody, sidebar, Sally Port, Michael Proctor, group text investigation. Can you repeat the question? Good morning, everyone. I'm going to go ahead and mark that. Ringtone video, search warrant, inverted video, Brian Higgins, CPD rescue, tow truck, affidavit, objection, former Trooper Proctor. I love saying that. Former Trooper Proctor, because he's former. He was dismissed. The daughters were excessively disrespectful, and I am not up for it. I did not like or appreciate it one bit. Did not like it one bit. We still have, just FYI, Butnick. Buchanic. Can't say it. Is still up on the board. Yes, I got to change the World Donkey Day kiss your ass. I'm working on another one as we speak. What was Moana? I think that's the name of the movie. That's what I wanted. Images Tafiti. Oh, that's what I want. We are doing National Gardening Day today. National Gardening Day today. Yep, it is. So, copy an image. I wonder if it will work. I'm trying to do something. Paste. Come on. Jig it up. Edit photo. I don't know if it has something to do with me, but using Discord from my phone that I can't find the right cards. But I appreciate you and I thank you, June, for making them. Well, what you're going to do is going to go under the bingo cards, look for the four leaf clover, and it's in there. But you can click on it in the comments from your phone. Just FYI. My thing fell. So you can click on that from your phone, my dear, and you can access that. We have movement in court. Oh, I wish they wouldn't have cut off the top of her head, but they do. Let me see if I can find a better picture without her head being cut off. Everything, her head is cut off. Oh, I can do that. Copy image. We'll delete that. Delete. Control V. We can just. No, I don't like it. There we go. Well, kitty. Is he not getting up? Is he not paying attention to you? Gerald, you're ignoring her. Gerald's like, I'm having my quiet time. Leave me alone. She's like, leave me alone. Misa having quiet time. But yes, talking about the girls, the daughters of Cemetilli, I understand their anger. I understand. But y'all, they were very disrespectful. I'm talking extremely. Here we go, y'all. Get your bingo cards ready.
Unmuted.
Thank you for sharing, June. You are so awesome. We appreciate you so much for sharing. That's what I want on it.
Hear ye, hear ye, hear ye. All persons having anything to do with what honorable Beverly County, just of the Spirit Court, now sitting at Dedham, within for the Commonwealth, draw near, if your attendance you shall be read. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, and when it's sitting these courts in session, please be seated.
Good morning, council. Good morning, Ms. Reed. Good morning, jurors.
Saying it's so exasperated.
I do have to ask you those 3 questions. Were you all able to follow my instructions and refrain from discussing
No.
this with anyone since we left yesterday?
No.
Everyone said yes or not affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read any case since we left yesterday? Everyone said no or shook their heads. Thank you. Can we bring Sergeant Buchanan in, please? And Mr. Jackson, are you ready? Okay.
You're still in the room.
Thanks. Morning, Your Honor. Morning, ladies and gentlemen.
May I inquire, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Good morning, Sergeant.
Good morning, sir.
Yesterday, when we left off, we had been discussing one of the trips you made out to 34 Fairview, specifically on an occasion in which you met Chief Berkowitz. I want to ask you a couple of questions to follow up on those questions that I asked yesterday. Did Chief Berkowitz ever talk to you about his communications with Brian Albert and or Brian Higgins, either at that time or afterward?
Objection.
Did you learn that Chief Berkowitz had communicated one way or the other without telling me anything that they said? Did you learn whether or not Chief Berkowitz had communicated with Brian Higgins?
No.
Did you learn that Chief Berkowitz had communicated with Brian Albert? And I'm talking about in the days before you were at 34 Fairview, which was February 4th, from the 29th to February 4th.
No.
You returned to the scene, you indicated on direct examination, on or about February 10th, 2022, to conduct yet another search, correct?
Yes.
And on that particular occasion, you recovered some 6 pieces of red and or clear and or black plastic. Is that how you testified?
There was numerous pieces. The exact number, I don't know. You'd have to refresh my memory with a report.
Okay. There were several pieces. The exact number, I'm not really worried about. There were several. There's more than one.
Yes.
Okay. There were also some clear glass pieces, correct?
Again, I don't know exactly, but for report,
can be presented. It would refresh my memory.
Okay, let's do that real quick. May I approach you?
Yes.
So you can, actually, let me give you the front page of that as well, just familiarize yourself with it.
Thank you.
Let me know when you familiarize yourself with that report. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Sergeant, did you have an opportunity to take a look at this report?
I did.
Did that refresh your recollection as to the items generally that you recovered on February 10th?
Yes, it did.
Did you recover approximately 6 pieces of red, black, and clear plastic and 14 pieces of glass and plastic fragments?
Yes, I did.
Okay. You would obviously consider that to be an incredibly important part of the investigation, recovering physical items at the scene of the incident, correct?
Every piece of evidence is important.
Can you describe for the jurors exactly where each of the, let's take them one at a time, where each of the 6 pieces of plastic fragments were found?
All items recovered that day were found in the general vicinity where the other items were also located. The area had been excavated. I've been to that location several times, and it was all located in the general vicinity where it was initially excavated, but also where I was told Mr. John O'Keefe was found on the morning of January 29th, 2022.
So other than saying in the general vicinity, did you seek to actually document where each item was found? In other words, by cross coordinates or some other such manner?
The exact location where each item was recovered from was not documented with a picture or GPS location. It was still within the general vicinity of that 40 to 50 square feet or so, by my approximation, near the flagpole between the street, the flagpole, and the fire hydrant.
Y'all. No video was used when retrieving any of these pieces. No measurements or documentation to the exact location of each piece was documented. Everything is in estimation in feet and has been shifting slightly as time goes on. Y'all, if I'm a juror, I'm not going to accept this evidence. This is real shoddy police work.
It was all the same general vicinity.
So 40 to 50 square feet would be
Welcome, credit card.
10 foot
Rate
by
cat,
5
mom.
foot square, correct?
I'm not awake yet.
Generally speaking, 50, yeah,
Okay,
5 by 10, general area.
If I may, Your Honor, if I may approach
I'll gentle area you in a minute.
pull out a measuring tape. Would you agree I'm about 10 feet from you right
Ooh,
I would
he's
agree
going
with you,
there.
yes.
now? Okay. And from the jury bar, probably about 5 feet from there.
Yes.
So we're talking about a relatively broad area for small pieces of physical evidence to be found. You would agree with that?
I would, again, estimate it was the general area, maybe 10 feet in one direction, 10 feet in another, and 5 feet out, maybe 3 feet out. They were the general area where it was initially excavated and then expanded with the snow melting, and all the pieces were within that general area.
But you were working on an assumption at that point, on an assumption that there was some sort of an impact at 34 Fairview, correct?
I don't understand what you're asking.
You were working on an assumption or presumption that there was an impact of a physical item, in your view, an SUV, with a human being, correct? That was your presumption at the time.
The evidence was pointing that impact took place because there was damage to the taillight. Large chunks of it was missing. And we were locating pieces that were consistent with texture, color, and size fragments from that SUV on the lawn. So I wasn't assuming anything. The evidence was speaking to us.
You weren't there, correct?
I was there recovering the evidence, yes.
You weren't there at the time of the incident.
No, of course not.
So you were utilizing assumptions and presumptions based on information that was provided to you. Yes or no?
We work by learning information, collecting evidence, and getting that evidence to suggest what happened. That evidence is tested, and then it's all put together into the case.
You use the word to suggest what happened, correct?
Yes.
Another word for a suggestion is if something is suggested to you, you then receive it and assume certain things based on that suggestion.
What we do with suggestions, we corroborate them. A witness statement is, I guess you can say, a suggestion, and then we corroborate it through evidence.
And of course, you make assumptions based on those suggestions, correct? Yes or no?
We have theories.
Another term for a theory is an assumption or presumption, correct?
I guess in some respect you can say that,
Okay.
but I'm
So the answer is
not
yes.
I'm not going to argue about semantics here.
Well, you'll agree that,
You are.
right? I mean, you're testifying, so words do matter.
Words do matter. That's important.
So working off of your, as you put it, your theory, you theorized that there was an impact spot at 34 Fairview, correct?
Based on the statement I hit him, I assumed that Mr. O'Keefe was impacted with something. Initial hours of the investigation, we had those statements, I hit him. We had the statements that, oh my God, did I hit him? So utilizing that information with the evidence at that point that we had was a broken cocktail glass. So a theory would be, why is the cocktail glass broken? Because it came into contact with the victim. So that's why my information communicated to the ME's office was a possible domestic involving a glass strike to the victim. As a result, we had to go and see the victim's body and the injuries. So Mr. O'Keefe's injuries presented a certain way, and we learned more information. So the more information that comes in, the more information that we are able to corroborate statements and collect evidence that further corroborates other information is helpful in the investigation. That's how investigations develop. If we knew everything we knew from day one, there wouldn't be a process of developing investigation.
So the answer to my question, Sergeant, is you were working off of a
The answer to my question, I'm not getting an answer. You were dancing, dude.
theory.
Not well.
Yes or no?
We were working off a report of an injured male party, and then we developed the information, collected the evidence, and developed the investigation.
Do you know what the word theory means?
I'm sorry, English is like a third language for me. So if you can bring up the Webster's
Oh,
dictionary,
bull
I can read it
crap.
out.
You want me to pull up the Webster's dictionary? You want to take a break real quick and pull up the Webster's dictionary to define a word that you used in an answer?
Okay, we're going to go there.
A glass strike to the victim. As a result, we had to go and see the victim's body and the injuries. So Mr. O'Keefe's injuries presented a certain way, and we learned more information. So the more information that comes in, the more information that we are able to corroborate statements and collect evidence that further corroborates other information is helpful in the investigation. That's how investigations develop. If we knew everything we knew from day one,
Oh,
it
Mary,
wouldn't
it's
be a
already
process
good.
of developing investigation.
Already.
So the answer to my question, Sergeant, is you were working off of a theory, correct? Yes or no?
We were working off a report of an injured male party, and then we developed the information, collected the evidence, and developed the investigation.
Do you know what the word theory means?
I'm sorry, English is like a third language for me. So if you can bring
You were born and raised here. It may be a second language, third language. Oh, come on, boo. I disagree with you.
up the Webster's dictionary, I can read it out.
You want me to pull up the Webster's dictionary? You want to take a break real quick and pull up the Webster's dictionary to
I call
define a word
bullshit.
that you used in an answer about 40 seconds ago? We're working off of a theory, quote unquote. You said it, not me. You want me to go get a dictionary so we can figure out for the jurors what that word means?
Objection.
All right, sustained. Let's move on, please.
You would agree with me, Sergeant Buchanan, that
That's not going to sit well
if your
at all.
theory was that there was an impact, the site of that impact would be incredibly important, correct?
Very important, yes.
And on February 10th, you went out to the scene and you indicate that you found 6 pieces of black, clear, and red plastic material and 14 pieces of glass material and some other plastic material as well, correct?
Yes.
You didn't photograph it? Is that
No,
right?
I did not.
You didn't do any plotting of cross coordinates, which would have been easy to do to determine exactly where each piece was found, correct?
It would not be easy for me. I don't know how to do that.
You've never learned how to plot cross coordinates?
Oh,
I don't have the tools to GPS coordinate an item.
You take 2 points that are stable. You know what cross coordinates are? Take 2 points that are stable, like for instance, I don't know, let's pick something, like a flagpole that doesn't move. And you draw a line, pull a string directly over the item that you find. Then you take another stable item that's perpendicular to that, pull that straight, put it down. That's exactly, you measure the distance between the two. That's exactly where that item, where those 2 strings cross, that's exactly where that item's found. That's cross coordinates, isn't it?
Objection.
Sustained.
You ever heard of that?
Objection.
Sustained.
Do you know what cross coordinates are?
No,
Do you know how to plot cross coordinates?
you just demonstrated to me.
Does that sound reasonable and easy?
What you explained sounds easy, yes.
And you didn't do that.
I did not.
You also didn't, by the way, you had your cell phone when you went out there on February 10th, correct?
I would assume so, yes.
Your cell phone has a camera built into it, correct?
Yes, it does.
You indicated on direct examination you didn't think it was necessary to call out a forensic photographer to photograph and photo document where these items were found. Is that right?
That's right.
But you could have pulled your cell phone out and taken photographs of them, right?
I guess I could have, yes.
But you didn't do any coordinates and you didn't take any photos.
I did not know.
Can you show us a report that memorializes where you supposedly recovered these items?
I'm a little
Yes,
flabbergasted
the report you
here.
showed me number 83 that documents that they were all recovered at 34 Fairview Road.
Right. So that's correct. There's a report after the fact that establishes that they were recovered generally at 34 Fairview Road on February 10th, but is there a report that describes exactly where on the property at 34 Fairview or off the property at 34 Fairview these 20 items were found?
Uh,
That's a question I'm waiting.
Oh, I didn't realize.
Do you need me to
There's-
repeat the question?
Was there a question?
Yeah.
Go ahead, please.
Sure. Is there a
You didn't want to
report
answer that one.
that documents exactly where at 34 Fairview on the property these 20 odd items were found exactly?
The report documenting where they were recovered from is number 83 that you've just presented. Exact location is the same general vicinity. If it was something different, if we located these items across the street, different section of the yard, that would have been documented.
What's documented in the report that you just referenced says bullet point 2/10/22, meaning February 10/22 at 9:15 a.m. Sergeant Buchanan secured 6 pieces of red, black, and clear plastic, period. That's what it says, right?
That's your report.
Same general vicinity. If there was a different
That's what the
location,
report says, isn't it? That's all I'm asking. That's what the report says,
Oh,
what I just
boo.
quoted.
that's the description of the items
So the answer
recovered.
is yes. That's what the report says.
That is part of the report. That is the description of the items recovered on that date.
And the bullet point beneath that says February 10th, 2022 at 9:15 a.m. Sergeant Buchanan secured 14 pieces of glass and plastic fragments. Correct?
That's correct.
There is no further description of where those items were found, is there?
There is.
Where's the report with the further description of exactly where they were found?
It might not be in the report. It might be on the description of the bag, describing that it was 34 Fairview Road. The report indicates and encompasses itself where those items were recovered from. Clearly, the same general vicinity the initial items were recovered from. If there was a need to document a different location, it would have happened.
But you didn't see the need to document the exact coordinates where those items were found, did you? You didn't see the need.
It did not happen.
May I approach you?
Yes.
Take a look at that
I'm
photograph.
trying
Recognize it?
to hold my tongue.
Yes, I do.
What's depicted in that photograph, just generally?
It's the side of evidence bag that items were secured in. It documents the case number, the date, time, who recovered it, and general description of the 6 pieces of red, black, and clear plastic recovered from 34 Fairview Road in Canton.
I'd like to have that marked and look at that, John.
Is there any objection?
I am so trying.
No objection.
I am so trying.
7.
I'm holding my tongue.
May I approach you?
Yes.
You indicated that the evidence bag would help determine where the exact location was that these items were found, correct?
The general location where they were recovered from.
Can we publish this, Sean?
Okay.
Y'all, I'm trying so hard.
Does this look like the photograph that you were just reviewing?
Yes, it does.
That's just been marked as evidence?
Yes, sir.
And Mr. Will, can we make that a little larger so it's more legible? Can you read that from where you are?
I can.
Moving past the date, moving on to the date. What date is that?
Date collected is 2/10/22.
So that's the date that we've been talking about, correct?
That is correct.
And this indicates collected by, and who's that?
That's myself, Sergeant Buchanan.
Description of evidence. This is where the description of the evidence is located on this evidence bag, correct?
General description identifying what's inside.
And what does that description read?
6 pieces of red, black, and clear plastic.
And that's all it says about the description, correct?
Yes.
And it indicates location where collected. And there's several lines that are available to fill in, correct?
Correct.
On that first line, what does that read?
34 Ferry Road, Canton, MA.
And that's it, correct?
That's all that was put, yes.
And you didn't fill this bag out, did you?
No, I did not.
Who did?
I do not know.
Who did?
I don't know.
You don't recognize the handwriting?
No, I do not.
You don't recognize the handwriting of your partner and subordinate, Michael Proctor?
Objection.
Oh, subordinate.
Are you aware that Michael Proctor filled this out?
Objection.
Were you with Michael Proctor when this was bagged?
No, I was not. I was by myself.
Did you give the items of evidence to Michael Proctor to bag?
No, I did not.
Who did you give it to bag?
I bagged it myself.
Whose handwriting is that?
I do not know.
If you bagged it yourself, then why didn't you fill out the evidence envelope?
I bagged it and turned it over, and I told them exactly where it was and what time. So someone else wrote the information.
You just said, I bagged it and told him.
Turned it over.
No, sir. No, sir. What you just said was, I bagged it and turned it over to him. And you don't know who it is that you turned it over to? Who's the him?
Turned it over to them.
Oh.
Them. Whoever wrote it. Whoever wrote it.
We've
So
gone
we're
there.
just in a circle here. We can turn the lights up.
Objection to the commentary.
So, Mr. Jackson, no comments, okay? Just
Understood.
questions.
I apologize.
No, you don't.
Comment,
Yeah, I got a new BS meter.
You had items of evidence that you've already described as being incredibly important, correct?
Those are your words. I actually changed. I said every
It's
piece
up
of
there.
evidence is important.
Okay. Since this is part of every piece of evidence, do you think this evidence was important?
Every piece of evidence is important.
So was this evidence important? Yes or no?
Yes.
Mary, your
You have
wish
the evidence,
is Mike. I made a BS bull plus.
whom you don't know and can't identify. Is that what we understand?
It was a member of the Massachusetts State Police assigned to our office. It wasn't just a random person. I can't specifically identify who it was or who wrote on that bag. I know it was a trusted member of our unit and part of the investigative team.
How do you know it was a trusted member of your unit and a part of the investigative team if you can't tell these jurors who it was? How do you know that?
Because I wouldn't have turned it over to a random stranger.
Okay, so
I'm-
let's figure out the possibilities. Who are among those to whom you would have turned this stuff over? Who are among them?
There was 4 troopers in the detective unit at that point assigned to homicide.
Let's name them.
Oh,
Who are they?
It was Trooper DeChico, Trooper Kakowski, Trooper Dunn, and Trooper Mike Proctor.
As you sit here today, do you believe or do you recall turning it over to Trooper Dunn?
Objection.
we're there.
We're gonna go through each person.
Yep.
There's only 4.
I'll allow.
Look.
one question.
Do you remember turning it over to Trooper Dunn?
No,
You remember turning it over to Trooper Pikowski?
no,
You remember turning it over to Trooper DeChico?
no,
You remember turning it over to Michael Proctor?
no.
So it might have been just a random stranger,
Oh,
right?
That's a ridiculous suggestion.
you can't.
Have you ever seen Trooper?
He's so
Proctor's
bad.
handwriting before?
So
Yes.
bad. He's
I've
red.
never seen it. I'm guessing.
Y'all, look at his ears. Look at his neck. Look at his cheeks. He's pissed. He's like, get me off of this freaking stand.
Not dozens,
I'm
maybe hundreds.
done.
Correct?
Not hundreds of times, no.
Dozens of times
Sure,
over the years.
sure.
On evidence bags, on logs, on notes, things of that nature.
Some evidence bags, some notes.
He has not been the star. One, Jen McCabe is the star, but he has not been a good witness for this case. Daddy's in court today. We have the father of John O'Keefe sitting next to
Look at that
the
document,
wife.
tell me if you recognize it.
The whole thing or just the front page?
No, just flip through and tell me if you recognize generally what that is.
Where is y'all? Didn't they have another female attorney who was once a juror, a part of the team? Why is she not in court? I just noticed that.
It
Yeah,
appears
I
to
just
be a
noticed
bunch
that.
of handwritten notes from possibly witness interviews.
Handwritten notes by whom?
Well, you labeled it Proctor. I don't know who it is based on the individuals interviewed. Might suggest that these are Michael Proctor's notes.
Okay, so you're testifying that I labeled that Proctor?
I don't know.
Right, so you don't know.
Well,
Why don't say- why don't say
provided a document to me. So
Right, I know. And then you just testified that I labeled that Proctor. How do you know I labeled that Proctor?
well, I got it from you.
You didn't see me write that. Objection.
Sustained. Questions, please.
Sure. That appears to be Michael Proctor, a series of Michael Proctor notes, correct?
That's what's suggested. Yes.
Okay, can you turn to the first tab? There's a purple tab.
Some of these came off.
It's fine. It's fine. I'm just interested in the purple tab. Do you see a series of handwritten notes appear to be from Michael Proctor? Not worried about the content.
Sure. If these,
See a highlight?
yes.
What's the word that's handwritten in that highlight? Objection.
So why don't we come to sidebar with this document, please?
We've got our first. Yeah. Is that us? Alessi is sitting on the opposite end today. I guess they bounce around depending on who's taking the lead for that part of the day. Oh my gosh. Okay. She could be a part of all the research documentation, all that stuff. But oh my gosh, y'all, what are y'all thinking? I was hoping for some spice this morning because I need it, But like Gerald just instant messaged me instead of putting it in chat. This guy's either lying or incompetent. He's either lying or he's incompetent. And in my humble opinion, which is not on the card today, that's a big deal. He is awful. So you're telling me he handed the evidence and did not put his name on it and gave it to someone else? Are you serious? That's bullshit. Look at the very top corner of the screen. I got my BS meter, my little BS thing up there. I'm like, bull plus poo equals boo poo. Boo poo. Yes, Mary, it is that bad. It's that bad. It, like, beyond bad. You don't handle evidence and not document it yourself. You don't sit there and find 40 odd pieces of glass and you give a general area and where it was located. I have never, I, mm, I would love to get a lot of different people from different parts of the country who do nothing but investigations, just investigators, to all get together and do a collab YouTube and tear this investigation apart. Tear it apart, y'all. It is that bad. It is that bad. Okay, I've got some birthdays. Oh, we'll do them in a minute. It's not drum loop. I wanted to
Just a
do
moment, Your
this.
Honor.
Yes.
He's like, phew, I got a minute to regroup
In
myself.
the ordinary course of business,
Bye.
is it normal
Done.
standard operating procedure that the person who recovers items of evidence fills out the evidence bag contemporaneous to the recovery of the item?
Oh, we're going to go over that. Yeah. Sunday night.
It's possible you can do that. If there's a reason that you have to leave with an emergency or weather conditions you can't write on the bag, you can fill it out later if you have the time and you know
Oh.
where you recovered it from, which is like, in this instance, if it was a general vicinity where all the other fragments of evidence was collected from, it's known that it was within the general area of that section of the lawn near the flagpole between the street and the flagpole and the fire hydrant.
Well, except
So
the
it's
person that filled out that evidence envelope
What?
wasn't with you.
well, I passed that information along to them.
I see. So now it's hearsay information that's being passed along to someone else to fill out the envelope. Objection.
Sustained.
It's secondhand, let's use that word, secondhand information to the person that's filling out the evidence envelope, correct?
No, it's firsthand information. I passed it along to them.
So it went from you to a person filling out the envelope who wasn't there. Let's at least agree on that.
I was by myself, so yes, I told the individual what time, what location, the case number, the date, obviously.
How do you know? How do you know that you told the individual to whom you passed this along the time, the location, the date? How do you know that as you sit here?
Because that information was then put on the bag and documented.
But you can't even remember who you talked to.
I do not remember specifically who I talked to, no.
If you can't remember who you talked to, you don't remember what you said. Goes hand in hand, doesn't it?
That's not true. I might not remember now, but the day that it was bagged on February 10th, 2022. I remembered, and that's why the accurate, detailed information is on the bag.
A bag you didn't fill out, correct?
That's correct.
And information provided to someone you can't.
Chain of custody, evidence logs. Oh my God. I'm trying so hard not to get overexcited, but I have to say, this testimony far worse in this trial than it was the first. If you want to build reasonable doubt, he couldn't do much better, in my humble opinion,
Remember.
Today, I can't
as far as
remember.
this
No.
evidence. If you can't validate the taillight pieces, then you cannot.
You're aware
I can't-
that particular
can't.
bag, that evidence bag, was not booked until March 14th, 2022.
Mhm.
I don't understand what you're saying.
Those pieces of evidence were never booked into evidence until March 14th, 2022.
Those particular pieces of evidence were collected on February 10th, 2022.
Sergeant Buchanan, do you know the difference between collecting a piece of evidence
10
and booking
days.
it into evidence, creating a booking label, creating an evidence log, things of that nature? You know the difference?
I understand the difference, yes,
Okay.
but you claiming that it wasn't booked into something doesn't mean that it wasn't properly handled in custody and under our control.
Objection.
I'm not claiming anything.
Objection.
You're testifying. I'm asking questions. Was it
Not
booked
asked,
into
sir.
evidence on
Question not
February
answered.
10th?
If you show me a document, I can tell you what
Sure.
it might be suggesting.
By the way, the evidence. I have the actual
Objection not answered.
the photo.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah. Let me have just a moment, Your Honor.
Okay.
Mm. That's how his testimony is falling. My boo comes in and he goes, it was 12 days, not 10. I'm all like, I haven't had my coffee. Don't challenge me yet. You don't want to challenge me without my coffee. I get nasty. But how can you not know how to GPS when you got a GPS thing on your freaking phone? You hold it directly over the item. You hit GPS. It gives you the damn coordinates. It's not like it was 20, 30, 40, 50 years ago.
Can we move on and come back to this, Mr. Jackson?
No, Auntie Bev. No rushing allowed.
I think I just gotten the documents that
Okay.
the sergeant needs.
Impatient little
Did you show-
biatch.
I'm sorry.
But, huh?
That's one way to put it.
He goes, that's one way to put it. Oh, but if that was a prosecution, it would be fine.
If it was Brennan, yeah, she'd be all over it.
Yeah, she would. My radio was going off like crazy last night.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah,
Oh,
I
yeah.
know it was.
Well, you have to, you didn't,
I did want to jack with it.
just look, baby. See that button?
Yeah, I know how to turn them off. And
Oh, well, you could have done it. I thought it was off. until I just felt a little buzz on my ear. I was like, oh, shoot. It wasn't that much. Oh, come on now.
No, it wasn't that much. Couple times though.
Well,
One
when we
for
get
accident.
married, you're going to have to live with that
I'll sleep through it.
when I'm on call. I sleep in a different bedroom. That's okay. He goes, no, you won't. I'll go sleep in the guest room when I'm on call because I have one of these and it goes off all the time. But last night, we've had a lot of very bad wrecks. I don't understand it. He's reading. So if English is his third language, do we need a translator?
Does one of those, okay.
So
We'll leave those
we
up
need
there.
two translators.
Does one of those appear to be the log sheet for the crime lab?
One is a chain of custody report for the crime lab of all the evidence that was processed, received, processed, and returned. Yes.
And the other document?
The other document is simply a receipt of evidence being submitted on a certain day to the lab.
And both of those documents indicate that the first time the evidence was submitted to the crime lab was March 14th, 2022. Correct?
Oh, shit.
I will have to take a look. It's going to be some time, please.
Well, you can look at the top. Well, let me ask you, ask it in a question form. If you look through the
What?
log, it's in chronology
I have to process that. Did he say what I think he said?
2022, correct?
All the evidence that was processed, received, processed, and returned. Yes.
And the other document?
The other document is simply a receipt of evidence being submitted on a certain day to the lab.
And both of those documents indicate that the first time the evidence was submitted to the crime lab was March 14th, 2022, correct?
Objection.
That's over a month, y'all.
I will have to take a look. It's going to be some time, please.
I'm waiting for Gerald to give me the
You can look
exact
at the
days.
top. Well, let me ask you, ask it in a question form. If you look
He's good at
through
that.
the log, it's in chronological order, the chain of custody log, correct?
Yep, Mary, you're right.
By item, I believe, but I didn't take a deep dive into it. I have to take a look.
Right. Do you see any item, especially focusing on item 712 or items 712? You see any item being booked into the crime lab before March 14th, 2022?
All right, I'll take a look.
Y'all, that's serious. I would move to have the evidence dismissed, thrown out. There's no proper chain of command. Y'all, this is bad. I don't have somebody asked me why is it darker in my studio. Kind of had a little headache this morning. So I'm trying to avoid migraine Ada. So if it's too dark, I'll turn it on. But I like nice smelly things. This is gingham from Bath Body Works.
Did that refresh your recollection as to when the items were booked at the crime lab?
According to this document, yes, there were items booked at the crime lab prior to March 14th. In particular, to answer your question, completeness here, particular, that one item does indicate that the first time the lab received it for processing was March 14th.
So they were booked at the lab March 14th, correct?
The first time the lab received these items for processing, according to this document, is March 14th.
And there's no indication on any document as to where those items were before March 14th?
Good point,
There
Boo.
is. We displayed the bag, me collecting them on February 10th, and they were in our possession at the Norfolk District Attorney's Office.
Whose possession?
The Norfolk District Attorney's Office.
Your possession? Specific?
Where in
At
your
one point, they were
office?
in my possession, and I turned it over.
Right. After you turned it over on February 10th, it was the day that you claimed to have found these items. After February 10th, they were not in your possession anymore, were they?
No, once I turned them over, they're not in my possession. No.
When you say turn them over, you're talking about turning them over to someone whom we don't know, correct? As we sit here.
Right now, I don't have a memory of who I turned it over to, but it was a member of our homicide team.
So the next time, Sergeant Buchanan, the next time there's any documentation about those items is March 14th, nearly 6 weeks later, 5 weeks later, correct?
I don't know that to be correct now.
You can't point to any documentation. You're looking at the logs. You can't point to any documentation indicating
Wow.
the chain of custody of these items between February 10th and March 14th. Is that right?
This is simply a log from
Wow.
the lab.
Yes or no? Can you point to any documentation?
Wow, 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 wow.
Can you point to any documentation indicating where those items went, whose possession they were in what circumstance between February 10th and March 14th? Can you point to any document?
I know that it was collected on February 10th.
Right.
It's documented that it was collected. It was at the Norfolk District Attorney's Office before it was logged into the lab for processing.
You keep answering the same question that I'm not asking, sir.
Objection.
Sustained. No comments, Mr. Jackson.
Sergeant Buchanan, do you understand my question? I'm asking, can you point to a single document for these jurors as to where
Okay,
those
guys.
items went and in whose possession they remained, specifically?
This reminds me when I was a little kid with my twin brother. We're in the back of the car. Mom, she touched me. I didn't touch you. I didn't do it. I'm not going to do it. Do it. She did it. He did it. She did it. He did it. He did it. I don't know who did it. My invisible friend in the back did it. I don't know who I gave it to. Somebody on the team. I don't know. I don't know who got it. I'm not sure. I don't know. I don't remember. Oh, do you have an invisible friend, my friend? Is that what it is? Did you grow up with your invisible friend? This is freaking insanity.
February 10th, when you lost sight of them, and March 14th, when the crime lab received them.
Objection.
Sustained.
May I approach?
Yes.
No, I'm
just
sorry,
to-
I'm sorry. Mr.
Just for
Brennan,
the evidence.
Just for the evidence. False start.
Chug that water.
As the supervisor, you're generally aware of the evidence in this case, correct?
It depends, but very generally on most cases, yes.
As a matter of fact, as the supervisor, one of your duties would be to make sure that evidence is collected and processed appropriately and properly, correct?
That is the standard, yes.
You're also aware that all of the physical evidence that was booked eventually at the crime lab on March 14th, 2022, was done so by Michael Proctor, correct?
I'm not sure exactly who delivered it or who booked it in. But if you have a document, I will reflect on it.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
It is
Look at that.
this is the way she does it. The objection should be clear and evident. And I don't like it, but it is the way she does it. Y'all, I can't believe I'm hearing this today. I'm trying hard not to lose my shite. I got the BS meter up there. This is deep. I think that no matter how you look at this evidence to the jury that may not know the entirety of, well, they don't know like we do. This just, hello, it's Brit. It feels icky. It does not feel clean. It doesn't have a point A to B, B to C, C to D, E documented. He can't even give you where point A is exactly. And this is very uncomfortable evidence. This right here, I would love to see it thrown out.
Tell me if that refreshes your recollection.
And if English is his third language, then why doesn't he have two interpreters? Language A to language B and language B to
It's
English.
the receipt of evidence submission to the crime lab.
And who submitted, based on that document, who submitted all of that evidence to the crime lab?
Michael Proctor.
You're also aware that Michael Proctor eventually submitted a total of some 46 or so pieces of
Lived
taillight
in where?
material that was claimed to have been recovered at 34 Fairview on since January 29th, 2022, correct?
I don't know the total pieces, but we didn't claim to recover it there. We recovered it there.
Oh,
You're testifying that they were recovered, but you didn't recover all of them, did you?
I
okay.
did not
Got
recover
it.
all of them. No.
Matter of fact,
Didn't
Michael
know.
Proctor, according to you, recovered some of those items, correct?
Some of those items were recovered by Michael Proctor, yes.
Thank you. That's all he wanted.
And you're also aware that he submitted pieces of taillight material that he indicated he recovered as late as February 18th, 2022, correct?
Oh,
I am aware that there was items recovered on February 18th. I am not sure exactly if it was him or someone else that recovered it.
You
indicated-
should. You're the supervisor. You should know who's doing what, when, and where. And you should know this case inside and out and who found what, when, and where. And I'm
in direct examination yesterday that as of February 3rd or February 4th, the weather had broken, generally, correct? It was getting warmer.
Yes, the weather was warmer. There were rainy days following the 3rd, I believe. No, the 4th, it was raining when I picked up that piece of evidence. So, yeah, the weather had warmed up.
So it was raining and somewhat storming on the 4th?
There was precipitation when I recovered that item. I mean, I don't know if it was storming. There was a low pressure cell coming through. I have no idea.
Okay, but that's the same day that you were told that Chief Berkowitz was driving by and saw that reference.
The day I picked up the single piece with Canton PD present, it was raining.
So he would have been driving by, windows up, water on the windows, in the rain, and saw the red piece? Gotcha.
Sustained.
You indicated that on February 10th, when you did your final visit, made your final visit to 34 Fairview, you indicated yesterday during testimony there was quote unquote very little snow still present, correct?
That's correct.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
I'm. Ugh. I think he knew what the word hearing meant. I think he knows. Chug that water, boo.
Sergeant, that's a 2-page document. Could you familiarize yourself with those 2 pages, please, and let me know when you're finished?
Sorry. Dang, that's loud.
Okay.
Thank you.
He
So,
finished.
What do those 2 pages purport to reflect? What are they pictures of? Just general, an evidence bag, something else?
The first one's an evidence bag with
Can you
some,
just tell me the date, just so we can cut to the chase, the date of that evidence collection according to that?
on the bag, the date is 2/11/22.
Okay, and what's the
On
second
the
one?
sticker, there's another date. There's a sticker, March 9th of 22.
Okay, what's the,
There's also a date at the
I'm just interested in the 2 pages, just generally. I need the markup for evidence. What's the second page look like?
second page is a large piece of red and black taillight plastic cover, and it's identified by a lab number, I believe.
Look at his hand. He's trying to self-soothe. Watch his hand. That is self-soothing.
Okay, thank you. I'm sorry about that. So there's 1 page is an evidence bag, the other page purports to be the item that was in the evidence bag, correct?
I don't know that, no.
Okay.
It's just one's an evidence bag with information on it, and then there's a photograph of a piece recovered. I don't know.
I'd like to have those marked and introduced as next in order A and B.
Is there any objection from the Commonwealth?
No objection.
Okay.
Here's another BS meter.
Exhibits 112A and B.
Your Honor, request to publish?
Okay.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Taking a look at this item. Can you describe for the jurors what they're looking at, please?
This is an evidence bag. It is labeled with case number, date collected, time, who collected it, description of items enclosed, the location it was recovered, and the victim's full name. It also has a to scale ruler for the photograph and some identifying marks from the laboratory.
Can you indicate for the jurors who was it that collected this item according to the evidence bag?
According to this evidence bag, it was collected by Trooper Proctor.
And can you show the date or tell the jurors the date that it indicates the item was collected or items were collected?
I believe it says
February 11th.
2/11/22.
February 11th. So that would be the day after you were at the location, correct?
It would be the day after, yes.
Can we have the full screen, Mr. Woke? You see the designation at the bottom beneath the measuring ruler?
Yes, I do, yes.
Is there a case number or case designator starting with 22?
270, a year later.
Yes, I believe, I'm not sure, but I believe it's a LIMS number 22-02184.
And do you see an item number listed right next to that case number?
Yes, this
7
indicates
through
it's
15.
7-15.
And there's another set of initials beneath that, it appears, correct?
That's what, I mean, there's letters. I don't know if there's someone's initials.
Okay.
I don't know what it is. I'm sorry.
Fair enough. This appears to be something that was filled out by the crime lab. The black lettering and numbering, correct?
I would assume. I don't know for sure, though.
Okay, and obviously there's a date down here, 2/17/23, a year later, correct?
Yes,
And then it says Canton at the bottom.
yes.
If we could have the full screen, please. Okay, you also indicated that there was a label up at the top, correct?
Yes.
All right, if we could go to the second page, it'd be page B of this. Can you look at first of all, look at the bottom and tell me if that number designator appears to be the same as on the evidence, as on the previous page?
The limbs or the item number?
The
The item
limbs.
number is 715.
Okay, and that comports with what we just saw in the previous page, correct?
Yeah.
That is the same number.
All right. This would be an exemplar, one of the items in that evidence bag labeled 715, correct? There were several items, but this is one of them. Is that right? It's how the crime lab keeps them separate.
Hello, Lady
believe so. I don't know their
Jane.
procedures. I
Welcome.
believe
Good
so. I know they use,
afternoon, love.
alphanumeric
Morning to us.
identifiers.
Afternoon for you.
As I can't testify to
Good
their
day.
procedures, why they do it, how they do it, or the sequence in which, or the choice in numbers or letters. I have no idea
Okay,
about any of that.
we can have the lights up with the court's permission. We can leave this up. If you could leave that up, Mr. Wolf. All right, you can still see that on the screen, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You went out to 34 Fairview on February 10th, 24 hours before February 11th, right? To pick up a piece of, I'm sorry, to look for additional items of evidence, correct?
I collected, I believe, 20 pieces in total, 6 and 14, the day prior, yes.
You see the size of this, according to the rule. General,
Yes.
how big is that? The widest part, that thin.
At the widest part, it appears, if there's no optical illusion with the ruler location, 6 inches.
Okay, that's 6 inches is the size of a dollar bill, right?
That's correct.
Okay. It also looks like it may be more than that from top to bottom, 6 to 7 inches, top to bottom. Can you give us an estimate?
Possibly a little bit more, yeah.
Okay. You didn't see this item on February 10th when you were there, correct?
If I saw that item, I would have picked it up.
Right. Wasn't there, was it?
That's not what I'm saying. I said if I saw it, I would have picked it up.
But you didn't see it, did you?
I did not see it, obviously.
But
No.
according to the information that we just presented, this item was found the next day by Trooper Michael Parker. Right.
Correct.
Based on the information presented, that's what it says, yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
We can take that down.
Okay, guys, while he's approaching, I want to ask this, and I would love for you to respond. Even rewatchers, even those who are rewatching, I'd love for you to respond. If you were sitting as a juror, some of us have, I have not, and you're hearing all of this craziness over when these pieces were found, how they were found the night of or the day of, up to 11 and then 18 days after the incident, and the crime scene was not protected, for lack of a better word, And many people had access to this scene, including a police officer who lived on that in that house. Anybody driving by, anybody walking by. This is just how much weight are you going to give that evidence? How much weight are you giving that evidence? Hearing now that it's piecemealed together over an 18-day period at least. No evidence logs consistently. It is not being handled appropriately. If you can't give this evidence the weight it needs to convict Karen Reed, then can you do it? Is there any other evidence? They're hinging, the prosecution is hinging their case on two things as far as I see it. I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, and the taillight. Just saying.
May I approach one more
That
time?
needs to be on a bingo card. Just saying.
If you could
Did you show
familiarize
Mr.
yourself.
Brennan? I didn't see.
Thank you.
I did previously.
Yeah, I agree with you, Ronnie. Now I'm like, I'm not seeing this. I'm not. I can't. It doesn't
Are you
fit.
familiar with that
You
document?
must
And
acquit.
when I say familiar, that's a bad question. Let me ask it a different way.
If
do
you don't know that
recognize
phrase,
what's
you're too
generally
young.
in those 3 pages?
I got to take a look. I
Sure.
must have missed your first
Sure.
request.
Thank you, Aaron. That's what I'm trying to say.
Sergeant, can you describe generally, just very generally, so I can either mark it or not mark it? Do you recognize what's depicted on the first page, the second page, and the third page?
The first page
Well, Ronnie, you're saying that you could not say, you could not vote not guilty? Right. Well, here's the thing. Oh, God, these are horrible. This is something that a lawyer once said, and y'all can disagree with me, and that's fine. Disagree with me. Bump my algorithm. Disagree with me. It's not whether you can find someone not guilty. But if you're looking at it from finding someone guilty or not guilty, the whole thing hinges on, is there enough reasonable doubt? If there's any doubt, you cannot convict, cannot find them guilty. Some people sit, and I talked to somebody who was a juror once, and we had this great deliberation, and then she went, "Oh crap." Okay. They said, I kept trying to find a way to be not guilty. And I said, well, you're starting off on the wrong foot. You are not guilty until proven. You're innocent until proven guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. And I think a lot of us, and in some cases, I've had to step back and think, okay, I'm getting too personally involved. Yeah, that's kind of hard in this case. Just saying. I could not vote guilty. Okay. I was like, girl, did you change your tune? Not that you can't disagree with me and think she's guilty. That's fine. I wish I could get these glares out of my glasses. I'm going to turn the light on. I don't want to, but I am. That can help. I don't like it right now. My head is not happy. And my glasses are all foggy. And I can't get them clean. All right, let's keep listening.
an evidence bag from labeled date of collection 2/18/22. Second page.
Yes, you're
is
right,
a
100%, Aaron.
Red piece of plastic. And third page is also
Better
a photograph
said.
of a longer red piece of plastic with a little
Well
bit
met.
of black molding on it.
Your Honor, I would ask that be moved into evidence as A, B, and C subordinately.
Is there any objections?
No objection.
But so a lot of people don't think of it that way. They want you to prove innocence instead of prove guilt.
Exhibits 113
That's what I'm trying to say.
and C.
They want you to prove innocence,
Move to publish, Your Honor.
Okay.
and that's not the way it works.
Sergeant, same couple of questions, if we could. Do you see a date of collection on this evidence envelope,
Yes, this photograph indicates 2/18/22.
and collected by whom?
Trooper Proctor.
Full view, Mr. Wolk. Thank you, sir. And then if we could highlight the lower portion that appears to be by the ruler. Do you see the same, I think you called it a lens number?
Limbs, LIM.
Okay. The LIM number is the same number, the 22-02184, correct?
I know, boo.
Yes.
And the item number in this one is handwritten as what?
7/16.
Okay, if we can go to the second page, please.
Why
You
is it
see
item?
first of all, on the
what?
bottom, the
Wait a minute. Wait.
Same
Wait. You're right. Technically, the defense doesn't have to prove anything. It is solely on the state to prove it. But why do we have another evidence number identical? If there's two pieces, they're two different numbers. Why do we have the same number for two different
meter
pieces?
number,
Yes, 7/16.
and what is depicted in
Oh,
this
that was
photograph?
715. We're good. Never mind.
A red piece of
For a
plastic.
minute. My bad. Back
That
it
would
up.
be a plastic,
I
a piece of
retract.
Plastic according to the item number that would be contained in that evidence envelope, one of the pieces at least.
I would assume.
I retract.
Okay. Is that a similar 6-inch ruler that's being photographed with that red piece?
Yes, it is.
And how long at its longest point would you estimate that piece of plastic to be?
It's more than 6 inches. I mean, probably 7, maybe.
Okay,
Maybe
And-
maybe 7.
I know this is a little bit of a challenge, but how from top to bottom, what would you estimate the distance to be at its longest point?
3.5 inches, I guess.
Okay, and then the next page, please, the final page, which would be sub C. Do you see the same designator on the bottom right?
Yes, I do.
That's 716, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Appears to be out of the same evidence envelope, is that right?
That's
Yeah,
what's
it was
suggested.
right.
Yes.
And how long would you estimate this item to be?
6.5, 7.
7.5, 8 inches.
And
No,
maybe what?
You don't know your
inches
measurements, dude.
tall? 4?
Yeah, 3.
Three. Okay, we can have the lights up, Your Honor, with the court's permission.
Why are they all have the
Again,
same number?
Last time you were out at the location with very little snow on the ground, you collected certain items of evidence on February 10th, correct?
Right.
February 10th was the last time I collected. I said there was still snow on the ground, maybe in piles where it was excavated. There was very little, but there was still snow on the ground.
You indicated that you obviously looked around the area. You talked about the general area. I think you used the word general vicinity, right? When
Yes.
You collected your items.
Yes.
You didn't see this, and you didn't see the one before it either, did you?
If I saw any of these items,
be
they would have been
different.
collected. We did not excavate anything.
Okay, I gotta ask you, sweetie, since you were a cop, it's been a while. We have multiple pieces in the same bag. Shouldn't they be individual?
It was excavated. There was very little, but there was still snow on the ground.
You indicated that You obviously looked around the area. You talked about the general area. I think you used the word general vicinity, right? When
Yes.
You collected your items.
Yes.
You didn't see this, and you didn't see the one before it either, did you?
If I saw any of these items, they would have been collected.
Point.
We did not excavate anything. We simply allowed the thawing and natural recession of the snow to reveal additional items.
When you were there on the 3rd, February 3rd, there was still some snow on the ground that you did excavate, correct?
Yes, there was a lot of snow on the ground. Yes,
By February
I would
4th,
have sifted every square inch of it.
it was, yes.
and you were excavating through that as well.
Mhm. On the 4th?
On the 4th?
No, we did not excavate on the 4th. The item revealed itself, and I collected it.
That was it. Okay, fair enough. Then on the 10th, you didn't need to do any more excavating because there was, quote unquote, in your words, very little snow. Very little. Right.
Those were my words.
Okay.
Compared to the first day, there was very little snow on the ground.
And in fact, you did not see any of the items that were collected or claimed to have been collected at 34 Fairview by Michael Proctor on February 11th, the day after you were there, correct? Did not see that item?
Did not see that item, no.
And did not see any of the items that you've seen that were claimed to have been collected by Michael Proctor on February 18th, a week later, correct?
Those items were not observed by me, or else I would have collected them.
We can take this down. I want to change gears for a second.
Jailed your comment. That would have taken freaking forever, but they could have done it.
Sergeant, if it's okay with you, and switch to the Waterfall Bar and Grill.
I get it, June. I don't disagree with that. What bothers me is if these things presented themselves over a period of 10 days and they were properly logged, properly GPS coordinates mapped out, properly documented, properly bagged, properly numbered with an evidence log, I would feel more comfortable with this. I'm not feeling comfortable with this because it wasn't just that they were found in a progression of days. I get that. Snow hides things. Things reveal themselves when snow melts. I get that. I accept that. But what struggles me is the vagueness of where they're found, the vagueness in who did what with them. That combined with the delaying of finding is what makes me uncomfortable. Not the fact that they were found delayed because they were allowing the natural progression of the snow. By itself, that doesn't bother me. But couple it with the fact that there is not good documentation and the fact that this guy is a supervising investigator. He is a high level, years of experience, and doesn't even understand GPS documenting, which should, if I don't know, should be a basic in this, and this is my humble opinion. But that is where I'm struggling. Not on one thing alone, but the whole thing just doesn't feel good.
Indicated that
The defense is
on direct examination, you
doing a good
reviewed
job.
video evidence, and you had information that John O'Keefe and Karen Reed arrived at the waterfall after leaving CF McCarthy's, correct?
That is correct.
I'd like to ask you about who your investigation revealed was there at the waterfall when they arrived. What about Brian Higgins?
Oh,
Yes, the
bingo card.
investigation revealed Brian Higgins was at the waterfall at their arrival.
And you learned that John O'Keefe and Karen Reed arrived at the waterfall together, not separately, correct?
That is correct.
About what time did, according to your investigation, Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed arrive at the waterfall?
I believe it was 11:03, but I could be wrong. I could be wrong.
When they walked in,
You should
reviewed
know
the
this
video,
inside and
correct?
out.
Yes, we played it yesterday. Yes.
When they walked in, Brian Higgins was already situated in the waterfall, standing or sitting at a sort of a high top bar table, correct?
Brian Higgins was present. I don't know his exact location. The video would depict it.
You did learn that Brian Higgins on January 29th, January 28th, going into January 29th, 2022, had what could be generally referred to as a romantic interest in Miss Reed.
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you receive certain text messages from Brian Higgins during the course of your investigation?
I received extraction of his text messages. I did not receive any text messages.
Did you actually receive an extraction from his phone, or was it simply text messages that he supplied to you on his own?
It was
Joe, can you come here, please?
extraction of text messages on a CD and also printed out the same document.
Did you perform that extraction, or was that extraction performed at your request by Massachusetts State Police from his phone?
It was not performed by me, and it was not performed at my request.
Okay. So in fact, when you met with Brian Higgins, he simply provided you something that he said had been extracted from his phone. Correct?
Sustained.
Did he provide you something?
Yes.
Did Brian Higgins indicate that he had taken those off of his phone?
This is super old water. Can you pour that in the plant?
What was your understanding
Thank you, babe.
about what the items were, the pages of text messages that you received? What was your understanding about where they came from?
From his device and his communications with the defendant and Mr. John O'Keefe.
But you did not have a forensic extraction performed, correct?
That's correct.
And Brian Higgins never gave you his phone to perform a forensic extraction, correct?
That's correct.
So the items that you received were directly from him and him alone. Is that right?
He handed me the items. I don't know who else was involved. You said him alone. He handed me the items.
That's what I mean. You reviewed those text messages back and forth, correct?
It's been some time, but yes, I had.
And those purported to be, I think you already said, those purported to be two strings, I'm going to call them strings of texts. Some string text messages between Brian Higgins and John O'Keefe, correct?
Yes.
And some string text messages between Brian Higgins and Karen Reed, correct?
Yes.
Yes.
Would you describe the text messages between
Sorry,
Brian Higgins and Karen Reed that he presented to
We'll
you
work on getting
as flirtatious in nature?
Try to get that room.
Without having recently reviewed them in detail, I don't want to label it something without having complete understanding of the content. I'm not comfortable putting a label on something.
Well, how would you describe them? I mean, were these business texts?
No, these were, friendly communications. I don't want to put a label on it. They were communication between acquaintances or people that know each other. There was text message communication. As far as flirtatious, I would have to take a look at the content of it for certain terms that would support that label.
Well, do you remember a text message exchange about a kiss that was shared?
Objection.
Sustained.
Do you remember any text message
We got to open up at 9.
between the two of them that suggested a romantic interest, either one of them may have had based on the text
You got to
messages?
turn the light on.
Sustained.
May we approach your honor?
Yes.
Sidebar. Sidebar, and my pen ain't working. Let's see how much ink I get all over myself. Oh, y'all. Let's look at the bingo card. We're in sidebar. Okay, on my bingo card, and if I'm wrong, let me know. I got not my question, evidence log. B, please. I said it. Correct was said. Welcome back. Welcome back. I don't understand the question, Mr. Jackson. Chain of custody. Sidebar. Free space. Investigation. Can you repeat the question? Brian Higgins. Good morning, everyone. Former Trooper Proctor, an objection. Let me know. Joe, can you bring that package in so I can see what that was? Pretty please. So I know what I need to do. Huh? My pen ain't working. My honey bun needs to help me. Who's that from? Ooh, I hope this is what I think it is. I hope it's our product. Well, but which product? Don't get ink everywhere. I'm afraid of ink going everywhere. I love my tools. I hope that wasn't illegal to show. I'm opening a package, YouTube. Not Red Ring. They could not guard over the area as evidence because uncovered in them. Yeah. Well, I just. Oh, yes. Hallelujah. That's exactly what we need. Yay. Okay. I need to let him know. I understand that you can't guard for days over evidence, but can you? Even if they thought they didn't need to because of the weather, that miscalculation on the part of we're getting into the weeds here, y'all. And I understand that.
I know cases where we had to.
Gerald said he knew a case where they had to guard the area for a month. They failed to secure the scene to make the evidence wasn't planted. Let's go back. Let's talk about this. We're having a healthy agree to disagree. And I like that. Aaron, I'm using the toy example on how things could be found over a period of time. They only could recover items as the elements allow. I would still give it the proper weight for this trial. Okay, June. Not that I'm not saying I don't disagree, but I love playing devil's advocate. So here I go. That yard was not so big of a yard. And the weather was improving. That when they were using that leaf blower, it was not horrible. I mean, it was cold, but it wasn't like in the middle of an actual blizzard where you couldn't see. But they could take sections of snow and sift it through like you do sand. I have seen them do that before on a documentary when they were looking for evidence in the snow where a body was found. And if you live up north and you're part of that lifestyle, that department should have some of this stuff. And okay, things were found over time, but that unfortunately pokes holes in their investigation because the items couldn't be or weren't collected at the time of the incident. And they failed to secure the scene to make sure evidence wasn't planted and or tampered with. And then once again, we're politely agreeing to disagree. We're having a healthy debate. In my opinion, time period is not as important due to the conditions and not properly have tracking as not properly having tracked the evidence. That I agree with. The tracking of evidence. I don't like that it took so long to collect. I understand elements may affect that, but what bites me in the butt more than anything is the inability to track, maintain, and document. Even if they thought they didn't need to because of the weather, it was miscalculation on their part. They could not have leave guards over the area as evidence became uncovered. They could not leave. Well, Gerald, you said you guarded a scene for over a month. You said, yeah. They had people sitting in, yeah, I've seen them, people sitting, a police officer sitting in the car, bad weather, just right outside, making sure no one went over in that area.
Plus, the lieutenant, in his own testimony, admitted there's somebody in the scene. He didn't know who.
Oh, well, yeah, that was probably the son or the nephew. But even the lieutenant said there was somebody at the scene. He didn't know who they were. They were in a hoodie. They came out. They went back in. Even though they didn't do anything, he still to this day can't tell you who that person was. They should have said, "Who are you? What is your name?" All these little details matter because details mess up the investigation. The leaf blower was only on the very top. I get it. If you look at the picture of the shoe, it was both. I don't disagree with that. I'm just saying the conditions at the time they started investigating
I want to make you wait
were
here, so
improved.
We'll take our morning break now. We'll take a 5-hour break.
They're taking a morning break.
Jury exiting, just fold your notebooks and leave them in here, please. Just step right out. Thank you.
Okay, we're gonna zoom.
It's on Matt's desk.
No, actually, what you can do, honey, is if you well, there's 3 of these. Put these in front of the jars that these match. And then I'll take this box and we'll put it over here in a little bit because I need that box. It's a perfect box for some of Tracy's stuff. I am still dealing with stuff from my sister. Oh, yay, it works. See, here's another one of these pins he gave me. I love them. I understand manpower. I don't disagree with you. I'm just saying, could it have been? It's a fallen officer. That's a good point. It was a fallen officer. Oh, now we got the new light. Manpower. I don't disagree, but I agree and disagree. I'll say that. I got to grab that phone, y'all. I'll be right back. I have to reconnect my phone in here. Sorry, guys, had to grab the phone. Um, maybe they didn't have the manpower, but again, that weakens the state investigation in the caves. Coffee, yes, coffee, and I. How in the world am I? Oh, these glasses. Oftentimes on the side of the state, but once I see police batch or botch an investigation for whatever reason, I don't trust them anymore. And that is going to be, I think, where we're going to have some some jurors. And that's a good point. My bill does not, it does not, they could do with the condition. There's nothing they could have done with the conditions. Don't disagree. I would like to have seen better documentation and more canvassing of the area for the ring video and looking for the individuals that had taken pictures or videos of the scene during the time period. Don't disagree. Oftentimes I'm on the side of the state. Yes. So June, if everything was documented appropriately, and here's my question. They left the scene unattended from like 6, 7 in the morning or whatever, noon, whatever, till 5 o'clock. There were at least 5 hours before, excuse me, before the full investigation. I mean, that time frame bothers me that they left it alone. They could have left one officer in a car, rotating him every 2 hours, put a new one there, and someone could have remained on scene, even just sitting in a warm car for 2 hours at a time, rotating and leaving a representative of the police department on that scene until the state could come in and the CERT team and do their investigation. Once the CERT team released the scene, then that's on them, boo. But what bothers me is that window, that time frame, that nobody was there between the time Canton PD left and CERT arrived. That is where I struggle. And once a CERT team they have released a scene, that evidence that comes in after, for me, becomes slightly questionable. Guys, some of you should be having bingos. I should be seeing bingos because look, I got 2. Somebody should be bingoing. I would like for y'all to say, I bingo. I got to get that up there, actually. I forgot that one. It'll catch it. I've learned how to get it. I bingo. Okay, we have no entries for I bingo. Come on, guys, you can do it. You can do it, Lucy. The other thing that concerns me in this day and age, there are 0 videos taken other than dash cams. I don't. Okay, I'll go over it. I don't understand when they're sitting there, they videoed the leaf blower. Oh, look how cool this is. That's how it feels to me because they didn't video any of the other documentation. Everything are still photos and there's no GPS. Bothers me a lot. Oh, I can biggen it that way. Oh, come on. No, don't do that. I'm trying to embiggen. Okay. This one could go up there though. Biggin. There we go. I have not my question. Evidence log. Beep, please. I said it. Correction. Well, welcome back. Sidebar. Chain of custody. Mr. Jackson. I don't understand the question. Can you repeat the question? Investigation, free space. Brian Higgins. Good morning, everyone. Former Trooper Proctor. Objection. Any other ones that I miss? Let me know. Okay, this is where I have a problem. Since CPD to rescue themselves, recuse themselves, the MSP should have reached out to another department for assistance. I am so. We'll be back. We're on a short break. I so agree with you, June. I think part of the thing, and this is going to drive me nuts, y'all. Part of the thing that bothers me on that is they should have brought in another agency from the get go. As soon as they discovered who the person was and who's in the house and their connections, all of that should have been recused. All of them, both the trooper and the PD. And because they did not recuse themselves, well, they did. And then they pulled themselves back in. And that's what I don't understand. If you recuse yourself and you pull yourself back in, then you're not recused. That's where I stand. And it doesn't stand much. I apologize for that, but it is. I just struggle. I fail to understand. By the way, today is National Gardening Day. Prune your buds, y'all. I think they did a fabulous job with this creation. I can't use certain words because I will get in trouble. Yesterday I was having an IH moment, and then today I've got a headache, so we're coming down from it. That's a good thing, though. But during the lunch break, we will be watching the sentencing of Mr. Austin from the Cemetery trial. I need to look at my calendar. Google Calendar. I need to look at my calendar. Let me get my calendar. Why? Hopefully that's correct. I forgot I had to reset my computer. There we go. So today we are where? The 9th. I won't be going. Lori Daybell final trial coverage. She should be on the 14th. Linda Sturmer's sentencing is on the 19th. I got to go get lab work next week. Big time. I hate it. I got to get lab work. Once we see the police investigators are trying to downplay or cover up their shoddy work, I'm no longer on their side. I already read this. Yep, I saw that. And then we got welcome back. So, yeah. But I have the video in queue. One of the cases I want to share with y'all why don't we share this beautiful bean footage while we are waiting for this break to occur. This is a case that if I can get the video coverage, we will be covering it. And that is this trial. I'm a monkey mom, so this really hits home.
disturbing to read.
That's Lincoln County Prosecuting Attorney Mike Wood's reaction after poring over the alleged abuse committed by Brenda Deutsch of Winfield.
Two things that really stood out was the number of children that had been fostered through that home, and then the allegations that these types of abuse and emotional neglect had been going on for what seems to be perhaps a decade.
However, a recent case sparked a police investigation on November 21st. A school resource officer at a Lincoln County school noticed a student missing. According to charging documents, Deutsch requested to take a girl in her care to her friend's home in Texas. The child was often left alone there in dirty living conditions with exotic animals, which Wood said Deutsch collects. The attorney explaining a monkey was potentially exchanged along the lines of human trafficking.
A witness who had come forward, who had some information regarding the systemic abuse that was going on in the home, had said that they had been asked to bring the child down to Texas and then bring the monkey back in return. Obviously, we have to do more investigation to see if that's actually credible, if it's true.
It was.
The girl also told investigators she was severely beaten for years. Wood was shocked they didn't previously have any police reports, requests of criminal investigations, or prosecutions.
As we kind of broke it open, it seems like apparently it was a very well-known residence that cycled through this abuse, which obviously is really disturbing and problematic.
The female victim is now in protective custody in Texas.
For 2.5 years, this scene has only been described in court documents until now.
Okay, so this is a very true. This is sad, but true. Unfortunately, it did occur as they said. I actually I don't know. I'm working. Another monkey person in the community got a hold of me and told me about this case. And I'm looking into it, but she actually has connections with one of the girls or somebody who is a part of this case. And I am in the process of getting in contact with them. But Brenda Deutsch was arrested in Lincoln County, Missouri, charged with child endangerment abuse, accused of sending her foster child to live in unsanitary conditions in a home in exchange for a spider monkey, which, I don't like spider monkeys. Capuchins are cute. Spider monkeys to me just look like a freak of nature. Brenda Deutsch, 70, was arrested April 6th in Lincoln County, Missouri, charged with 2 counts of abuse and neglect of a child, 1 count of first-degree child endangerment. She is from a small town in Winfield, Missouri, about 50 miles northwest of St. Louis. Deutsch is in custody in Lincoln County in lieu of a $250,000 cash-only bond. Court records show that she has applied for a public defender, but yet has not been appointed one. She should have a hearing in the next week or two. So if I can get... Thank you, beloved. So if we have court view, we'll follow it. The Missouri Department of Social Services Children's Division received an anonymous report November 26 that a teen was physically and mentally abused by Deutsch, according to the probable cause affidavit. The social worker went to the teen's home and on December 4th for an interview where she described multiple incidents of verbal and physical abuse against herself and other family members. Now, mind you, this woman has been a foster mom to over 200 kids. She said Deutsch struck her with a paddle, shoes, wooden trim, and one instance even smacked her so hard her face and nose bled. Deutsch repeatedly told the teen she would kill her if she didn't shut up, according to the affidavit. Sorry, my neck is stiff. In later interviews, the girl said she had to steal food in order to survive and did not have much to wear because Deutsch would punish her by donating her clothes, according to the affidavit. The girl said that Deutsch also lied to medical professionals to get her admitted into an inpatient psychological facility. Even though she's, just so you know, if she's in an inpatient facility or in medical treatment, Deutsch still will receive the monthly stipend. Yeah. The teen said she disclosed the abuse to other people, but no one believed her. She said she told a friend at her church about the abuse. Deutsch found out and said she was going to regret telling, allegedly striking the girl with a piece of wooden trim. On February 6th, the school's security officer at the teen's district began investigating after she missed school, hearing a rumor she was traded for exotic animals in Texas. Deutsch had previously met with the school's social services in November to discuss the possible visit to Texas, according to the affidavit. The officer, hold on, make sure we're up and live. Yeah, we are. We're back to the fan. And all right, the officer contacted Eastland County Sheriff's Office in North Texas near Dallas, where the location of the teen, which located the teen. Investigators determined she was living there with a friend of Deutsch's who said they were helping her out because Deutsch and the girl did not get along. Well, if she's a foster child, she's not allowed out of state without permission. That she can't do that. Witnesses told authorities that the monkey was taken to Deutsch's home in Missouri after she left the girl in Texas. Wood told NBC she had a handful of monkeys living there, according to the news sources. Deutsch allegedly said a friend could keep the child, but that Deutsch would be keeping a check on the child, referring to the government stipend given to foster parents in Missouri. Like I just said. Conditions in the Texas home were unsanitary, and the girl was left alone for days at a time while the friend worked out of town and took care of the animals, according to court documents. The girl was taking care of these animals. And I got to tell you, okay, I love my monkey, but monkeys are no joke. They can kill you, unfortunately. But my biggest thing, well, depending on the size of the monkey, but my biggest thing with the monkeys is that this is a child taking care of exotics. And if she doesn't know what she's doing, she can be harmed. Even the best of us can get harmed. Even a dog. I'm sorry. Dogs bite. Animals bite. You can't negate the fact that animals bite. I'm not saying monkeys are horrible. If they're well cared for, you understand the mentality of the monkey pack. You understand how to care for them. They're great. The friend said that George refused to pay for a plane ticket for the child to return to Missouri. George told the investigators that she bought a ticket, but the teen missed the flight because the friend could not take her to the airport. The friend dropped the teen off at another residence on February 13th to go out of town after she didn't return for the girl. The owner of the residence took her to Eastland County Sheriff's Office on February 21st so she could be taken into custody at Child Protective Services. This matter is an ongoing investigation. So we will be following this case. I don't know to what extent. It depends on what I can get. Bingo, Elena! Yay! So, if anybody wants to try and get this information, get documents, I would love it. I tried. I could not find them. But we will see. We shall see. Hey, Boo, are you watching me? Because I think I can hear me. There's something feeding in the mic, and I don't know if it's me or you. I love it. He watches me, and he's so sweet. I'm like, love you, Boo. So, what do y'all think about that case? I'm appalled. I love my monkey girl. I have a good monkey girl. Now, if she doesn't know you and feels threatened, she can bite and bite good. Some people know because things can happen. Things can happen. Let me get into my Facebook. I want to look at something in my Facebook. Get to my Facebook. Come on, quit notifying me. I don't want that. I want my Facebook. I want to show y'all. I thought I put it in my Facebook. Oh, That's what I need. Me. Me. Okay.
In the morning.
All right, this is a little while back, but
Good morning. You chilling everyone? Good morning. Yeah. Gee, I love having my mommy home first thing in the morning.
oh, this is almost
Yeah.
oh, this is a long
Mommy
time
not
ago.
running
Almost
off to
this
school.
is when she was about
Mommy
2.
stayed home and loved on me.
2017.
Oh, am I getting kisses? Am I getting kisses? What are you telling me all about it? Really?
She's got her hand wrapped around my
Are
neck.
you happy Mama stayed home?
She's like,
You a happy girl? Yeah. Oh, you happy girl?
this was just before I graduated with my degree as a deaf support specialist. So she was only a couple years old here. She's only 2 years old here. And this before she got her little crown. And she I was usually gone at 6 o'clock in the morning. And so this was a sweet time.
Yeah. You tell them goodbye? You tell them goodbye?
Oh, she'll be 2 in June, so she was not quite 2.
Say, I love you. This is my monkey loving. This is my monkey loving.
Oh, her head was about like that. She's not
Are
much
you a happy
bigger.
girl?
She's a little girl.
Say, have a good day.
And if I remember correctly, she fell asleep. We fell back asleep. But that's my little monkey butt.
Good morning. You chilling everyone? Good morning.
When they do that, that's happy talk.
Yeah. Gee, I love having my mommy home.
So that happy girl, and we're still in break. Yeah. Now, don't get me wrong. She can hurt you. Any animal can hurt you. But if I have somebody that I call my trainer, my monkey whisperer, I am very respectful of monkey social and hierarchy. I don't treat her like a human baby. Oh, she does have some clothes that I'll throw on her when we have company. She has diapers that she wears when she's out in the house. When she's in her cage, she's free willy. But awesome, June. Thank you. But understand that. Oh, okay, guys. I'm gonna share this. David, David Crowder, retired Supreme Justice Court, dies at the age of 85. Washington Post, retired Supreme Court Justice, has passed away. He was a steady member in the High Court, a liberal wing during his tenure, despite being appointed by a Republican president, died today at the age of 85. Our condolences go out to his family, loved ones, friends, and to those in the nation who's worked with him. He was, this was taken back in 2009. He was appointed in 1990 to replace Justin Williams Brennan. Another Brennan! Schauder was a little known judge in the U.S. Appellate Court in Boston. Oh gosh, is he related to Brennan? Boston, Brennan. Is there relations, June? Suta. Will somebody investigate this for me, please? Then President Bush put him in the High Court. For 20 years he served, often frustrating the Republicans during his tenure. I bet he did. Stepped down in 2009, created the first vacancy for then President Barack Obama to fill. Born in Melrose, Mass in 1939. Most likely related. No, okay. I was just curious. But anyway, our hearts and condolences go out to him and his family. To his family, not him. He's not here. To his family and to the nation for those who mourn his loss. Thank you so much, June. I wanted to show this again, June. Thank you so much, Miss June. You have been so great. People were wondering why was the capital in California red? It was for the missing and murdered indigenous people. Thank you so much, California, for doing that. Oh, great. We're going to skip ad.
Get the inside scoop on every home in your neighborhood
What?
with
I'm trying to
Homes.com's
stop.
full inventory
Stop.
search. Quickly access
Stop.
property insights for sale,
Stop.
rental, sold, and
I don't need a copyright strike. I hate all these ads.
At the state capitol, and tonight the capitol has been lit up in red in remembrance of missing and murdered indigenous people here in the state of California. This week, lawmakers and activists are holding events to bring attention to this important issue.
California ranks among the highest in the nation in unresolved missing, murdered indigenous people.
I beg to differ with that, but you can say it if you want, but that's not true.
Cases. The latest numbers from 2019 show homicide is the fifth leading cause of death among Native Americans. One group gathered tonight to remember their friends.
I'm sorry, it is the third cause in women and children.
Family, and they say they won't be silenced.
Those are
My mom's first cousin in the early 60s was found murdered. Sally Wilson. Nobody ever said her name. Nobody ever went looking for these murderers. No one ever went and followed up for it.
We as indigenous people have suffered. We are going through an epidemic of our people. So many of our relatives are missing.
So was the Supreme Judge. He was from Massachusetts too. I'll pull it up again.
They're murdered.
He was born in Mass.
With this Thursday, lawmakers are introducing a resolution in the Assembly to designate the entire month of May as Missing and Murdered Indigenous People Awareness Month.
Thank you very much for doing that. California, thank you very much. When I wear my native ribbon skirts, people go, either people hate them or they love them because they're handmade. They're not store-bought. So I don't think, Brendan is from Massachusetts, so is his judge. So I don't know. They could be a relations. Who knows? I would find it funny if there was a relation. Okay, let me get back over here. Thank you so much for that. I'm looking for news. Are we in lunch break? Is that where no, it's only 9. It's 11:16 there. Short break my butt. Oh, people are putting their pets in. Oh, June, I see your little baby. Oh, June, that's sweet. Oh, y'all, we have a pet section in our Discord. Go drop pictures of your pet. By the way, we also have a hobbies page. We have a recipes page. Oh my God. Enchilada casserole. Oh, geez. Veronica, that looks so good. But the problem is, I don't like enchiladas. I'm sorry. These are her enchilada casserole with peas and rice. That looked good, mija. See, look at all these good recipes. This is what I want to try. Oh, I will. I'm on recipes. Let me go to pets. There's pets. There's Miss June and her baby. Look at the little. Oh, look at that little baby. Oh, love babies. And here is Ronnie, her son. Did you say it was your son? Let me see. No, not our pet, but our squirrels around our home look for my son because he feeds them peanuts. It's really cute to watch. Look at that. Whoa. That is cute. And there's June's baby. Is this the same baby, June? Or is this a different one? Look at that. I wouldn't know what to do if I had a short-haired dog. Oh, there we go. There we go. We got people with kitty. Oh my gosh, there's my sensei. Her first walk on snow. I miss my baby so much. I'm sorry. Okay, let's get away from that. Oh, this is so true. That is so true. But my cat does that and then she goes above my head. It was snow. There's Haley Mouses. I miss my baby so much. Oh, look at all these people's animals. Ugh. I have to say, I struggle with these cats. I do. I had a girlfriend that had one, and that cat was the meanest thing. I can't judge all of them by that. We do have a lot of people on Discord that are cat people. Oh, that's my kitty that he's taken. Oh, here you go. All right. There's me and Nolly. Me and Nolly. There's Sensei and the kitty. There's Gerald's kitty. I miss her so much. And then here's my girl. Cleaning. You give her a baby wipe and she'll clean. A lot of monkeys do that. Don't know why. So anyway, I got to get back over here. They're moving the camera around. And I got to get, because I'll keep crying. It may take 2 years for me to get another one. Yeah, she was. I still reach down for her. I still look for her. Didn't mean to go down that road. Didn't mean to go down that road.
Let's go back into session. You may be seated.
Jurors, we appreciate the long break. We did it in in an effort to make sure things go a little bit more smoothly from here on. All right, Mr. Jackson, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I approach?
I'm trying to recover. Sorry, guys.
Sergeant,
Woo.
I've handed you a document in addition to what's been marked as evidence, item 111. There's a document that's heavily redacted. Do you recognize, or do you see that document?
I do.
Do you see a word on that document?
Yes, I do.
Does that appear to be a redacted form of the document that is the same document or the same page or copy of that page that you saw this morning from those notes?
Yes, it is.
Okay. I'd like to have that marked as next in order, the redacted document with the court's permission.
Okay.
And with the court's permission,
Hold on.
sure.
Exhibit
Oh.
114.
Your Honor, may I, with the court's permission, put a side-by-side of the single word that we discussed at sidebar from evidence item 111 and what's been marked as 114?
I think she's Gerald's kitty now. She's left her mama. She's gotten her man.
In your opinion, having seen
I'm
those two words
competing.
next to each other, do they appear to be the same or similar handwriting?
In my opinion, they appear.
I'm gonna go
very
to ladies'
similar,
room.
yes.
Okay, thank you. May I inquire with counsel for just a second? Sure. Thank you. May I approach one more time, Your Honor?
Yes.
May I approach?
Yes. Absolutely.
Of course.
Thank you.
Thank you. Sergeant, could you just flip through that briefly and tell me if you generally recognize what that document
Absolutely.
is?
I do.
Thank you, Sergeant. What is that document generally?
Generally, it appears to be screen captures of text message conversation.
Is that the document that you earlier referred to as having received from Brian Higgins?
It's a printout of the document, yes.
You saw something in electronic format, I take it,
Yes.
and you reviewed it on a computer.
Yes.
Did you receive the electronic file on a thumb drive or a CD or something like that?
I did.
Okay. And this appears to be a true and accurate representation of that electronic copy that you received from Brian Higgins.
To the best of my understanding, yes.
And is that document reflective of the text messages that Mr. Higgins indicated to you were between the string, as I use that word, between Brian Higgins and Karen Reed?
This is what was provided to the best of my understanding and now has been printed out.
Okay. With the court's permission, I'd like to ask the witness to read the text messages that he was provided by Brian Higgins.
So we're going to mark this
For identification only.
Exhibit EE for identification.
You're certainly not asking him to read this whole document.
I expect to.
I'm going to see council.
Bye-bye. I'm here. I'm here. Oh, y'all. I have decided that I need I desperately need to organize myself a little wedding book planner because y'all, there's all kind of stuff I'm got to get done. A lot of Karen Reed stuff I don't need anymore. Yeah, I kind of agree with you on that. I think that Mr. O'Keefe, I'm so sorry. I'm opening packaging. Why is everybody in suits today? Why is O'Keefe there today? What is special about today? If y'all don't know these are Tool Office Max, Office Depot. And what's great is that you can organize these things and all this, and they pop in, pop out. It's better than a spiral and better than a 3-ring binder. I will say that. And I can organize the snot out of things. And I can move things around easily. Love this system. Might leave that there. Well, I understand. Oh, seeking justice. Hello. I do feel bad for them. And what I really feel bad for is the fact that I don't know if there's marital problems. It's none of my business. But it frustrates me to no end that people are going around talking about the parents and whether they're living together or not. That's none of my business. I mean, this is a very stressful, difficult situation. And if they have any kind of a marriage after this is over, it's a miracle. I just feel for them. I mean, whether you like the mother or not, whether you agree with her or not, no matter what, I've been on the end of being the spouse of somebody who's committed a crime and had to go through a big trial. His trial was weeks. My ex's was not a short trial. So I kind of get it. But anyway, it's very hard and hard for them. I feel angry for them. Just seeking justice, John deserves a proper art. Yes, it did deserve a proper investigation. And I don't believe they got it. They may think they did, but I don't believe they did. I'll get more of these later and refill this all the way. But my wedding planner. I got to redo all this. Don't know who that is. Don't know who that is. I love the adaptability and they have all kind of things that you can stickies and tabs. It's cool. It cool. I gotta put this back in. Another one in here. Put it up there. Why are we at another long sidebar? Is the jury's there or not? Did they step out again? Auntie Bev, what are you doing? Now, I have one of these cases that you charge it, and then when you lay your phone on it, it charges your phone. And Gerald has been enjoying that very much. My boo has been enjoying. So our wedding is August. Ninth of 25. Hopefully, we find out that the church has some kind of air conditioning. That is something that just hit me. I'm like, oh crap. I don't know if the church is air conditioned. One sunny day. Let's see. Why they never focused on the I know. Let me get back over into my Facebook where I need to be. I got to get back up to comments so I can like them. Like. Oh, yes, she is wicked cute. She is. Because Jackson's wants you to read the text message, and Bev asked Jackson if he was supposed to read all. I know, but it takes so long. Um, um, I need to figure out church. I got to get some ink in my printer. I got a lot of printing to do. God, the ink for my printer costs like $180. Church food, flowers, cake, dress. What else? Reception. Decor. Trying to remember all I have to do. So I will get it done. We only have a few months to get everything done, which is scaring the hell out of me. But my sister would have been up for the challenge. She would have been so freaking happy. She would have had me all over this country. The moment I said engaged, the wedding would have been planned. It would have been planned. Okay. All right, let's get back over to, let's look at the card again, bingo card. I don't think it's changed. I think she said, you're done. You done? Was that said? Did he say something about ringtone cameras across the street? I don't think so, but we did. I don't know. I'll let June be the thing because I know we talked about the ring camera. And we talked about them recusing themselves. So I will give us recused because we did talk about that. So I'll give you recused. So hopefully some more people are getting their bingos in. Oh, we got new kitty pictures. June, you have kitty pictures. We got to go look at kitty. We got to go look at kitty, 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 kitty. Look at the kitty. Oh, poor baby. Orange kitties are mean kitties. So I'm told. Oh, we have the same tree. Oh, yes, they love to get in one's laundry. Kitties love to get into one's laundry. I don't understand it. Clean, dirty, it doesn't matter. I'll have clean laundry and I'll, fold them, lay them flat on my bed and go to the bathroom and come back. And ginger boys are the most friendly lap cats, apparently. Oh, okay, that's cool. I heard the females can be pretty nasty, especially if they're not snip snip. Especially when they're not snip snip. Lives. Okay, we're just going through. Oh, yesterday I had to leave quickly because I had to go to the Social Security office. Are y'all ready for this? Dun, 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 dun. They suck. You can't call in because they don't answer. So you go into the security office to get your Social Security card replaced. Used to be, you just show them your driver's license. Then it changed locally, birth certificate and driver's license. And they demanded, for me and my two kids, not all at the same time, I had to have birth certificates. Then had to go and we'd wait forever because there was lines of people. Every seat was taken. You wait a couple of hours. Your clothes are now safe now that she is Gerald. Yeah, well. Mm-hmm. And then most girls can be meanie. Yeah, hormonal. But there was nobody there but one other person. 2 windows open, 5 and 9. Working 9 to 5. The woman at 9 is a biatch. I don't care if she sees me. Boo, you're a biatch. She said, well, you have to make an appointment to get your Social Security card. And I said, yeah, but we need it now in order to work. Oh, well, the next available appointment's May 30th. And I said, nobody's here. We're here now. Well, it's rules. You have to make an appointment and come back.
We're really trying to be expeditious as we can be. So there was a big stack that of messages that are going to be marked as the next exhibit. And I have 2 instructions for you folks. First is, as I've told you before you consider any electronic communication in your deliberations.
Look at him. He is so over it, y'all.
You must first find that it is more likely true than not that the person who authored or sent or
Haley Mouse.
created or transmitted the communication was in fact here, the defendant, or Brian Higgins. If you do not find that it is more likely true than not that Ms. Reed was the person who authored or created or transmitted the electronic communication, or Brian Higgins was the person who authored or created or transmitted the communication, then you may not consider that electronic communication at all in deciding your case. Now, if it gets past that and you do find that that burden has been met, these messages are not being offered to show the truth of the statement. They're simply to show that this information was in fact provided to the Mass State Police for their investigation.
Those are the instructions. All right, with that, Mr. Jackson, go right ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. I appreciate that.
Yes, I'm going to let the witness have that pack. Oh, he's got one. Oh, you know what, Chrissy, I'll take one back. The one for ID will now be the exhibit, and I'll take the other one.
Of course.
Thank you.
Hello, Miss Jane. Welcome aboard. Thank you for hopping in today.
Sergeant Buchanan, do you have the document in front of you that's been marked as Exhibit 115?
I do.
If you could, starting at the beginning, do those purport to be text messages between Brian Higgins and Karen Reed?
Yes, they are.
Does that printout accurately reflect what you received in electronic form from Brian Higgins during your interview?
Yes.
If you could start at the beginning and read the text string indicating the date of the text, if it's dated, who it's from, who it's to, and the content.
Yes, sir. The text messages begin Wednesday, January 12th at 8:27 p.m. Incoming text message to Brian Higgins' phone from Karen Reed. Hey, Brian, it's the weed whacker. The response is a question mark, followed by a picture of a 6-pack of Smirnoff Ice screwdriver in appears to be a package store cooler, followed by a YO response. And that is it for January 12th, Wednesday. Do you want me to continue, sir?
Yes. May I have just a moment, Your Honor?
We need to put, may I have just a moment on the bingo
Going back
card?
to
I don't know if we've had that yet.
Smirnoff container, that was from whom and to whom? For the picture of the Smirnoff.
It appears it was from Brian Higgins to Karen Reed.
Okay. If you could make sure to delineate.
We're getting
from
into
whom
the,
and to whom each text is.
Every time?
we're getting into the kissy part of Karen Reed and Brian Higgins.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Yes, and go ahead and proceed.
Thursday, January 13th, 9:24 a.m. From Karen Reed to Brian Higgins. Did you try those Smirnoff? There is a haha acknowledgement response to that text message by Brian Higgins. The next page, it's the same bubble, but continue on the next page. I will repeat. Did you try those Smirnoff screwdrivers? Question mark. I stopped at the Hilly for one last night. A Bitmoji showing teeth. That is sent from Karen Reed to Brian Higgins.
If you could, and I hate to ask this of you, but if you could tell us who it's from before the content, for instance, from Karen Reed to Brian Higgins, content. That would just be a little easier, I think,
Okay.
in flow.
The last one was from Karen Reed. She stated, did you try those Smirnoff? And that she stopped by at the Hilly last night for one. From Brian Higgins to Karen Reed, haha, followed by same person. How did you get my digits? Question mark, question mark, question mark, question mark, question mark. Karen Reed to Brian Higgins, the Melissa and Lito show. Brian Higgins to Karen Reed, ha, ha. Brian Higgins to Karen Reed, I thought you creeped John's phone. Brian Higgins to Karen Reed, ha, ha. Karen Reed to Brian Higgins, no way, with an emoji, X person holding an X in front of them. I was the last person in Greeter, Canton, who didn't have your pound sign, number sign. I think even Carrie has it.
I'm going to see counsel at sidebar for just a minute, please.
I'm here. I'm here. I just forgot to put my picture back on. Um, this, why is this an issue when Auntie Bev permitted all this to come in last time? What's the problem, Auntie Bev? Why are we having an issue with this? Anybody have an idea why? Because I sure in the hell don't. I don't understand why Auntie Bev is given any kind of credence or calling a sidebar on this. I am trying, like you guys suggested. Ow. Ow. I got a tough head, but boy, you pull one little hair and those things hurt. Those things hurt when you get one hair pull. Oh, I like these. I've never tried. I'm usually using bobby pins, and my sister had these little things. I'm liking these. Ooh, they hold better than the bobby pins do. Ooh, nice and, oh, I like it. It feels nice and in there. That's wonderful. And didn't start marking things until after about 9 months after we moved in together. I don't know. Could be their hormones got to a certain level and they decided to start marking, or they're fixed, right? Fixed doesn't always mean it's going to stop that behavior, just by the way. No, my girl,
We're trying to
the one
make
here,
this
the one at the shop. If her kitty litter box isn't clean enough, she'll do it.
easier
She'll
for
mark
everybody
things.
to either read or listen to or look at. So we're just going to take a minute. We think that we have this document here. And also to make it a little bit easier for everybody, Sergeant Buchanan, you do not have to describe the emojis. You don't have to say anything about what the pictures are, and you don't have to say the punctuation now that we'll be able to have it. But you are being asked to read which text is from whom. Maybe if we agree upon the color, you won't have to say that. Can there be an agreement with that, Council?
We can do that. I'll stipulate that the blue bubbles appear to be Mr. Higgins.
And the gray.
bubbles appear to be Mr. Reed, text and response.
Okay.
That's agreed.
All right. I appreciate that. So you can just read the screen or read what you have in front of you.
Do you want me to start at the beginning or
No.
no?
Let's just go.
No.
Let's just start.
Everybody's
start
no.
where you
We don't
ended,
have
if you could,
laughter
please.
on our bingo card.
Can we turn the lights down? Can you see it, Sergeant, with the lights off?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you.
I just don't give my personal number to anyone. How would Carrie have my number?
Oh, by the way, that's a huge thing. 2 boxes, at least, if not 3. And keep them clean.
Melissa had it.
That's a huge thing.
I actually don't know if Carrie does. Just felt like everyone had it. Haha. I knew she did. Sorry you felt neglected. Haha.
Blue is Karen Reed.
So no dice on the Smirnoff? I have not tried it. Saw it in the store the other day and thought of you. I laughed out loud. Don't give Carrie my digits. Thought of me and everyone's grandfather. I won't give your digits to anyone. You don't like Carrie? I have no issues with Carrie. Just don't want her having my jack. Saving you as Karen, screwdriver, or weed whacker. Need to think about it a little.
What?
I'd prefer weed whacker. That's to think about nicknames. We were tossing around the idea of a short vacay with the current show. Wanted to see if you were game. You don't have a say? Vacation? Where? I know. They need to happen organically. I'm the queen of nicknames. Was just going to rent a beach house in Fort Laud. Something quick and easy. I'm queen of vacays too. Always a good time. I'm going to Nashville next month, 19th through the 21st, for a benefit. One of our guys got shot in the head. You guys should come. So you claim. Advertisement. Jesus, is he alive? Was he from Massachusetts? Yes, he is alive, not from MA. We were thinking late March. I guess the guy in his group is friends with Old Dominion Band. Kid Rock's supposed to be there too. I have a tough time with country. I was a Kid Rock fan back in the day. I agree. Of course you were. From Brockton. LOL. That's how I got my street cred. Funny. I did know you had any. LOL. Carrie said you tag along. No one would say that about me. How would I know? We all frequent the same watering hole. I don't know Carrie well. She talks about herself a lot, but I guess so does everyone. I don't ask questions, just make observations, assess, and decide. I am quiet. That's a good policy. You can read most people in a few minutes. Excuse me, mins. Yep, for sure. You go out with last night? Myself. I only had a drink and a half. Sadly, I know everyone at this point. Lame. Why is that bad? BC. That's how much I go in there. What do you do for work? I've never had a problem going to bar/restaurant solo. I go there a little. I'm a college professor. Solo is cool. I was in adjunct previously. Oh, really? Did you mention that? Anna Maria, Quincy College, and BHCC. I teach afternoons and work downtown during the day. What is BHCC?
Okay, so the gray is Karen
University
Reed.
of Southern Charleston, a.k.a. Bunker Hill Community College. Oh, nice. Trust is life. Line from Goodwill
I think
Hunting in
gray
the
is
classroom
Karen
at
Reed. I may have been
BHCC.
wrong.
Funny. A savant from Brockton. I'm not making fun of BHCC. My parents met at community college. Fall River writes, you're very random. How so? You just are. I don't think so. What's random? Haha. I had no idea who this was last night, for a few minutes anyways. I mean, what's random about me? I think I'm pretty predictable. How so? You must go around beeping at a lot of weed whackers, excuse me. Nope, never. It was my one-time thing.
What is that? I'm confused. What's weed whackering?
Sounds like I'm scattered and all over the place. I learned my lesson. You have your shit together.
He's like, oh, I messed
That
in
was
something.
mortifying. I am still really sorry. Not completely, but for the most part, yes. Sure you are. One thing I don't think you was sensitive. When was I sensitive? To the weed whacking incident. I just snapped when I think guys are being creeps. Can't help it. I'm not a creep.
Oh, snap. I got to get a screenshot of that.
No, you're not a creep. Nope. You're kind of a loner, which I used to be. Not really. I have a ton of buddies, but I only let a handful of friends in that I am tight with. So you think you got me figured out? Circle of trust. Yeah, I said loner, not loser. I assume you know a lot of people. You never really can figure anyone out completely. Your dad died when you were young? He died in March of 2020. I am so not a loser. You won't figure me out, LOL. No one is a loser. I just didn't mean loner. to imply friendless. I'm sorry, that's recent. It wasn't COVID, was it? Cancer. I know you date girls who don't lock the house behind them, and you arrive private and observant. I'm sorry. What kind? Lung, brain, kidney, and pelvis. How do you know all these things? LOL. You're funny. Yikes. Wow. That's rough. Jesus. I'm sorry. We chat a lot at the hillside. Don't be sorry. Life is hard sometimes. I always figure it out. Who chats? Life is hard, but losing people is the hardest. So I'm sorry. We chat. That all you got? WeChat? Sure, you're from Brockton. Spit it out. You and I chatted about the girl who kept forgetting the door lock. Oh, she has been out of play for like 3 months now. Out of rotation? Nah, just out of play. I am solo, no rotation. I am not a hoe. Solo? Solo, like no rotation, or woman for that matter. Not locked down. Haha. Good for you. That's the best way to be. Yep. Has its benefits for sure. Are you working? Remotely. Oh, tough life. Live like a queen. I just got a Saturday invite. Did you say yes? Not yet, but did respond. What did you say, Mr. Elusive? No, I just don't want to intrude on your couple's night. Haha, I am shy. We prefer to hang out with non-couples. Bob Gallery is probably coming too, solo. We'll probably do cards or something at some point. Some PT, excuse me. I'm inviting you. Haha. John said, quote, Brian is being wishy-washy now, end quote. Haha. Did you tell him to text me? No. You cranky now? Haha, no. Just stop being so anti-couples. Most couples don't even like each other. Name a few. Name a few. I don't know. All of them? They all want to hang out with single people? I need a drink. I had a blueberry beer. I'm jealous. Hey, I'm trying to menu plan for Saturday, Mr. Elusive. Don't count on me. Boo. Haha. I am sure you will get over it. Just got my first drink. Where? Brick House. You tied one on last night? I was just thinking about you. Haha. Yes, 4:30 a.m. came early this morning. Eek, that's early. You out late with the Commodores? Solo? Yeah, but you're always lining up your after party. Nope, not me. Selective. I am not a hoe. Hey, no judgment. Haha, you make me laugh. I know, I'm funny. Haha. What's on your mind? Nada. Just about to start cooking. Okay. What's on yours? I'm going to a Hillside Regulars 60th tomorrow. This could be a new low for me. Who?
Detective, if I could interrupt 1 second. When there is a date that's delineated, could you just state the date out loud so the jurors follow the date progression?
The next...
starting with the next one.
I'm saying the next text message date or
yes, sir.
Date within?
Where the
yes,
above
absolutely.
or below the bubbles.
Yep. So this screen here is Friday, January 13th at 3:33 p.m.
Thank you.
I believe I stopped before Bob Clinton. Everybody can't stand him. I detest him. His breath smells like ass. OMG, always. His daughter and I have mutual friends. I actually don't mind him when he's socially distant. I think he's friendly. Why the test? Yeesh. Talks like an ass clown. Maybe I'm being too hard. He just says crazy shit. Doesn't know his audience. Geez. Is he different from anyone else in there? Haha. His wife and daughter are cooler than he is. I like his wife. Never met the daughter. A nurse? Yes. Her fiance is a firefighter. By coincidence with people I grew up with. Crazy. Sunday, January 16th, 12:59 a.m. You're nuts. Foul ball. You stink. You suck. And
No.
you're double.
No, I don't believe so.
You're hot. Are you serious or messing with me?
Yeah, no, these
I'm
are not.
serious.
These are
Feeling is mutual. Is that bad?
a little while
How long
before.
how long have you thought that? Are you okay driving? You don't want to stay here? I am fine. I have an office at the PD. You didn't answer the question. Rather you stay here? I wish. I think you're messing with me. Why do you think that? Because this is so out of left field. Where did these feelings come from? I just think you're like me. Meaning, do you have your own kids? I have no kids. How am I like you? Hello? Aren't we alike? I think so. So why did you get my number and reach out to me?
Now, that's true. She's the one that
Shoot
started
straight with me.
this.
I told you. I just think we're alike, right? Yes, agree. Now what? I don't know. Shouldn't you know? Do you like me? Yes. From jump. When was jump? First time I saw you. When
Here
was
we
that?
go.
Hillside for sure. When were you interested? I don't know. You're just my type. You think you can handle me? I thought you were happy. How do you know if I'm happy?
I think they're building up to the point that there was tension between O'Keefe and Higgins because he found out about this.
I just assumed.
Yep, goes
Are
to
you-
possible motive.
Are to handle? What do you like about me?
She
I just
pursued
feel like
him.
you're from my neighborhood. Yeah, ditto. And I think you're hot.
Oh, there we go.
You really think that? I have always thought that about you. What?
What?
That you're hot, smart, witty. But I didn't think you were interested. Witty. Yeah, meaning quick with a response. Tell me why you got my number and reached out to me. Just thought we were the same, from the same neighborhood. Are you afraid to say what's in your mind? On? No. Didn't I? I am glad I stopped by. I should have come earlier. Do you really live in Mansfield? Yeah, I was basically begging you. You don't have to beg me. Beg.
Yeah. Beg.
Huh?
Ha, ha,
I will give you
ha.
whatever you want. How are you texting right now? Ugh. Leaving me hanging. No. Kids? Kinda. How am I texting? Is everyone asleep? I'm just wide awake on my phone. Yes, they are. I should have stayed, LOL. So now what? Yes, you should have. That would have been distracting. So no what? Now. Now what? Ball's in your court. What do you want? Loaded question. What do you want? I asked you. Nope. You initiated this.
This drives me crazy. Just
Spit it out.
say it.
Hey, we're single and we
Hey, I want a booty call.
don't have kids. We can do whatever we want.
Defend your faith. Thank you.
Don't you have a boyfriend? Where are you? Canton. Where? My office at the PD. Why are you going to Mansfield? Where is that? Canton PD. I have a house there. from before I reconnected with John. Oh, I feel like you're not really saying what's on your mind. Do you like me? Yes, clearly. Come over to my house. When? When works for you? Whoever, whenever. When works for you? I asked you first. I think you're messing with me. I'm glad you
Yeah,
came
he
over tonight.
downloaded.
Me too.
He took the
Ball's in your
evidence.
court. What do you want, Karen? You look great tonight. I don't know. What do you want? You always do. Yeesh, really? Why? I look great? You're full of it. I think you're hot. I always have thought that. Just have not revealed my thoughts. I'm hot for the hillside. Low comps. Knock it off. You're hot, period. Are you glad you walked me out? Yes. Are you? Def.
Okay, when she walked him out, they kissed.
Yes. Are you going home tonight or tomorrow a.m.? We kissed, right? Is this a trick question? I don't know when I'm going home. I am selling my house. What a trick question. Are you moving to Canton? I am following your lead with this. I live here, but I have a property in Enfield. Why my lead? I don't want any responsibility. You started this, right? Why did you get my number and each out of me and each out to me? Still have not told me. Sorry.
This guy
should
sounds
I not have?
all right. That kind of man would drive me freaking crazy. I couldn't do that.
I am fine with it. Just don't know why you can't answer. You're mad at me? OMG. No, not at all. You're being silly. I told you. I just think you're like me, and I am attracted to you a lot. Feelings mutual. I just never saw this coming. Why? Because I just assumed you were happy with your situation. I was, but things have deteriorated.
Here's why they're getting it in. It's deteriorating.
Why? How so? What did Melissa say when you asked for my number? It is very, very complicated. He and I dated when we were kids, and then his sister died, and everything got fucked up. He seemed very into you. I just told Melissa that I had your number, but lost it. That's cute. She wasn't suspicious? No, she's great. Does she know you like me? She's a sweetie. We just agreed that you're great.
Is Melissa testifying?
What does that mean?
Exactly.
I was jealous that she had your number. Look, you're either all in or you're out. Why would you be jealous?
Or you're not. Objection,
not
Your Honor.
attracted to-
Objection. Reread that. All in or out. This is why I don't like reads. Thank God we're looking at it. All in or you're not.
her at all. I have always been attracted to you. Really? Yes. Since the first time I saw you, we would have fun. Where are you? I told you, Canton PD, my office. So are you selling your place and moving to Meadows? Yeah, but where is that? I have had all my shit here for a couple of years, and my house has been vacant, but I'd like to get closer to the water. Are you breaking up or staying together? I don't know. He hooked up with another girl on vacation. I am very close to his niece.
So she is still pissed off about a misunderstanding. He didn't hook up with another girl.
It is a very fucked up situation.
So this is revenge.
When was that? And how did you find out he hooked up? I don't want to complicate your situation. We went away for New Year's, the four of us. I put the kids to bed and found him in the lobby of our hotel, all over one of our friends. Whatever. It doesn't matter.
She's still mad about that. She doesn't believe it was an innocent thing.
Did they bang?
Oh, I hate
Does that matter? Sorry, I was just asking. I was just trying to figure shit out. It doesn't really matter. Okay, I won't ask again. I don't care. It doesn't matter. Okay, hear you loud and clear, Karen. Oh, okay. Why are you getting your thing all twisted up over simple questions, Dawn? I am not, am I? You're kind of getting defensive. Not at all. What is the question? Do you feel guilty texting me? No. Okay. What do you want from me? Nothing. Do you want anything from me? I would hang out. Oh, gee, thanks.
In other words, do you want to hook up? He goes, I want to hang out. Mm-hmm. You want something hanging out.
Gee, what am I supposed to say? You're being tough on me. None of us is married. True. So game on? We can say whatever we want.
Yep. Yep.
Game on? You sent mixed messages. I wish I stayed. Okay, game on then. Kinda. Can you hang? Sure. I hope you toss and turn tonight. I always do. Why? Why'd you say that? I just do. Why? Because you're fresh. No, I'm not. Okay. Do you always get what you want?
Yep.
Be sweet to me, please.
Ah!
I could be so sweet. I've been very sick. I had colon cancer and 10 surgeries in 18 months. I'm a wreck. I had no idea. Are you okay now? I never get what I want, just what I need. I am okay. What do you need? What need to be content? What can I do to make you happy? Haha, don't worry. I've always been very happy.
Happy and content are two different things.
Fucking riddles. Just tell me why you contacted me, huh? What's the big deal? I told you. Just think you're like me. What does that mean? Like you want to hang with me? You asked why I contacted you. Yes. Excuse me. Yeah, I did ask. We are attracted to each other, right? Reasonable question. Yes, 100%. Okay. We did kiss earlier. No? I think you initiated that. No? Yep. Do I owe you an apology? OMG. No. Why are you being sensitive? I am not. Kinda. Pfft. No. Excuse me. Never. What do you want from me? What's on the table? What do you want ideally? The real deal. Sunday, January 16th, 7:37 a.m. Doesn't exist.
Whoa.
Haha. Sunday, January 16th, 5:53 p.m. So you like Hennessy XO? Sunday, January 16th, 7:15 p.m. I am hurting so bad. Yeah, me too. The Currens went after it again at noon today. No way. This was about 2 hours before you came over. Haha. I am heading for drinks soon. Really? Yeah. Tuesday, January 18th, 5:09 p.m. What's on tap? Haha. What does that mean? Usually means, what are you up to? Cute. I just wrapped work. Unpacking some groceries. You? What's on tap? Also unpacking crap for my car. Anything good? Nothing on tap. Shame. You were a ghost yesterday. I can't be the cruise director every day. Shame. Julie McCoy? Wish I was at my cave house in front of the fire sipping a drink. Wish I knew how to use my fireplace. From Love Boat. How old is your bad self? Haha, that was my guess. 42 next month. I know the Love Boat. I was more Brady Bunch. Haha. What day? 226. Nice. You're just a tad poke. Pole. Got ya. When is the next party? Pole. Oops. It's all relative. What pole and poke? I'd have a party every weekend if it were up to me. No. 42 equals Ted pole. Oh. I keep reminding myself that aging is a privilege. The better parties are at my house. No kids. Why are they better? Well, first, BC, there's no kids. You were ghost yesterday. Thought I heard the last of you. Phones work both ways. I don't want to disturb you, or you could be otherwise engaged. I don't know your routine. I didn't use the word engaged, did I? Huh? Engaged?
Yes, she was
As like
still
doing something with someone?
she was still dating John. New Year's Eve, there was a situation. I don't know if it's going to come up in court. It kind of came up here where John was very drunk, and there is a friend of his daughter's he's like an uncle to her. They were in the lobby, and he was very drunk, and I think she was trying to assist him to getting back to the house. A hotel room. I don't know. And Karen just so happens to walk up while they're hugging or trying to I don't know. She misread the situation, blew all up in it. And this here seems to be more like a revenge relationship.
Yes, that's what I thought you meant. Are you being fresh today? No. Now that you sobered
But
up.
she's still with John.
Haha. I felt sober next to everyone else on Saturday. Good point. You're still T trouble. Haha. Why am I? Just playing with you. What is that? Whiskey with a big ice cube. What kind of whiskey? Jameson, right? Cherry in middle. What good does that do? Are you in W Rocks? So good, yeah. Do you have a 4:30 a.m. bell tomorrow? Why do you ask? Trying to figure out how many whiskeys you're going to have? Depends. I don't restrict myself from having fun. How many Hennessy XOs you having? None. I have none at my house. Haha. I am not really trouble. Want me to pick you up next time I go to the base? Usually cheaper and tax-free. Just a little based on your conduct. The base? Military base.
Military base.
I go through the Henny fast. I shop there a lot. I can as a veteran. My conduct? I'm not married. I'm the only one who does everything right. What kind of veteran? Where is the base? Dude, chillax. Teasing you. Are you serious? Veteran from Iraq.
Sensitive. Are you
I
sensitive?
can go to any base, but
This is pissing me off. Read it right.
usually
Why aren't they catching it?
Hanscom in Bedford or down the Cape. Which base down the Cape? Which branch? Army. I'm not abnormally sensitive. Join base Cape Cod. I won't be so hard on you. Oh my God, you're not. You called me trouble. That makes me sound bad. I was just playing with you.
So you like being the goody two shoes with the secret devil side?
But that's okay. Stop being sensitive, please.
I'm
I am
not. Yeah, you are. When someone says stop being sensitive a lot with you and you constantly say you're not, you are.
Okay,
Sometimes you
so what's up?
maybe, sometimes you
Did
may
you
not.
figure out how many whiskeys? You mean tonight? Yes. Not sure. I am flexible and adaptable. Why are you so curious? Are you drinking? I haven't had a drink yet. Just want to see what you're up. Looking for an influencer. My day was long. Influenced? How? Are you in Canton or Mansfield tonight? Influenced to have a drink, even though it's Tuesday, in Mansfield. How often do you stay there? Is it a nice crib, house, or condo? I stay here once or twice a week. House. I guess it's nice. I like it. How long have you owned it? How many beds, rooms? 2017 or 18?
5 bedrooms?
What?
What?
Why so big? I don't know. It's an old colonial. It has a lot of bedrooms.
Oh,
More
I'd
than
love
you
that.
clearly need. Are you moving to Canton? I know, seriously. Some rooms I only go into dust. Not anytime soon. I'm there for most of the time, but sometimes it's a lot. A lot, why? Do you even know what you want or who? Because I went from being solo to trying to give attention to kids who aren't mine. And I never wanted kids. I thought you were in this happy relationship. Everyone is happy at Hillside. Oh, God. You avoid things. It's just a very, very complicated dynamic with the 4 of us. He isn't cut out for what he's doing, and the kids present constant issues. I think he believes he is doing the right thing. Well, of
That's
course
going to
he
upset his family.
is, but his heart isn't in it. It's only because he was very, very close to his sister. I know how you feel, kinda. I was married, and when I met her, she had a 2.5-year-old. I went from being single to being a dad. It's hard. I am divorced since 2017 and have no kids. I try very hard, but they are very spoiled, and they're not my family. My parents keep telling me I'd feel different if they were mine or my own sisters. Then I told you he got drunk and sloppy on New Year's Eve while we were away, and that has really affected me. What did he exactly do? I never got married, and now somehow I'm arguing with someone about raising kids. Why won't you tell me? He was a puddle all day and then disappeared. Then I found him all over friend's sister in the lobby of our hotel, and she's gross, which I think may actually be worse. Not sure. Oh God, did they bang? So I was the kids celebrating New Year's without him, which shouldn't be my role. No, I doubt it. He was a mess. Was it the first time with her, or do you think there were others? I don't really think there were others. I'm with him all the time. He never seems to want to go anywhere without me. But honestly, the issues with the kids bother me more than him actually cheating. They're constant, and it feels like lose, lose. You clearly have a lot.
Okay, I'm going to stop for a second. I feel that, first of all, I'm wanting to get angry at her about the kids, but she's always been honest and upfront. I'm not a kid person. I don't want kids. I don't, that was very clear. And she is trying, and it can get overwhelming with somebody's kids that are not even their own kids. So whether we like her or we hate her, she is being honest about her feelings. She's not hiding them. So I give her credit. But I agree. We can't we can't deny that, but that does not a murderess make. Just saying. This is not evidence that she wanted to unalive him. No way is this evident. I've not seen anything in here that points to that.
Feelings swirling inside of you. Yeah, it's very complicated. Sorry for the rant. You can vent, babe.
Kids are thankless.
Basically, I just feel like I spread myself too thin, and sometimes it's thankless. You probably felt that way too. I did at times. It was one, not two, thankfully. Want to grab a drink? If you gave me some notice, I could have. You said you were adaptable. I am, but I have my work truck with me and not my personal. Do you get angry when you don't get your way? That sounds like an excuse. I rarely get my way. I don't make excuses. I don't make excuses. If I don't want to deal with someone, I tell them. Then I am a ghost. Why do you even want to hang with me? Don't we already hang out? I don't make excuses. Work truck, personal truck. What does that doesn't sound like a massive problem. I end up drinking with you at least once a week, I'd say. I can't use my work truck for transportation to go drink. You think so? What makes you so sure? Probably would be fun. I think I see you about once a week at a bar. No? Not lately, but yes. Okay. So you asked why I want to hang out. I'm just saying that I already hang out with you. Yeah, but we have never one-on-one. Does going to a friend's house qualify as transportation to drink? Yeah, because I can't just have one. Can't drive that banged up. Have none then. There's 5 bedrooms here. Does mine have a lock on the door? Haha, LOL. I don't even know. I think so. You probably have a spare key. I don't know if I ever shut and locked a door here. Funny. Trust me, I am tempted. Grab the Hennessy. Thanks, doll. Funny. I am confused. You don't feel guilty in inviting me over? Should I? I don't know. Who knows what you feel? Only know what you said when you were drinking Hennessy. Haha. Geez, I just explained everything, I thought. Wow. You get angry easy. What are you talking about? I'm not angry, at the least. Okay, good. And I haven't had a single drink today. Okay. I don't really think I should feel guilty. Why is that? Why should I not? Dude, I am just asking. Don't get your thong all twisted up. Yeah, I just don't know what the question was. You have no impact on my thong? I think I try my best to do the right by people, and sometimes people suck. And I'm not married, nor do I have kids. I agree, but you kind of have a live-in boyfriend. You act like you act like I ask dumb questions. Yeah, kind of, but it's been a long time, and there's ups and downs. So at some point, you have to think more rationally. Do you plan on leaving him? I'm sorry. I don't think they're dumb. It's just hard back and forth on text to understand the question. When you ask what day, earlier, read my birthday, I thought for a full minute that you meant what day did I use to watch the Brady Bunch. And I had typed a text every school day at 4 and 4:30. I meant what day was your B-day? I don't have any plans at the moment in either direction. Sometimes I go back and forth. Yeah, I figured that out. What's your interest in me? I assume people have been interested in you before. True. First, I think you're fun to talk to. I like sizing other people up. You seem to be private, which I also like, and probably pretty independent too. So like, I am a ton of fun. I am super private and do not talk out of school. I am safe. Does that make sense? I am all of that and more. Safe? Like I am private. Don't talk out of school with what I do or who I hang with. Do I aggravate you? Haha, no. According to John, you may occasionally talk out of school. He said that about me? But that's none of my business. With respect to what exactly? None of my biz. So then why invite me to your house party? Now I am aggravated. Tonight's house party or last week? OMG, why? Last week. Like, why would he talk shut about me? Because we all like you. Everyone does. Geesh. You just said he talked shit about me. He wasn't talking shit at all. He always says how much he likes you. Just mentioned Brian does all right for himself. He has not said one negative thing about you ever. I just didn't think you were that private. That's all. I am about a lot of things. Don't be so sensitive.
Oh,
I'm
now
good.
she's saying don't be
Oh,
sensitive.
geez. Are your panties in a twist now? Stop. Nah, my boxers are just fine. Okay. You're not going to run your work truck through the gears tonight? I thought you were tons of fun. No, I am not, as much as I would like to. Moving on to the next call. Huh? Will you stop? You sensitive again? I can't really follow your thought process. You keep kind of insulting me a little. I am still confused why you want to hang with me. It's also out of left field. No, I am not. Are you single? Yes. I don't think it's out of left field. Wasn't I already begging you to come over last Saturday? You getting my number from Melissa and reaching out to me. And then on vacay and probably a few
Mods,
other
go to mod
occasions.
chat, please.
You didn't really beg.
Mods to the mod
I
chat.
asked at least twice. How
Thank
do people
you.
usually reach out to each other? Why would I have thought you had any interest in me? Usually do it when they do live with someone. Do not. Maybe, maybe not. So you have sent me signs before? Did I miss them? John and I have had a lot of ups and downs, and we already did this nearly 20 years ago. And there's kids involved that get attached and things get muddy. I don't know what the answer is, but I feel very strongly that I've put my best effort in with all three of them and the extended family too. At some point, it gets frustrating and my actual feelings take precedence. I get it. I am not denying that or that it gets tough. Do you remember anything you said to me the other night? I'm just trying to explain where I'm coming from. Yes. I get it. I deleted it because I didn't want to do my own text walk of shame, but I'm pretty sure I remember everything. Okay. So don't you think it would complicate and confuse your situation if we hang out? Fair question. Probably. Do you only do things with that simplify your life? Nope. I complicate my life on the regular. Yeah, so does everyone else. Just so you know, I thought you were extremely hot off the rip. Amazing personality. I could go on and on, but I do not. Want to pump your shut up too much. Thanks for saying that. but low comps at Hillside. You know how to ruin something nice. I frequent other places. John has showed me about 5 times the Ring video of me walking you out on Saturday, and my voice and my accent are killing me softly. What? Yeah, he has cameras everywhere. You cops. Jesus. He like, Christ.
He's
are
like,
you
oh,
guys hooking up?
he's like, oh, shoot, we're caught. He saw it. Damn.
OMG,
That's the way I see him.
Great. I don't need your drama, dude. No, it's fine. Seriously? I am serious. You legit planted one on me. I know where the cameras are anyway. Duh. Oh my God, Bruins. So your slick move isn't on there? Of course not.
Of course not.
OMG. I almost.
Ha!
It was a peck
Yeah.
anyway.
You almost
I kissed
crapped.
Carrie and gay Jeff too. Yeah, weak. I agree. LOL, funny. So now he is jealous of me? No. I told you, he likes you a lot, which makes this worse. You said or did something at the bar last week, and he goes, I like Brian more and more. I think he is a good dude, too. Yeah, he is. Funny. What's your end game? What do you want from me? You will just confuse the shot out of yourself. Shit. Because I am a lot of fun. So am I. I'm sure I'm more fun than you. How so? Details. I don't know. I hate people on the whole, but I've been told by many people that I'm a lot of fun. I don't do anything half-ass, nothing. So what do you want from me? I don't know. I just like you so I reached out. You have zero idea? Nope. Oh, God. What now? Why, oh, God? Because I need some direction. Well, I'm not an FG Oracle, sorry. That's actually funny. Do you eventually get what you want? I told you, rarely. So you're a quitter. A realist.
Oh,
So you reached out
that's
to
not
me?
good.
A ballsy move. Now what? The things I worked the hardest for have meant the most. Does Melissa know you dig me? Ballsy? Not really. I already know you. True. But you have a man. I figured if you text with Melissa, you'd definitely text with me. She isn't trying to hang with me. Of course she is. Plus, I never really texted with her other than to see if they were headed out. I asked you over. Is what? You made excuses. That's fine. But I'm not asking again. She doesn't like me like that. I'm sure she
Good
does.
point.
What makes you so sure?
Ronnie, that's a great point. Where are the other views if he had cameras everywhere? Why is we only seeing one angle?
BC, she said, I'd love to set Brian up with my sister.
No, we're talking about when they came in the house and searched for him. Where are those videos? They only show the outside video. They don't show anything inside the house. And he had cameras there too. And he may have had a different angle, but they're only showing one camera when in fact he had multiple cameras in the home. Why are we only seeing one angle in the O'Keefe home?
She deserves such a good guy like him. That doesn't mean she wants to. Bang me. He's self. And I think Lito is kind of a dink, so I'm sure Melissa likes you a wee bit. Herself. Yeah, he is interesting. Have you always had trouble accepting compliments? Yeesh. No. It all it at all. All yours came to me after a day of drinking. You were way more all over me that day. So what?
What?
Don't most compliments come that way? Like all over me with compliments and how you felt. It was 3:30 a.m. It was fun. I've complimented you today, too, and kicked my nuts in. Oh my God, how? If I had more notice, I would have grabbed a drink somewhere. So I am all set with. That's fine, but I am not asking again. Well, it was 7 p.m., and I'm super cool. So right now, asking again. Excuse me. So right now, asking again. Coming to your house would have been bad for the both of us. For starters, you wouldn't have wanted me to leave. Now equals not. That sounds good. That's trouble. Why? Because you wouldn't have made me stay, locked me in your room. No, I wouldn't have. Haha, you wish. I don't share a bed with anyone ever. I have my own room in Canton. What? Yeah, I think sharing a bed is archaic. Is that the one you wanted me, TK, stay in? You sit like to be spooned? You don't? Not for more than a minute or two. Weird. You would rather sleep alone? I've got to make my sleep count. So doesn't everyone? Honestly, I am the world's lightest sleeper. I can hear an ant crawling across the floor, and I wake up almost hourly, which isn't fair to whoever I'm sleeping with. Okay, bet Melissa isn't like that. Haha. Lori wouldn't like that. I know for a fact Melissa isn't like that. She told me she can't even fall asleep unless they're spooning. Lito rolled his eyes and pointed a gun at his head. You've probably got to go to work on your truck. Talk soon. Whatever. Lighten up, Francis. Let me know when you figured you're shut out. That's a tailor-made joke for an Army vet. No one else has it figured out. Why do I? Combat vet. I didn't say non-combat. I told Sat, I think you're hot, and since told you how cool I think you are. Maybe you're actually a jerk. What do you want me to say / do? I'm pretty sure you're seeing people too. I am not a jerk. Don't change the narrative to suit yourself. Own your words. I don't think you're a jerk. I don't have simple answers to your questions. It's actually simple. What do you want from me? What do you desire? To start, I would just like to hang out because I like to talk to you and hear what you have to say. If that's it, I'd be happy. Okay, I will lock you into that statement. That's fine. I suspect you will give up eventually. Just so you know, I will still be your friend. Clearly, you're trying to give me a Heisman. No, not at all. Why would you say that? Because I've tried and I am failing. Tried what? Failing what? Hot and personality and what else? What's the I could go on and on part? BC, it feels like a Heisman, sugar-coated with a few compliments. That's okay. I asked you over on a seemingly uneventful Tuesday. Yeah, with 0 heads up. I have to get up at 4:30 a.m. Didn't hear from you yesterday at all, so I should have been a mind reader that you were going to extend an offer to your crib for a drink. If you want to give up, that's on you. You're being silly, for the record. No, I'm busting your chops. It's okay. No, you're sensitive. Nice try. You don't think if I came over for a drink, we would have got carried away. You said you were adaptable and tons of fun. I took that as an invite for an invite. Oh, okay. I'm 42. I know what happens when you invite someone for a drink. You're the master of avoidance. So you think I would just give it to you? Give yo to you? Give it up. I've been a lot in my life. I have a little bit of a carpe diem mindset. Been through. What am I avoiding? I'm not afraid to be direct. Some of my questions. Okay, which? Ask again. Nope. Tricks are not for kids. I'm pretty sure we would have hooked up. Okay, I can't say that. Of course you can. Did I miss any other questions, sir? Probably. Are you having a drink right now? Yeah, on my second. Show me what you got. I went for some wine and downgraded to a mudslide. The taunting in me. Haha. I had to make another one because you got me all worked up. I could have made it for you, weirdo. Sure you could have. Done a lot. And you got yourself worked up, buddy? Yep, I am. What a crime? Excuse me. That a crime? Are you annoyed? Kinda. Why? Because you there, this offer on me last minute of through. I could have made 3-round tips by now. Excuse me. I apologize. You could have made 3-round trips by now. Oh, I bet. Crickets. 4-round trips. Bite me. Geez, that's fresh. So you only say like one nice thing per day? Tough. You're impossible. Let me know when you figured this out. You're impossible. I've been pretty straightforward. You're wishy-washy. What do you want from me? Doesn't matter. Okay then. Wednesday, January 19th, 10:08 a.m. Sup? Sup? You tell me, playa. Just working remotely. Sweet. From Mansfield? Yep, you? I am in Canton at the moment. I want to drink. Haha. Is that bad? Really? I think day drinking once a week is okay. Go celebrate the 20th anniversary of the Tuck Rule. I can't wait until tonight. Wednesday, January 19th, 1:07 p.m. Where are you planning on heading? Not sure. Wednesday, January 19th, 3:34 p.m. I'd invite you over here, but you probably have your work truck. Here we go. I assume that's a pass. No problem. What's wrong with you? Excuse me? I didn't answer fast enough? Huh?
Oh, are we having a lover's quarrel?
You're tough to make plans with.
Mods, go
I'm
to
headed
mod
out
chat,
shortly.
please.
I tried. Where to? I'm meeting my friend in town till about 7 and then likely make my way back. Okay. Where are you headed back to, Shady? I assume that means Shady. I'm meeting my gal pal, who's from Canton, back to Mansfield. Do I know her? Name? I don't think so. Julia Mellon. Lives on Sherman. I'm not trying to be difficult. I just don't want any drama for either of us. I don't either.
Wishful
Okay.
thinking.
Trust me, I am tempted. I don't think it's a big deal. What? You coming over to my place? Or are you coming over mine? Okay. You clearly are getting aggravated with me and my lack of lack of participation. No, I'm not aggravated at all. Okay, we're good. I will see you around. I knew this is how you would act. Whatever. You can get most any guy you want, so you're not losing any sleep over this. None of that is true.
Spicy now.
I'm not talking to any other guys, and I have issues with John, and things are far from perfect. You just happen to know about him because we all hang out at the same bar. I'm sure you talk to other girls. That's what single people do. I'm not married, and neither are you. Neither is John. Was that your attempt at a lecture or deductive reasoning? What do you want from me? That's just how I feel. Excuse me. That's just how I think/feel. You don't need to approve. I've already answered that last question a couple of times, I think. I'm not judging you. Never have, never will. You shouldn't. I don't know what your private life is about, nor is it my business.
Oh, but are you?
You just happen to know what I see, that I see someone. I don't have kids, and I'm not married. Aren't you afraid you might actually like me? I don't think that's a bad thing. Isn't that the point? Well, it would be complicated because you have a boyfriend. That's funny. You said we are all a lot alike. Because we are. Yeah, life never stays the same. Things always change. Okay. Why are we alike, according to you? Because we go with our gut and how we feel? Isn't that kind of what you told me? Yes, that's true. Have a good night. You're clearly irritated. Sorry to bother, young you. Either texting is bad or you're sensitive. I'm not irritated at all, I swear. I had been going out with someone for a few years when I reconnected with John. And John and I got on very well at the same time, so I broke it off the other guy. He was probably starting to see other people, if I was completely honest with myself. I don't feel bad about any of that. I think it was meant to work out that way. So what's your point? Are you legitimately interested? Unhappy in your relationship? Mad because you saw him all over another girl? Or a hybrid of all of it? My only PT is that there's a difference between being married or someone and dating someone. And we have no intention of ever getting married. The PT of dating is to not get tied down if you're not confident you should be. In my mind, anyways. The first two, but I don't care too much about the other girl. Okay, so he is cool with you dating other people? And I'm not happy per se, just realistic that there's cracks and it's far from perfect. I doubt it. If he is seeing someone else, I wouldn't want to know either way. He probably feels the same, and you probably feel that way about whoever you hook up with. I think that's normal. Okay. You don't agree with me? You make some valid points. No shit, Sherlock. Come on, I'm funny. Sit on that and spin. See? Now you have to go below the belt. Love it there. Do you wear belts? Only once in a while. Okay. When I go into the office. Okay. Rando. Haha. I was teasing you. You getting all dressed up for me. Haha. I pretty much wear all black every day. Love it. Where you going in town? Newbury. She works there. Doing? She works for my friend who's a plastic surgeon. That's how I know her. Coincidence? She lives around the corner. So funny. around the corner from your second home. Haha. Oh, haha. I had to come downtown earlier, so told her I'd meet her for a drink. You there now? You would like my spot at the Cape. I have a great spot for dinner and drinks down there. Are you there tonight? I'm a beach worshiper. Where's that? I'm in West Roxbury, a spot in West Rocks Dedham line. I have a pass to drive my Jeep on the beach. Lots of fun to be had. I heard. I used to rent with my friends on the beach for 7 straight years. I miss it. I've been thinking about moving to Tiverton. I can give you all the beach life you can handle. Stopping for a drink later? By where? My spot in West Rocks. Probably not for a bit. Okay. At a bar? I wasn't suggesting anytime soon. I know you're with your friend. I meant my house. Probably after 8. Okay. If you don't want to, that's fine. No pressure. I will. A drink? What do you drink? Are you out now? Sorry. I'll drink whiskey if that's what you're having. Haha. Send me a pic of you two.
I got some wonderful news as soon as we get into a break.
Haha, I figured. My shot is tight. Shit. Sure you can handle this.
Yes.
Please. Bite me. Stop saying
is.
fresh things. Why?
Excuse me,
Supposed to
I'm sorry,
be.
Detective. There may have been a page that is missing in that document, or it's not comporting with the.
Oh, you're right. I did accidentally turn the page.
Okay. Just FYI, they're probably not going to call Proctor because of the way he was testifying yesterday. It appears to me, and once again, and I'm not a lawyer, but the other lawyers on YouTube agree with what I'm getting ready to say. They basically were getting testimony in without Proctor being there. Now, he could be called as a hostile on the defense's side.
No problem.
I apologize.
I think starting at, I usually drink whatever the person with me is having.
Yep. I usually drink whatever the person with me is having. Oh, okay. I don't take selfies either. I don't really even know how. Whatever. I wanted to see your smile. Ugh, I hate having my photo taken. Weak. Sorry. I am a very
You're over it now, boo. You may not like it, but you accept it.
particular person. What's
Hey,
that mean?
Gabby. Hey, love.
Okay, never mind.
Thanks
Go
for
enjoy your
hopping in,
friend.
beloved.
Go clean your house, will ya? My shit is spotless.
Oh, that I'd like to see.
Haha, I figured. My shot is tight. Shit. Sure you can handle this. Please, bite me. Stop saying fresh things. Why? Are those statements tempting? Nope. Oh, which statements? Perhaps you should drive directly to Mansfield. You said bite me like 3 times. Okay. 8:30ish is too late? For what? Drink. No, why? Are we not meeting up? You can stop over for a drink. Balls in your court. Are you going to give me the address? Yeah. We don't have to meet up if you don't want to, but I'm leaving town now. I am up for a drink. Okay. Should I drive around? Should I drive around W. Roxbury? I assume it says yelling your name, question mark.
I thought he was on the prosecution's
off.
list. He may be on both.
Are you going to give me the
He's
address?
on both.
Yeah. We don't have to meet up if you don't want
I
to.
hope.
But I'm leaving town now. All right. It repeats itself. I apologize.
Hello, señorita
So,
bonita.
okay. Should I drive around W. Roxbury yelling your
My
name?
Spanish sucks.
No. Where are you now? Newbury. Do you really want to come over? Only if you want me to. Can you take charge? I thought we already settled this. Haha. Okay, well, I am in my car and now getting on the highway.
I
This
know,
feels like I am
right?
forcing you. Not at all. I am game. Okay, well, I'd like to know
No
where the
Tex-Ex.
hell I'm going. Pike or 93?
We not doing Tex-Ex.
You just want to
No Tex-Ex, because when you die, somebody can read them.
meet me at the crib, or do you want to come over? Pike, I would daub say. You decide. I don't know either. Whatever you want. I don't either. Place so wherever you're comfortable. You know anyone in West Rocks? I don't think so. Ha ha ha. Then just stop by for a drink. Up to you. No pressure. Just give me an address. I hate texting while driving. Bryant Road. Text me when close. Okay. I will show you where to print. Park. That's W Rocks. It's not coming up. Yeah. Then put Boston in. Bryant Drive, West Roxbury Township, New Jersey. Searching for a friend. Then add your phone contacts so you can search for their
Yes, they say that, but this is very fluid.
address on maps.
I will say the consensus is it will not bode well for prosecution.
It's a screenshot sent through. First one. What app do you use? Turn around on the street. Park at the top of the street across from the red minivan. LMK when you're here. Here. Wednesday, January 19th, 11:13 p.m. Home. Alive?
No.
Cool.
No.
Thoughts? Maybes?
No. You read that
You?
as a question. No, you read that home alive. That's not, there's no question. It should be home alive.
You asked
I
my
don't like
thoughts.
people reading this.
You didn't answer. I don't know my thoughts. Okay, I think I get it. You have any? Thursday, January 20th, 12:27 p.m. Hi, how was your day? Good, yours? I am exhausted. Yeah, that makes two of us. But I want a drink. Really? I'll give you Hardy's digits. Who? Hardy from 98.5 Midday Show. He hangs out at the Currents sometime. He's a spokesperson for Recovery Center of America. Haha. I don't have a problem. Kidding. I know. Good riddance. Haha, stranger. Stranger. Hey, I was at Hilly all weekend. Have not heard from you. Haha. I apologize. Sunday, January 23rd, 9:40 p.m. Phone works. Thought you were all set. With talking? No. You sure? Friday, 11:32 p.m. Well. Saturday, 11:54 a.m. John died.
All right, the lights, please.
Our jurors were right at 1 o'clock, so we can go.
Court, all rise to the jury.
I'd like to see counsel just a second about scheduling, please.
Goodbye.
Goodbye. We're going to lunch. Lunch break. Okay. I almost cried because this is not what I had up here. What the hey? I got to find it. If not, I can tell you, but I really wanted to read it to you. Oh, no, you don't. We're not doing that. I wanted to read to you something that wonderful has happened out of the Emily Pikes unaliving and the missing murdered Indigenous women. And of course, it's not coming up. Really? Really? This angers me. I find something on Facebook and then it doesn't come up. Well, I'll go ahead and tell you. In the state of Arizona, they are creating a thing in honor of Emily Pikes, and that is it's called the Turquoise Alert, and that is going to be a special alert given out of when a child or a native goes missing and the families are looking for them. And it is in honor of Emily Pikes and the situation that they have found themselves in with her. And of course, it goes away when I want to read it. Doesn't that just ticks me off? No way, Facebook. That's upsetting. Oh, that's so heartbreaking because I wanted to read it. It was beautiful. So anyway, if I find it again, I'll hop on over. Oh, y'all remember we used to watch the let me do this. The Eagle Cam. Well, we have baby. Look at the eagle, baby. We got baby. But I'm like, I can't find what I'm looking for. Oh, this is frustrating. Frustrating to me. I am so sorry. That makes me a little frustrated, but I'll find it again. I think Karen Reed was it. She asked, "What do you want from me?" KR's flirting consistently. I don't know. I don't know. That's pathetic. She's playing hard to get, even though she's pursuing him. She wants him to pursue her. She wants the ego boost. Well, I don't know. I prefer a man to pursue me, but I have no problem stepping out of that if I feel like I don't want to let that person go. Boo, who pursued who? He pursued me. Well, sort of. Oh, an old man beheaded his wife. Okay, I don't want to go there. Oh, look at this dog, y'all. Watch this. Love it. Oh, that didn't work well. See what I mean? Nothing's working well for me with Facebook. It's like I find something really cool I want to share with you, and I leave it there. I don't touch it. I just let it rest, and then it turns around, disappears. I look back and it's gone. That is so frustrating. Frustrating. Very frustrating. Y'all need to be in prayers. There's some big fires going on up in Canada, if I believe correctly. Karen never acts on her flirtations with Brian. She wanted him to want her. Well, she did. She laid a kiss on him. She laid a big smackaroo on that man. I'm going to do this, makes it easier. A big smackaroo. So Oh, there it is. Yay. The Lakota People Law Project. Okay, here we go. You helped make this happen, and I signed it, even though it didn't mean much. Thanks for your advocacy. Emily's Law is now one signature away from becoming real. More than 2,300 of you took action with us to send emails, raise awareness, and honor the Emily story. It worked. This is what the collaborative power looks like. The Arizona Senate just unanimously passed the HB House Bill 2281, named in honor of Emily Pikes. This bill creates a statewide turquoise alert to help locate missing Indigenous people. I think that should be a national thing. It is now heads to the governor, Katie Hobbs, for final approval. We know nothing can bring Emily back, but because of her family asked and because you answered, Emily's name will now stand for protection. I won't cry. Let this victory be a beginning, not an end. One state, one bill, and so much more work ahead. The victory shows that it's possible when we move together. Yep. That poor baby didn't deserve. For those of you who don't know, Emily was a beautiful, beautiful 14-year-old girl who was in a halfway home, left for the day, never to return. And her remains were found, and this happens a lot with Indigenous people, with a head and torso in one trash bag and her legs and feet in another. Her arms and hands have never been found. Most of these young girls are lured off or kidnapped, and they are put into ex-slavery. So some good is coming out of this horrible thing. And yeah. No, okay. I hate it when YouTube contacts me in the middle of a live. I always think maybe I have a copyright infringement or something. I hope so. I think the person or persons, I really hope they find them. But there are millions over the years, not millions, probably thousands and thousands and thousands, unknown number. I'll say that. I don't want to exaggerate. That are, the problem is, and a lot of people, what about the white kids? And what about this kid and that kid? Anybody missing needs to be taken seriously and not just, it's a runaway, they'll be home next week. But right now, Indigenous children are the third cause of death is murder. A lot of times they are lured off of the reservations through hopes of modeling or jobs, and they come off the reservation, and as soon as they come off that res, they are kidnapped and never seen again. And these are adults too, not just children, and not just girls, boys too. And so, anyway, part of the problem is that we have a huge disconnect between the reservation police and the U.S. sheriff's offices. Exactly. And they don't. They have to be a runaway for so long. But the problem is that with today's day and age and travel, one day in 24 hours, a child very easily can be out of the country. I have some personal knowledge of things that I won't share here, but it doesn't matter where you are in the United States. Within 24 hours, you can either be in Canada or Mexico. And then you've disappeared out of the country into another world, another country overseas, if you survive the trip. So anyway, they should be located. So I am congratulating the legislation for Arizona. I would like to see this be a national-wide. I got another YouTube notification. No, I'm worried because I don't know who the hell that is. Who the heck is that? I want to watch other people. So, blessings to them. But anyway, we're going to go back to my Facebook page. There we go. I want to thank everybody on Facebook, especially Mary Sayula. I don't know how to say that name. Mary, thank you so much for being so faithful on Facebook and sharing and getting us out there. We greatly appreciate it. Thank you to all my fabulous mods. Thank you, mods, for all that you do. Thank you so much for all of your help and hard work. You are greatly appreciated. Hold on. Sorry, guys. We had a situation with the shop. But anyway, so what we're going to do, we're going to put this on with no sound because I don't want to get in trouble. Put this here. I need to get some food in my stomach. It's not been happy all day. We shall be right back. Everybody take a little break. Everybody get up and stretch their legs. Sitting here for this long is not good. We need to get up and stretch. Okay, guys, I am going to be putting on. What am I hearing ringing? Okay, guys, here we go. I had a little glitchiness going on the computer and had a hard time getting this up. So this here is the sentencing phase for the Monica Simatilli. Thank you, Court TV, for the feed. This went a little awry. And in my humble opinion, I think that these girls were very disrespectful to the court. So let's watch.
After your release, then deserves a. I'm the daughter who found the dead body you killed, something that I will never get out of my head for my entire life. You had the audacity to cry on the stand in your testimony, saying how ashamed you are. That was a very nice act, but no one has sympathy for you. And if they do, they're just as delusional as you are. Congratulations to the prosecution for knowing who murdered my dad the first night.
Here
and
we
letting
go.
him roam the streets for 6 months. That was a nice one. And the court system for letting a murderer back on the streets on good behavior. Even better. I don't understand how you all fall asleep at night. Christopher Austin deserves a full sentence. He was there, he made the choice to kill somebody, and followed through. How does that warrant only 15 years? I will fight for you to rot in prison for the rest of your life. It's interesting you changed your story after getting a deal. A real honest man you are. If you get out on good behavior, you get to walk your daughter down the aisle, watch your grandkids grow up, and start over. Lucky you. We will never have any of that, and we didn't deserve that to happen to us. All because of you. To those who were cheering for my mom's life sentence, make sure you understand what you're actually cheering for. A killer to be released early. Wishing you a horrible life after your release would be the easy thing to do. Instead of standing here and insulting you, we just wish that you will be forgotten about. We hope your daughter wants nothing to do with you, and we hope she has a father figure in her life to show her what a real man is, because you are not one. You are a coward, stupid enough to blindly trust someone like Robert Baker. We can confidently say that you ruined our life, and we hope that you rot in hell, because no murderer deserves salvation.
Over the years, my sister and I have been called brainwashed. Let me set this record straight and say that's not true at all. We are just two daughters who lost two parents trying to navigate life after a horrific trauma. Just because we are not media hungry doesn't mean we are clueless. We've approached the situation with integrity and class to the Simatilli last name, which is something both our parents taught us from a young age. I'd like to see anyone in this room, those watching on TV, and those who sent us hate messages to try to be in our shoes for a day and see if they can endure even half of what my sister and I have endured for the last 8 years, and to come out of it stronger than ever, surrounded by love and support. This part of our story does not define us. and we will share our story one day. But for now, we will continue to bring peace back into our lives. Lastly, we are so disappointed in this court, the justice system, and in the prosecution for giving a murderer, Austin, a plea deal. As we said before, we are not sure how you sleep at night, knowing that a murderer will be back on the streets in 15 years. Heather, one of the prosecutors, once told us that she has a daughter around our age, and she can't imagine what we're going through. And that's really rich coming from the person who gave one of the men who murdered our father a plea deal. You obviously didn't care about us or about justice. Beth Silverman, the other prosecutor, never treated my sister and I with respect. She allowed for my phone number to become public and let me receive countless hate messages. She continued to make it known that she did not care about us when she would make us wait at the courthouse all day to be called as a witness, only to eventually not call us. And we know all of this was done on purpose. My sister and I are the only victims in this case. We are the ones who lost a father. We are the ones who lost a mother. We are the ones who are receiving hate messages. And we.
That's bullshit. His mother lost a son and then she died. His siblings lost a brother. Biatch, you're not the only victim in this case. And this self-centered crap pisses me off.
Are the ones disrespected by the prosecution who gave my father's killer a chance to see his daughter again when we will never get that chance. I hope we have made it known how corrupt this justice system is, and we urge this court, those watching, to give Austin, a murderer, a full life sentence for the murder of our father, who we love, think about, and miss every day.
This is the Monica Simatilli trial. They are getting ready to sentence Mr. Austin, who assisted in the unaliving of Fabio Simatilli. And these are the daughters. This is a daughter by his first marriage. This is the daughter of the woman who was convicted for orchestrating and this red room. And this sense of entitlement here really pissed me off. They are not the only victims in this case.
Thank you.
Well, the other thing that upsets me is that these victim statements usually are very targeted. And this was not. This was all over the place, blaming everybody. She didn't talk about being a victim of losing a father more. She talked about the DA and her crap. Oh, they're both her daughters? Oh, the older son was okay. They're both her daughters. Excuse me, Haley. I haven't looked at this in a while. My bad.
My name is Daniel Piccillo. Your Honor and members of the court, thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak today. My name is Daniel Piccillo, and I'm the nephew of Fabio Simatilli. To the one who murdered my uncle Fabio, I won't call you a man. You gave up the moment you took a life.
He too is a victim.
You're a husband and you're a father, but it means nothing. Real men build families. You destroy them. You didn't just kill Fabio. You stole him from us, and now I want you to sit there with this truth for the rest of your miserable life. You ended a good man's life for nothing. For nothing. Fabio wasn't some nameless face. He was my uncle. He was loved by all, and he was part of the core of our family. And now he's gone, forever because of you.
I agree, Gerald.
You didn't just destroy one life. You destroyed a line of memories we'll never get to make. He'll never get to grow old. He'll never get to see his family grow. And the worst part, his mother, my grandmother, died grieving her only son, her baby boy. She never recovered. She died with a broken heart from the pain of losing her son. That's on you. Imagine the shame your daughter will live with, knowing the truth that her father is the one who took another father's life. How will she ever see you in the same way again, knowing the man that she calls dad is nothing but a murderer, a man who robbed her of the one thing every child deserves, a real father? She'll grow up carrying the weight of knowing the person who is supposed to be protecting her, that took a life for no reason. She will know for the rest of her life that you sacrificed everything for nothing. She'll never be able to escape it, and neither will you. I hope you never know peace. I hope every time you sleep, you see his face, and I hope you hear his name in every quiet room. I hope your soul rots with the weight of what you did, because while Fabio's body may be gone, you're the one who's truly dead inside, and you will carry that for the rest of your life. We will carry the pain, but we also carry his name, his memory, and his love. You carry nothing but shame, and I hope that haunts you for the rest of your life. Thank you, Your Honor.
Your Honor, my name is Stephanie Avola, and I was Fabio's niece by marriage. Honorable Judge and members of the court, January 23rd, 2017, is a day that will forever haunt me. It marked the end of the life I once knew and the beginning of a nightmare that has consumed me for the past 8 years. That date stamped a permanent divide between the world I had before, filled with love, security, and normalcy, and the painful reality that I've lived ever since. On that day, my uncle, Fabio Cementilli, was brutally murdered in his own backyard. He was simply enjoying the fresh air, the warmth of the sun, and the peaceful fruits of a life he had worked hard to build. He had no idea that those would be his final moments. No way of knowing that his life would be taken from him in the most violent and unimaginable way. No way of knowing that two despicable, violent men were lying in wait, looking for the perfect opportunity to attack him and take his life. And even more devastating, no way of knowing that the mastermind behind this horrific act, the person orchestrating every step, was his own wife. The betrayal is beyond comprehension. The trust and love that my uncle gave so freely were used against him in the most vile and calculated way. The horror of that day is something I replay constantly. I was left not only to grieve my uncle's loss, but to process an unbearable truth that his death was not the result of an accident or an illness, but a cold, calculated act of violence with his despicable wife at the center of it all. And in the years since, I've had to come to terms with a name my family and I never wanted to know: Christopher Austin, one of the men responsible for stealing Fabio's life, and with it, a part of all of ours. Christopher Austin didn't know Fabio. They had never spoken, never even been in the same room, until that horrific afternoon when the fate of my uncle's life was suddenly and senselessly placed in his and Robert Baker's hands. What could possibly make someone with no prior criminal record agree to commit such a heinous crime? How do you participate in a plan to murder a man you've never met? My mind goes in circles trying to make sense of something so senseless. And the only answer I can find is this: you didn't care. My uncle's life simply didn't matter to you. You didn't care who Fabio was, that he was our son, the center of our family. That he was a father, a brother, a son, an uncle, a mentor, and a friend. That 3 minutes in his presence could make you laugh uncontrollably and feel joy you hadn't known you were missing. You didn't care that he had lost his own father in a devastating way as a child. A loss that shaped him into someone who constantly surrounded himself with friends and family. That Fabio was so full of life, light, and generosity that it radiated from him, touching everyone fortunate enough to be near him. None of that mattered to you. Not Fabio's life, not our family, not the irreversible destruction you would leave behind. You murdered someone who truly loved his life, and in doing so, you shattered ours. And for what? For a prison sentence? For greed? Because Robert Baker told you to? Because Monica Cementilli wanted her husband gone? There is no reason that could ever justify what you did. No motive that could ever make it make sense. And yet here we are, left to live in the aftermath of a choice you made so casually, so carelessly, with no regard for the precious life you stole or the devastation you caused. How many lives have you ruined, Christopher Austin? You could have been our family's hero, someone who stepped away, who spoke up, who stopped it from happening. Someone who knew better, but instead you were the missing piece in an 8-year nightmare. For 8 long years, you evaded law enforcement while we cried, begged, and prayed for answers. For 8 years, you lived your life freely, got married, had a child, and enjoyed the simple joys that my uncle was robbed of. While you built your life, we were left trying to piece ours back together.
Thank you, Elena.
Broken and traumatized, trying to survive our darkest days. And now here you sit, 8 years later, waiting to learn your fate. Your expression of emotion, while seemingly sincere, comes far too late for me. Because all I can see in front of me is a cold-blooded killer who finally got caught. A killer who, on direct examination, shared the monstrous details of how the murder was premeditated, how the plan was set in motion the day before, and how on January 23rd, 2017, Christopher Austin snuck up on Fabio, covered his eyes, and stabbed him in the neck, killing him. These horrifying details will haunt me for the rest of my days. Like my family, you now mourn the life you once had. But unlike you, we didn't choose this, and you did. And now, just as we were forced to accept the unbearable loss of Fabio, you must now accept the life that lies ahead of you, a life shaped by the choices you made and the destruction you left behind. Your Honor, we beg the court to impose the maximum sentence
Oh, the book.
on Christopher Austin, holding him fully accountable for his actions in the senseless and brutal murder of my Uncle Fabio. For 8 long years, we have lived in anguish, knowing that one of the men responsible for destroying our lives was free. Today, he is free no more. I beg this court to sentence Christopher Austin to life in prison, not because it will bring justice or closure to me or my family, but because it is the only punishment that matches the heinous nature of the crime he committed. Thank you.
I got really frustrated when it came to the daughters saying they were the only true victims in this case, and I disagree. Even his child is a victim in this case because his actions have cost her a father. But it's true. He can walk her down the aisle in 18 years. He can have a possibility of a relationship those two girls will never have. But I want to say this, and I'm not saying it to minimize, but how much time did you spend with your daddy before? How much did you fight for that relationship before?
Your Honor, I'm going to read on the behalf of my brother Massimo Piccillo. My name is Massimo Piccillo, and I'm here today to share how the murder of my uncle has impacted my life and my family. When I was just 22 years old, we received devastating news that changed my life forever. My uncle, someone I was incredibly close to, had been brutally murdered. The people responsible were not strangers. It was the person he trusted most, his wife, along with her lover and a friend who helped carry out the horrific plan. They covered his eyes, his mouth, and took his life with a stab to the neck. All the greed over his life insurance, his home, and everything he had worked so hard for. Austin, you had no reason to murder him. He never wronged you. He didn't even know who you were. My uncle was a good man, a kind, generous soul who loved his family deeply and would help anyone in need without hesitation. He had a heart bigger than most and did not deserve this cruelty. His death left a permanent hole in our family and in my heart. Next year, I'm getting married. A day that should have been full of joy and celebration, but he won't be there. He won't be there to share in one of my biggest moments of my life. And that loss is something I feel every single day. This was not a mistake. This was not an accident. This was a cold-blooded, premeditated murder. Your Honor, I respectfully ask you sentence Austin to the maximum penalty allowed. He deserves to spend the rest of his life behind bars for what he did, for the pain, the suffering, and the life he stole from a man who only ever showed love and kindness. Thank you.
Your Honor, I'm going to read a victim impact statement from my husband, Fabio's nephew, Anthony Piccillo. Dear Honorable Ronald Cohen, I am writing to provide a victim impact statement concerning the sentencing of Christopher Austin for his role in the devastating murder of my uncle. Though Mr. Austin was a stranger to us, his actions as a willing participant in this crime have left lasting emotional and psychological scars on my family and me. My name is Anthony Piccillo. I am the eldest nephew of the victim, who was like a second father to me. He was the heart of our family, someone we admired, leaned on, and loved deeply. The day he was murdered, our world was shattered. The crime was not only brutal, but premeditated. And Mr. Austin's involvement in helping carry out such a heinous act has forever altered the course of our lives. The loss of my uncle devastated our family. My grandmother's health declined rapidly following his death, and she passed away overcome with grief. My children were robbed of the chance to know a man who would have been a strong and loving presence in their lives. Family gatherings that were once filled with laughter and love now carry a deep void. Personally, I have lived with constant fear since that day. I've had to install alarms, cameras, reinforce the locks in my home. I no longer feel safe. I've lost the ability to trust others easily, always wondering who might be capable of betrayal or violence. That sense of safety and peace, something many take for granted, was stolen from us by people like Mr. Austin, who made the conscious choice to involve himself in an act of murder. His involvement in the killing was deliberate and essential to the execution of the plan. He went undetected for 8 long years. He is only feeling remorse because he got caught. No one pushed him to use the knife and help end my uncle's life. He showed a blatant disregard for human life and the suffering that would follow. His actions were not born out of desperation, but out of loyalty to a twisted cause, and that makes him deeply dangerous. As the court prepares to sentence Mr. Austin, I ask that his actions be weighed heavily. While I understand he is facing 16 years with the possibility of parole, I urge the court to ensure this sentence reflects the gravity of what he helped to do. He should serve every possible day of his sentence, and any decision regarding parole must consider the ongoing trauma and pain we will continue to endure. Thank you for your time and for considering the full impact that Christopher Austin's actions have had on our family and community. We can never get back what was taken from us, but we hope that justice will reflect the seriousness of this crime. Thank you.
We should be back in court any second now. I think we only have one more read.
Your Honor, I have a victim impact statement from my mother-in-law, who's Fabio's eldest sister, Loretta Piccillo.
Okay, so we got 2 more reads.
Fabio Cementilli was my beloved younger brother, a man whose life was stolen from us in the most cold-blooded and heartless way imaginable. We received devastating news that changed our family forever. My brother, someone I loved deeply, was murdered, a crime orchestrated by the person he trusted the most, his wife, with her lover and her lover's friend, Chris Austin. They plotted together to take his life, to blindfold and silence him, and then stab him in the neck, all because they were driven by greed. They wanted his life insurance, his home, and to start a new life together, a new life built on blood and betrayal. Her lover, the man she thought was worth murdering for, didn't even have more than $40 in his bank account. At trial, Chris Austin claimed that he was just a dummy, but I don't believe that. I believe it was all carefully planned and premeditated. My brother was a kind, generous man with a heart bigger than most. He loved his family, and he helped anyone who needed it without hesitation. He did not deserve this. Since his murder, I have suffered greatly. I have struggled with anxiety, insomnia, and constant nightmares. The pain of his loss never fades. The countless years of missing him and wishing he was still with us have taken a heavy toll on my health, my happiness, and our entire family. We also lost our mother because of this murder. She was completely heartbroken, and she never recovered from the grief. The pain took her from us far too soon. For several long years, our family lived in agony, not knowing who the other jogger in the surveillance video was. We wondered and agonized every single day, desperate for answers, desperate for justice. At trial, you, Chris Austin, said you were depressed, but somehow you managed to hide from law enforcement for 8 years. Remember, you
That's
had
a
many
long time.
choices, and you made the worst one possible. Chris Austin, why did you murder Fabio? He didn't do anything to you. He didn't even know you. Why would you do this? For a few gold coins? And for your friend, Robert Baker? Robert Baker was getting instructions directly from Fabio's wife, and you willingly went along with the plan to murder him. Chris Austin, you premeditated this murder. You had planned this. You are a murderer. You are a monster. Your Honor, I am asking you to sentence Chris Austin to many, many years in prison. He should be locked in a dark cell where he can no longer hurt anyone else. The way he helped destroy our family. Justice demands it. Thank you.
So what do y'all think? I think, well, the judge is going to give what he's going to. All right, dude. Okay. Kudos to you. You have a job. Kudos that this dude has a job. This sheriff deputy that's standing behind Mr. Austin. But at what point do we have health guidelines? Because, boo, there is no way you're going to run after that man if he tried to do anything in that courtroom. You couldn't stop him. I'm not trying to be, hey, I used to be big. I'm still big. But that can't stop anybody. And I'm not being mean.
Is a sister of Fabio Senator.
And this is the last one, I believe.
Your Honor, today I trust in you to do what is just, because anything less would be an insult to the life that was taken and to the pain that continues to ripple through our family every single day. This was not a random act of violence. There was planning, there was coaching, and a total disregard for life.
True.
An innocent man, my brother, Fabio Senatilli, was ambushed and murdered in his own home. He was held down and stripped of his final dignity. While Christopher Austin stood by, watching the devil himself drain the life out of Fabio. Only later would we come to understand the full horror of what was orchestrated. And while we cannot bring Fabio back, we can deliver justice in his name. It is profoundly disturbing that Christopher Austin stood by while Monica Sementilli, Robert Baker, and Birdsong spoke openly of taking a life. You did not speak up, and you did not say stop, nor did you defend an innocent man. This man was not just any man. He was a good, generous, loving, remarkable man. A devoted family person, a man who exemplified love and loyalty, qualities that stand in stark contrast to your actions. If you had bothered to ask, who are we killing? You would have learned that Fabio treated Monica with kindness and respect. And yet, when faced with the news of Monica and Baker's arrest, your silence spanned 8 long years. You said nothing to the authorities. You allowed our family to suffer without answers, without justice. And when you finally did speak, it was not out of conscience or compassion. It was because you got caught. That is not remorse. That is self-preservation. and the desire to mitigate your punishment. Make no mistake, my brother might still be alive today had you not been there. He might have had a chance, but you took that from him. You ensured he did not. You showed no remorse in the moment. You did not hesitate as you restrained my brother Fabio, so another could carry out a brutal, calculated act of violence, as I'm sure was exactly a part of the plan. You were complicit and a low-life coward. Although your testimony helped our family understand more of the brutal details, the truth is I'm simply grateful the authorities found you. Had they not, you would have continued your life uninterrupted. You would have continued to sleep peacefully, to enjoy your marriage and build a life with your child, all while ours was shattered. My brother was savagely murdered, stabbed so viciously that he bled to death alone. His neck was so desecrated that our mother had to bury her only son with a scarf around his neck to conceal the wounds. We have not known peace since. We have cried, we have feared, we have mourned, all traumatized by your choice to say nothing. This is not about a single poor decision. This is about a series of choices, meetings, and getting on that flight, knowing all too well that it would lead to the death of an innocent man. You chose to be present, you chose to take part, and now I hope that choice haunts you for the rest of your life. I will pray that you will carry this burden, to be consumed by the weight of your conscience. Let that be your true punishment. Let your legacy be ridden with guilt. There will never be forgiveness. Never. Thank you. On behalf of Morella Senatile.
Is there any issue relating to restitution?
Not that I'm aware of at this moment. I believe there were fees involved with respect to cremation. And I will provide that to council when and if I am provided with those amounts. They were, unfortunately, they were,
I will
they
have my
flew
client.
out of the country, so I don't know how that will work.
I will have my client waive his presence in case there's a need for a restitution hearing.
Is that correct, sir? You waive your presence for a future restitution hearing?
Yes, sir.
Very good. Anything further from the people?
No, Your Honor.
Truly tragic. Truly tragic. For the crimes for this been convicted in count one, violation of penal section 187, subdivision A, murder in the second degree. We have the judgment and sentence of the court as follows. Probation is denied as the defendant is not eligible for probation. And sentenced to take prison for the term prescribed by law, which in this case is 15 years to life. Pursuant to penal section 12022, subsection B, subsection 1, then is levied an additional and consecutive 1 year in state prison. And is also levied a restitution fine of $300 pursuant to the dictates of penal section 1202.4, subsection B. A $300 parole revocation fine pursuant to penal section 1202.45, which is suspended. A $40 security fee is required by law. A $30 criminal court assessment also as required. He is to submit a tissue sample pursuant to penal section 296. He is given following credits of 217 days actual and 0 days conduct credits, and that's pursuant to penal section 2933.2. That'll be the order. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, so for me, we knew that was going to happen. We're all good. He knew it was going to happen. Everybody, he got what he was supposed to get. But I'm not trying to be tacky, but dude, how can you, how? Okay, I'm going to get off of that before I get in trouble. Yes, that was Mr. Austin. Robert Austin. It was Robert Austin. We are back on the proverbial fan. So he gets 15 years to life, an additional executive Where is this coming from? Okay, let's look at our bingo card. I don't think I could have thought we've heard you done, but I need a validation on that. We have Sally Port, Michael Proctor, group text. We have inverted videos, search warrant, ringtone video, truck driver affidavit, tow truck driver. That was said the other day. Oh. But we back.
All right, Mr. Jackson, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sergeant, you had an opportunity, obviously, you read them, so now you've familiarized yourself with that series of text messages that you received from Brian Higgins, correct?
Yes.
Would you, I'm going to ask you the same question again. Would you consider those text messages as you reviewed them when you received them from Brian Higgins as being flirtatious or romantic in nature?
I would not categorize them to that extent. Certain parts of it might be, but the total conversation, if you want my opinion, I can provide you with it.
Was there some flirtation in the text messages that you noted?
There are terms that I used. You're hot, witty, stuff like that. You know, talking about banging and hooking up.
What word would you use to describe them if not flirtatious?
The totality of the conversation?
Sure. Let's start there.
My opinion is that it's a angry girlfriend trying to set up a hookup to her John.
To her jump?
To her John.
To her John.
Yeah.
Would you consider the responses from Brian Higgins to be flirtatious in nature?
There are conversation parts that are enticing, maybe a little of advances, but the totality of, to put a label on the whole thing, my opinion is that she's trying to get revenge.
Get revenge?
Yes, get revenge.
On John?
Yeah.
For what happened on New Year's Eve?
Yes.
Okay. When you say revenge, you don't mean physical revenge.
Well, emotional revenge. She's trying to hook up with Higgins and then hurt John by cheating on him.
And in fact, you did note that John O'Keefe was not privy to these text messages, right? Objection.
I'll allow that. Do you know that?
I do not, Your Honor, no.
He's not on these texts, is he?
I don't know if their accounts are synced at this point. I don't know if he's seen them. I don't know.
He's not, his phone, you know what his phone number is. You guys got his phone, correct?
We do have his device, yes.
Do you have any evidence that his account was somehow, I don't even know if that means synced with Karen Reed's account?
Not from his device, no, but he could have seen the text messages.
Okay, so there's no evidence that he was synced. His account was synced with anything, correct?
I'm sorry, can you repeat?
There's no evidence.
You were facing the other way. I didn't hear.
There's no evidence that his account was synced with anything.
Not his device that we have, no.
And you don't have, as you sit here, you don't have any evidence whatsoever that he saw any of these text messages, correct?
We don't have that, but I do not know.
Okay. So as you sit here, my question is very simple. Do you have evidence, affirmative evidence, that John O'Keefe ever saw these text messages?
I do not have evidence that he saw them,
Okay.
no.
So would you agree that the text messages show a romantic interest, for whatever motivation, a romantic interest from Brian Higgins toward Ms. Reed?
You have to ask that differently.
In your mind, as you read the text messages, did you determine in your head that there was a romantic interest by Brian Higgins toward Karen Reed?
In my mind, I saw the text messages for what they were, initiated by Karen Reed, and began a text message conversation with Brian Higgins.
And Brian Higgins was responsive to those text messages, correct?
They did communicate back and forth.
He was responsive to the overtures that Ms. Reed made toward him, correct?
Overtures.
Suggestions. Let's get together for a drink, come over to my house, I'll come over to your house, things of that nature. Those went back and forth between the two, correct?
Yes, they were back and forth. Yes.
And did you determine that there was an interest by Brian Higgins in Karen Reed?
I read that he repeatedly asked her, what's her plan, what's her goal, what's her interest, what's her intent.
Did that show you an interest on his part in her?
I think at one point he said he was confused, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, or what's the term he used? He was unsure what she wanted.
He called her hot.
He did, yes.
He called her witty.
Right from the rip, yes.
He said he wanted to spend time with her.
Spend time, yes, yeah.
He was interested in going over to her house.
Yes,
He was interested in her possibly coming over to his house.
yes,
He told her that he thought she was hot, his words, from the jump, correct?
from the jump, yep.
How did you interpret that?
From the jump, I would interpret it as right from the beginning, maybe the first time they saw each other, laid eyes on each other. I mean,
as a matter of fact, he basically said that, didn't he, in the text message? From the first time I saw you, I thought you were hot.
yes.
He constantly was using phrases, to use your words, phrases interested in knowing how she felt about him, correct?
Gotcha. Sustained. To ask it differently, Mr. Jones.
Did you interpret any of his text messages as Brian Higgins being interested in knowing how she felt, what she was thinking about him?
Objection. Ask it again.
When you first saw these text messages and you reviewed them, did you interpret those text messages in your mind? That's what I'm interested in your mind, as Brian Higgins being interested in knowing how Karen Reed felt about him.
I believe his statement indicates that he was interested in seeing what her interest was, what her intention were, and questioning the fact that she's dating live-in boyfriend with his buddy.
He used the word ghost several times, correct?
I do recall reading the word ghost.
How did you interpret that word?
Objection. I'll allow it.
I interpreted ghost in the common slang terminology as to abandon conversation, stop communicating.
He indicated that 2 different times in the text string, correct?
I know I read the text messages, by reading them out loud to a room full of people, I might not have remembered how many times the term ghost came through.
Fair
I was
enough.
concentrating more on the reading, not of the comprehension of each word.
Fair enough. But you did note that he used that term in his text messages to her, right?
I think I recall at least once that the term ghost was present in the communication.
Did you interpret that? I'm looking for what was in your mind. Did you interpret that, the use of that word by Brian Higgins, as showing some level of frustration at her abandonment of the conversation?
No, I did not. No.
Not at all?
No.
Have you ever heard the phrase, "You ghosted me"?
Yes.
How do you interpret that phrase, just in general?
I've heard it communicated between other people. I've never used the term ghosted. I think it's a little after my time in communicating with others, but I take it as you stopped responding to my text messages.
Do you take that, do you interpret that, or did you interpret that as a positive or a negative comment? You ghosted me.
I interpret it as a matter of fact, like you stopped talking to me. I never thought about it in a positive or negative connotation. I never gave it any thought.
As you sit here now, if you do give it thought, would you put a positive or a negative connotation on the phrase, you ghosted me?
Objection.
You're aware that based on the text messages that we just saw, there was a series of text messages that went back and forth starting in mid-January and basically ending around January 23rd, correct?
This chain of text messages began in January 12th and ended January 29th.
Right. I'm going to get to the 29th, but the back and forth ended on January 23rd, did it not?
I don't recall as specifically. I can leaf through it and tell you what it is. I know I read the dates out loud, and again, I was concentrating on reading.
Do you have the document in front of you?
I do.
Could you turn to the last page?
Yes, sir.
I believe it's the last page. It may be the second to the last page or something. Do you see an entry on January 23rd, 2022, a text message from Brian Higgins, thought you were all set?
Yes.
And Ms. Reed responded with talking? Question mark. No. Period. Correct?
That is her response.
Mr. Higgins then responds, with 4 M's behind the H. Correct?
That's correct.
And then he responds again. By the way, did Ms. Reed respond to the
No, she did not.
And then he follows up with, you sure, with no punctuation. Correct?
That's correct.
Did Ms. Reed respond to you're sure?
She did not.
The next text is on January 29th at 11:32 p.m., correct? I'm sorry, January 28th at 11:32 p.m. Is that right?
Yes, it is.
Is that from Ms. Reed or from Mr. Higgins?
At 11:32 p.m. on Friday, January 28th, it is from Mr. Higgins.
That's all I asked. And now, can you tell the jurors what that text is? And then the next text immediately after it.
Well.
So between January 23rd and January 28th, would you describe Ms. Reed's side of the conversation as having ghosted Mr. Higgins?
No, she initiates the conversation. You had me read the second text message in the chain.
Between January January 23rd, when that last text message was sent by Brian Higgins, until January 28th at 11:32, would you describe that as Ms. Reed having ghosted Mr. Higgins for those 5 days?
Strictly looking at the text message communications and not knowing whether they...
Correct. I'm not asking you to speculate. I know there's other stuff you want to say. I'm asking you just to read, just to answer the question I've asked. Based on the text that in front of you, Sergeant Buchanan, does it appear that Ms. Reed ghosted, as you define the term, Mr. Higgins, from January 23rd until January 28th?
One could read into that in that manner, yeah.
And then on January 28th, Sergeant Buchanan, when Brian Higgins sends, well, Ms. Reed responds.
No, she did not. They were together at the same location.
Did she respond to the text?
On that day?
Correct.
Not on a text message, no.
You said they were together. That means that Brian Higgins was together in the same room with Ms. Reed when he sent his text, correct?
Yes.
And she ignored it, didn't she? Okay.
Sustained.
You also received from Mr. Higgins certain text messages between him, Mr. Higgins, and John O'Keefe himself, correct?
Yes, we did.
And one of those text messages, one of the last text messages that they exchanged was, as a matter of fact, the last text message that was exchanged was Brian Higgins at 12:20 a.m. on January 29th, 2022, texting Mr. O'Keefe, "You coming here?" with 3 question marks, correct?
I would have to take a look at the document. I don't have a memory of it specifically. I know I reviewed it, but I don't have a memory of the time and content.
May I approach you on it?
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. No worries. Based on this extraction, I cannot definitively say that this text message was sent on January 29th because of the file source time and and the JPEG being so small. I can't testify to that, sir.
May I approach?
Yes.
Your Honor, Mr. Brennan has kindly offered to stipulate that the "you coming here" text was sent. I would offer the following stipulation: that "you coming here" text was sent on January 29th at 12:20 a.m. from Brian Higgins to John O'Keefe's phone. Quote, "You coming here," 3 question marks following it.
What was the time?
I'm good. 12:20 a.m. May we enter that stipulation with the court's permission?
Sure. So, jurors, you've heard that the lawyers agree that that fact is true.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sergeant. So you were aware of the timeline on or about January 29th when, first of all, Karen Reed had not responded to a text message from January 23rd throughout January 28th and into January 29th. Sorry, throughout January 28th by 11:32 p.m. or so. She just not responded. Correct?
So the text message that she sent to Brian Higgins.
I wish I had a garden.
Was on the 23rd.
And he responded with several text messages to which she did not respond on January 23rd. Correct?
I believe she sent 2 and he said 3, I believe.
So the answer is yes. There was a text message that she sent, that he sent to which she did not respond. Is that right? On the 23rd.
He was the last one to send a text message on the 23rd.
That was following multiple text messages back and forth between the two of them, spanning a couple of weeks. Correct?
Yes.
Then, on January 28th, 2022, Brian Higgins is at the Waterfall Bar and Grill after 11:30 p.m., correct?
He was.
Karen Reed then walks into that same Waterfall Bar and Grill, accompanied by her boyfriend, John O'Keefe, correct?
They did.
Brian Higgins then texted Karen Reed, who's standing in the room. Well, correct?
Correct.
Karen Reed ignored that text, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Karen Reed did not respond to that text.
There's no text.
Brian Higgins then, a little less than an hour later, texts John directly, "You coming here?" with 3 question marks, correct?
Correct. It's been stipulated.
That is an accurate timeline of the events that we've just talked about, correct?
Yes, sir.
You're also aware of a call, your investigation revealed a call between Brian Higgins and Brian Albert at 2:22 a.m. on the 29th, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did your investigation reveal a call between between Brian Higgins and Brian Albert at 2:22 a.m.?
Objection.
Sustained.
May we approach, Your Honor?
Okay.
Y'all, my old best friend I haven't seen in like 6 years is going to be here in about 5 minutes. Yay! Woohoo! All right, let's go. I'll be right back. So Gerald, a little Chinese woman, you can bring her straight back. Here anymore. I'm here. I'm here. Happy sidebar. Happy sidebar. Guys, I'm so anxious. This woman and I used to run around together like crazy. Every day we saw each other. And then she moved to Pennsylvania about 6 years ago. I guess it's been a long time. And then she's moved to New Mexico, I think it is. Yeah, New Mexico. And she's here for a few days. I didn't expect to see her until Sunday. So I'm a little bit on the, oh crap, the shop's a mess. She was one of my best friends. Haven't seen her in a while. I'm sorry. In my opinion, Jackson is trying to put all of this on Higgins and KR are clean. I do not see it that way. She is just as responsible as him. Oh. Bucky got still. Bucky ain't still no more. That's ceiling Dion. June, at this point, I have no idea which angle the defense is going. This trial's just bonkers. Getting sick of it. Yeah, I'm sick of it. Yeah, but I'm in for it. I don't see that June, but he is trying to suggest that Higgins wanted something more from Karen and didn't like her ghosting him. I doubt the jury will see Karen as clean. No, and Karen says, I'm not clean. She confesses, I did that. But that doesn't equate to murder. And do you know how many guys, I'll be honest, and I'm not dishing men, but do you know how many men do this when they're unhappy in a relationship? And a lot of people, and I'm not saying all of us, are, oh, okay, well, men will be men. No. But that said, trying to get my desk cleaned off a little bit before my friend gets here. I wanted to clean up the whole place, but I didn't have time. It is what it is, y'all. But for me, all I'm saying is boo, she did what she did. That's the way life is. She's not lying about it. She's not hiding it. Maybe she's not too proud of it. I get it. But I don't think that murderer it makes. It doesn't make a murderer. And that's where I'm at. This does not make her a murderer. That's my humble opinion. It'd be my humble opinion. Blowing up my. I want to undo this. Sure. We haven't had that for a while.
Sergeant Buchanan, did you become aware during the course of your investigation, then I'll narrow the time frame, during the course of your investigation, that there were calls between Brian Higgins and Brian Albert at approximately 2:22 a.m. on the 29th?
During the course of my investigation, I was not aware of that. If you have a document that I can see, I can tell you if I've ever seen it before.
Did you seek to secure Brian Albert's cell phone to determine what calls he did and didn't make on
No.
January 29th or January 28th?
No, we did not.
Okay. In your experience, would a cell phone extraction of Brian Albert's phone have revealed calls made and received in the time frame that we're talking about, the 28th and the 29th of January 2022?
If a phone is extracted, the records of phone calls being made and received would show those records.
You did receive information from Brian Higgins' phone, specifically the texts that he claimed he pulled off of his phone and gave to you, correct?
We received text messages that I read today that Brian Higgins provided from his phone.
Did you seek to secure his actual phone for a forensic download or forensic mirror image to get the actual calls made and received or text messages made and received from his phone?
No, we did not.
At some point, this is just yes or no, at some point, did you become aware of a call between Brian Higgins and Brian Albert at 2:22 a.m. on the morning of the 29th? Just yes or no?
Why, thank you, Ada.
No.
As you sit here today, this is new information to you. Let me rephrase that. This is unknown information to you. You do not have any information about that?
Objection. Sustained. We need a time frame, Mr. Chairman.
I realize that, Judge. That's why I'm asking it this way. As you sit here, are you aware of a phone call between Brian Albert and Brian Higgins at 2:22 a.m. on January 29th, 2022?
Look, you just shared that with me. I have no memory or record of seeing that it actually took place. I do not know.
Okay, so you've never heard that before. That was what I was getting to. You've never heard that before.
No.
Okay.
Hello, Mary Higgins. Hello.
You indicated that you did not seek to secure Brian Albert's phone to do a phone extraction at any time, correct?
We did not try to get Brian Albert's phone for any reason whatsoever.
Did you become aware during the course of your investigation that Brian Albert destroyed his phone?
I'd like to be seen. Objection.
Jurors, disregard that question. Go over to sidebar, please.
Okay, another sidebar. I'm trying to figure out why my camera 2 is not working. Turn it off, turn it back on. That's all I can do. Hold on a sec. He's here. Weird and cool.
Rather than simply getting an extraction from his phone. Correct? Yes.
I trusted him, yes, because we trust and verify. And after verifying, the extractions were correct.
And following that verification of the text messages, did that raise any suspicion in your mind about any possible motives Brian Higgins may have relative to John O'Keefe?
Suspicions of motives? Is that your question?
Correct.
No, the evidence spoke for itself. The honesty, cooperation of all the witnesses and corroborating.
Well, I'll knock things over. My friend is here, y'all. She's hiding. Oh, we're still here.
Reporting facts spoke for themselves, so I was not suspicious of his motives. The conversation was documented over text message.
So this is the main. Now you can see yourself here, but you're not here. And that's my honey boo.
Carol, that's so nice to meet you. I've heard such great things about you.
Just minutes before John O'Keefe arrived at
So what's the court thing?
from Ryan.
Gorgeous.
What's the what?
What's the court thing you're doing?
This is the Karen Reed trial. And
that's one of the factors that
this is the
part of
lead
entire
investigator who didn't investigate. It's a lot of complicated, deep. Oh my gosh, look at this. People are so upset over this trial. I mean,
That is
We've
when Mr.
probably
O'Keefe
got
was
close to a
found on the
million
left
people
side
in
of
the
line,
US
yes.
watching this trial right now. So I'm oversaturated, so I'm not getting as many views as I normally do because it's saturated. And this is but a lot.
Based on verbal reports
A
initially.
lot.
That
So when
was
did
a
you get in, babe?
possibility. Again, it was before we spoke to.
Well, I called and left you a message. I'm just hoping you got in safely and
Initially,
if you
it
need
was a
anything to let me
possibility.
know.
When you saw John O'Keefe at the hospital,
You lost weight, but you haven't changed at all.
I don't think I
That is
lost
not correct.
Oh gosh, yes.
I think so.
Oh yeah. What? How long have you
That is
been
not
away
correct.
from Corona? 6 years?
His eyelids were swollen, not above his eye.
Oh
And it
gosh,
wasn't a
you look
contusion.
great.
Well, you look great. You look great. Tell me everything. Well, you can't.
Hold on. Yeah, I can talk to you.
to any of the paramedics,
Yes.
did they describe an egg
Mhm.
on his right eye?
I'd have to see. a
Haley Mouse,
report
thanks for
to
that.
actually,
Hold on. Y'all, the mute is getting glitchy in this program. I'm going to mute on my soundboard. Thank you so much, Haley Mouse.
be described as an egg above his right eye.
Did you notice laceration at his right eye?
His right eyelid did have a tiny, tiny laceration.
Did you see a small laceration at the right nostril on his nose?
A tiny, tiny laceration, yes.
You noted that he didn't have any broken bones or fractures other than to his skull?
I did not know that. I didn't conduct x-rays or conduct the autopsy. I'm not a medical professional.
You didn't ask the doctors at the time you went and visited him and saw him in the hospital whether or not he had broken bones or fractures?
I don't believe they reported that.
And another factor that you considered was the fact that in the early morning hours of January 29th, 2022, around 6 a.m., 7 a.m., 8 a.m., there were no.
Y'all, this is O.J. Simpson on crack. I mean, come on, let's be honest. Let's just lay it down. This trial reminds me of mega O.J. Simpson trial. Like I said, if it doesn't fit, you must have quit. Yeah, that'd be here. There's a lot of things that aren't fitting.
Taillight pieces found at that location? Zero? You consider that?
At what point?
On January 29th, when say 6 a.m., 7 a.m., 8 a.m., 9 a.m. Consider that?
Once we learned that there was damage to the defendant's right rear tail light, I could only consider at that point because I didn't know what I didn't know.
Right.
We don't know. We work with the evidence that's presented and we develop the investigation.
And the evidence that was presented at that time, Sergeant, was a leaf blower was used to search the area, the exact area that you described for this jury as being the area around fire hydrant, flagpole, where John's body was, and no taillight material was found at all in the first searches. You're aware of that, yes or no?
Yes.
As a matter of fact, you're also aware that no taillight material was found until after that SUV was in Massachusetts State Police custody and sitting at the Sally Port in Kent. Correct?
I believe the first tail light piece was found after it was in our custody. I don't know the exact time. I'd have to see it.
When you talked to Brian Higgins, did you ask Brian Higgins about potentially seeing John's body when he left 34 Fairview and headed over to Canton PD?
Yes, I did.
You knew that at that time, say 1 o'clock, 1:30 in the morning, there was about 0.2 of an inch of dusting of snow, right? Very light.
At that point in time, there was a coating. I cannot speak to the amount of snow that was on the ground.
But Brian Higgins told you in that interview that he didn't see the body because it was hidden by a snowbank.
Objection.
Did he say that to you?
I don't have a memory of that, Your Honor.
May I put you on?
Yes.
Take a look at page 3, the highlighted portion, if you wouldn't mind.
Guys, I got to go get a cup for coffee. I'll be right back.
May I approach?
Yes.
Does that refresh your recollection that Brian Higgins said something about a snowbank at the time when he left 34 Fairview?
He stated the reason he did not pay attention to the grass is he was concerned with his snowplow on his vehicle and was not paying attention to anything over the snowbank, just with the plow in front of him as he operated the vehicle.
And of course, you knew at the time, as a detective and an investigator, you knew at the time that with a dusting of snow, there is no snowbank. Right.
He mentioned plowing the driveway for the Alberts when he arrived. So there might have been coating and he was just plowing it and then creating a line. I cannot speak to how much snow was actually being plowed with the dusting that was on the ground. So there might have been a small snowbank. Again, he was referencing it. He was not paying attention to anything behind the snowbank. So behind it.
Actually, he said the lawn.
Yeah, he's,
Sorry. He talked about the snowbank being in the lawn, not the driveway, right? That's how he described it.
he said he was not paying attention anything past the snowbank being the lawn.
And did not pay too much attention to the lawn area behind the snowbank, correct?
Right, off to that area, right.
Did that raise any suspicions in your mind that Brian Higgins may have been being less than truthful with you?
No.
Getting back to the Waterfall Bar and Grill, you were also aware that Brian Albert was at the Waterfall, correct?
At one point, yes, we learned that.
And you knew that Brian Albert and Brian Higgins were friends with each other. Is that right?
We learned that as well, yes.
You've already indicated that you did not seek Brian Higgins's phone records. I may have asked you this, and if I did, I apologize. Did you seek Brian Albert's phone records or an extraction from his phone?
No, we did not.
Did you look at the entirety of the waterfall video? Did you review the entirety of the waterfall video when you first obtained it? Or have you looked at it since?
I have at one point or another viewed the entire video, yes.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, this has already been marked as evidence, but I cannot let it. 22, I'm told. May we exhibit that for the, or present that for the jurors?
Yes.
And I'm asked to advance this to runtime 8:30 to about 11:08, so a couple of minutes with the court's permission.
Yes.
Let's go ahead and play that.
Hey guys, watch this video closely. But if you notice, this video has been a little better and a lot more clear than the original one that we saw yesterday. But if you notice, everything up in here, up between the court TV and these numbers is where the group is.
Point to the
Pay
jurors
attention.
whether or not you see Brian Higgins in that video.
I'll use the screen in front of me for initial indication. I believe that is Brian Higgins right there.
Can you do me a favor, just so everybody has a perspective? Can you also point to him there? Okay.
There you go, right there. I believe that is Brian Higgins.
Okay. Do you see Brian Albert in that video?
I can't tell you exactly. Maybe if you run it a little bit longer, or zoom it in, I could possibly tell you. But from right here, right now, I cannot.
Sergeant, why don't we play this for a couple of seconds? And if you don't mind, if you get to a point where you recognize the person that you know as Brian Albert, could you just tell me to stop and I'll pause it?
Absolutely.
Let's go ahead and play it with the court's permission.
Sure.
So guys, right here, they're just having a good time. Now look, Karen Reed, look right here. Look, she's hugging. I can't tell who it is, but that's her. You can tell by her hair. They are doing a group hug. So everything seems to be fine at the moment. Let's see how this turns out. I got to put a hearing aid battery in.
Can you pause it?
Stop it.
Go ahead, Sergeant.
Brian Albert is the individual right there. Right there.
Can you describe what Brian Albert, and by the way, for the record, Your Honor, the witnesses indicated the person toward the left, right under the 29 on the chyron on top, the 29?
Yes.
Can you describe what you see the two individuals, Brian Albert and Brian Higgins, doing in this scene?
It looks like they are facing each other, possibly squaring off in a stance.
Can we go ahead and play this forward, please?
Okay, guys, so they're sparring back and forth over here. They're play fighting. And that's what they were referring to earlier, was the sparring back and forth. Let me get my ears reconnected. I apologize. Oh, yeah, there it is.
What you would consider to be a fighting stance?
I guess it could be considered that. I would look more like roughhousing. It's a couple of buddies messing around.
Not suggesting they were actually fighting, but a fighting stance.
Yeah, no, they were not. They were not fighting. No.
Go ahead and play it.
I agree. That doesn't make her a murderer. I'm just saying it was all
So do
nice.
you happen to see in this shot, just for orientation, do you see my client, Ms. Reed?
I'm sorry. I was paying attention to the two gentlemen.
That's fair.
I agree, Elena. I'm not saying she is a murderer.
If we play this a few more seconds, could you look around, scan around, and tell me if you see someone that you believe is my client?
Yes, I will try.
Let's go ahead and play. Go ahead and pause it. Do you see anybody that looks like Ms. Reed?
Yes, I believe she's in top left, top right corner of the frame talking to Mr. O'Keefe and I believe two other gentlemen.
Long hair?
On your client?
Correct.
Yes.
Okay, let's go ahead and play this up to 11:08, please.
Haley Mouse, I really appreciate that in chat. Veronica, I see it. I got you. Actually, I was told that there's an update coming out that should be helping that mute button because I'll click mute and it shows red, but I'm not muted. So I'm going to start muting on the machine.
Take that one down briefly.
Bingo! Who got bingo? Replay
This
bingo.
is,
See?
if we have the lights, thank you. Sergeant, this is at the waterfall just before midnight on January 29th, 2022, correct? What you just saw.
That footage is from the waterfall just before midnight on 28th.
I'm sorry, my mistake. On the January 28th, 2022.
Correct.
Going into midnight, January 29th, 2022.
Yes, sir.
All right. This would be just minutes before everyone headed out of the waterfall and went back towards Fairview, correct?
Not everyone. The band didn't go to the Fairview.
Well, obviously, I'm not talking about the band or the bartenders. I'm talking about Brian Albert, Brian Higgins, Jen McCabe, Matt McCabe, John O'Keefe, Karen Reed, those folks. Correct?
It's before some of those individuals left the bar and headed to 34 Fairview.
If we could push to runtime 16:35, 17:22, while you're queuing that up, did you see, after I asked you the initial time about the stance that the two men were taking, Brian Albert and Brian Higgins, did you see them continue to take what could be reasonably described as a fighting stance toward each other, even in jest?
They were squaring off and roughhousing, yeah.
Okay, what does squaring off mean?
Facing an opponent in like wrestling or a martial art, I guess.
Hands up?
Yes, squaring off, yeah.
You are former military?
Yes.
And current law enforcement?
Yes.
Is hand-to-hand fighting taught in both military and paramilitary organizations like law enforcement?
I had hand-to-hand combat training in the Marine Corps. I had defensive tactics in law enforcement capacity in the Marine Corps, federal, local, and state academies.
Are you aware that Brian Albert is former military?
Objection.
Oh,
I am aware that Brian Albert is former military.
And Brian Albert was also a Boston police officer.
I am aware of that as well, yes.
Are you aware that Brian Higgins was former military and a combat veteran?
Now I am, yes.
And are you aware that Brian Higgins, at the time this was taken, this video was taken, was also a federal law enforcement agent?
I was aware, yes, I was,
Okay.
yeah.
If we can go ahead and run at 16:35 to 17:22 with the court's permission.
Hey, June, I'll give you some. I see this as roughhousing, but if I can remember correctly, didn't it get a little bit more than roughhousing? I don't know. But this is one
Can you
thing
pause it? Can
I
you describe
will.
for the jurors what you see Brian Albert and Brian Higgins doing in this footage?
This is Brian Albert and Brian Higgins.
Based on my understanding, it looks like he's giving him the Heimlich maneuver. Or
He said, the guy said, it looks like he's giving him the Heimlich
I
maneuver.
guess. I don't know what he's doing.
I'm like, no,
Brian
that's
Albert's
not the
got his hands
Heimlich.
around Brian Higgins, correct?
So the girl got shot?
That's what it looks like from here. I have no idea what he's doing.
Could it be described as wrestling or grappling?
I guess, yeah.
This is where the woman, where the arrow is right here, where the back you can't see. Her and her boyfriend, John O'Keefe, left the bar and went to a house owned by Brian Alberts, who is one of the guys roughhousing here with Higgins. And he is, all of these are cops. And
Thank you. If we could take that down. During the course of reviewing this video, or the entirety of the video, not just the clips that you just reviewed, did you see where John O'Keefe was, generally speaking, relative to Brian Higgins and Brian Albert?
Throughout the entire time?
He wasn't standing still, I understand that, but generally, was he standing with them or was he closer to the bar in the back of the video?
I believe after Mr. O'Keefe arrived and embraced a few people with hugs, I guess if I had to estimate, most.
June, that is so true. The only time I ever would say anything like that is if your hands were registered weapons. Otherwise, I don't care. They're roughhousing. Did not look inappropriate to me. Well, roughhousing, drunk people roughhousing in a bar can turn bad quickly. But right here, I don't see anything, careless manslaughter. I think the only thing that they could potentially get her on, and I think the only thing that's going to nail her again, just like it did in the first trial, is the situation as to the fact that she was drinking and driving, caused bodily harm, and left the scene. Something along the lines of that, I think, is going to be what they're going to have a fight over. I honestly believe that this is going to probably end up in another hung trial.
Most of the time he was on the other side of the table, which would be closest to the bar area.
And after you saw Mr. O'Keefe walk in and greet everybody with salutations, did you ever see him interacting with Brian Higgins and Brian Albert throughout the evening again on this video?
On this video, I did not know.
I'd like to play runtime, one more clip, Your Honor, runtime 1915 to 1957, about 45 or 50 seconds. Can you pause it? Just to orient the jurors, can you see any individuals that you earlier described, Brian Higgins, Brian Albert, John O'Keefe, Karen Reed, any of those individuals in this clip as yet? Or do we need to play it a little further?
I would need you to play it a little bit further, please.
Is it possible, with the court's permission, to zoom in on the upper portion of the video?
Okay.
You could center that just a little bit toward the right. Other way. There we go. Thank you. And if we could go ahead and play that from 1915 to about 1957. Pause it. Do you recognize the three people center screen now?
I really can't make it out. I would have to be assuming,
I don't want you to assume.
guessing. I can't make it out
Let's
to
play
identify each individual.
Let's play it forward if we can. One more time. At this point, go ahead and pause it. At this point, can you make out any individuals?
Yes,
Okay.
at this point, I can say that that looks like Brian Higgins in the middle of the three gentlemen.
What is he wearing?
It looks like a hooded sweatshirt.
Okay. And the person to his, sorry, let's do it from your perspective or the juror's perspective. The person to the left of Brian Higgins.
I believe that's Brian Albert.
And the person to the right of Brian Higgins.
To the right from my perspective?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. I believe that's Chris Albert, but I'm not positive. I'm not
Let's go ahead
positive.
and play it. Stop. Did you see Brian Higgins just do something?
I was not paying attention to his gesture. We have to replay that, please.
Does it appear he's looking a particular direction?
He is looking in a particular direction based on that frame, yes.
Is that toward the bar area?
It's in that direction. I don't know exactly where he's looking, whether he's looking at the bar, to the right of the bar. I can't tell from this.
Okay, okay. And John O'Keefe, you indicated earlier that John O'Keefe, that's
It looks like to me he's looking to his left or to the in the direction of the bar, as they say up north, the bar.
where you saw him most of the video, toward the bar area, to the right of the bar.
Sweatshirt, multi-tone gray sweatshirt with the hood on it and his hat.
And
And
on
this
the other TV?
right
Okay.
there. He's appears to be at the bar paying the bill.
Okay. With this perspective, could we just go ahead and play that? The 30
Right here is
45
John
second one?
O'Keefe right there.
Let's
Looks like
focus
he's
on
paying
Mr.
the bill at the bar. At the bar. I'll talk like them at the bar. And the girls are saying goodbye. I think this is Karen Reed. I think this was Karen Roberts, or I don't know. Because Karen Reed didn't have the fluffy trim around her coat. I think Carrie Roberts did. And then they're coming around there. So they're all getting ready to leave. We'll continue to watch.
Pause it. Do you see where Mr. O'Keefe is looking at this point?
Yes.
Where is he looking? What direction?
Well, from this vantage point, it looks like he's looking to the left on the screen at the individual he's appears to be conversing with.
Okay, go ahead and play it. Pause it. And what about now?
Same individual.
Okay.
He's still engaged in conversation.
Pause it. And what about now?
He's taking a sip of beer.
Right. Which direction?
You're correct. Forgive me. That is not Carrie Roberts. I'm thinking was it Jim McCabe? Who is it with the fuzzy? Because I didn't think Karen Reed did not have a fuzzy hood.
The same direction.
Okay. Go ahead and play. And go ahead and pause it. If we could go back out to the full screen. At this point, does it appear in the video that Brian Higgins, Brian Albert, Chris Albert have all left the bar?
There's someone standing across the table from Mr. O'Keefe to his rear. I don't know who that is, so I can't testify to that. The others have left.
Given this perspective, now that we've seen both of them zoomed, do you have an opinion as to whether or not it appeared that Mr. Higgins was gesturing toward John O'Keefe just before he left the bar?
Given this perspective, he might have been. I don't know who he was gesturing at.
Okay. We can have the lights up. Take that down. I want to change gears for a second. Let me ask one more series of questions, if I could, Sergeant. What we've just seen was literally Brian Albert, Brian Higgins leaving Waterfall to go to a different location. What was the location they were headed to, based on your investigation?
They were heading to 34 Ferry Road.
And shortly thereafter, who else followed to go over to 34 Fairview?
I'm sorry, you said Chris Albert?
No, I didn't.
No, you didn't. Okay.
Nope.
Brian Albert, Brian Higgins, they went to 34 Fairview, and then Mr. O'Keefe also traveled there.
Thank you. I want to shift gears, if I could, to another video. Did you review certain ring videos specifically relative to One Meadows, the outdoor ring video servicing the carport area?
Yes, I have reviewed those videos.
If we could, Your Honor, may I have just a moment? This has previously been marked as 12A. If we could, with the court's permission, zoom in on the Chevy Traverse in the upper left-hand, the vehicle in the upper left-hand corner of the video.
Okay.
Pause it. Let's go ahead and zoom in on the upper left-hand corner. Okay, go ahead and play. Pause. Did you see anything happen with the left rear tire of the other car in the driveway?
Which car are you talking about?
The highlighted portion, the parked car, which is the left rear tire that's zoomed in on.
I wasn't paying attention to the tire. Can you play it again, please?
With the court's permission?
Okay.
Let's try that one more time.
Y'all, I'm having to keep my friend up on what's happening with this court case.
Pause it. Okay, you can take that down. Did you see anything happen with that left rear tire of the Chevy Traverse?
Based on that video, it appears there might have been movement there.
Last year, and you've seen this video several times, correct?
I have.
You saw it during the course of your investigation, not just in the course of proceedings, correct?
Right.
Last year, you indicated that you observed the vehicle, Miss Reed's vehicle, come near Mr. O'Keefe's car. Which one in that video was Mr. O'Keefe's car?
The Chevy Traverse.
And that would be the car that was parked and
Nope, they
static,
didn't mention
not
it.
moving, correct?
Correct.
Having seen this, do you still believe that the SUV came near the Chevy Traverse, or do you believe it struck the Chevy Traverse?
With the clarity of that video, there is a lot of movement in the shot. Not with great certainty. It appeared that there was movement of the tire, but I cannot say with 100% certainty that there was movement.
You can't say with 100% certainty that that tire literally shifted and wiggled upon some sort of an impact.
Based on the video, there appeared to have been movement.
Okay. You had this video for the first 3 years of your investigation. You had this video very early on, correct?
That's correct.
And for the first several years of your investigation, did you either deny, well, let me ask it this way. Was it your assessment that the SUV did not contact that Chevy Traverse?
My assessment with the totality of it all was that based on the video, there was no damage that occurred to either vehicle at that point in time.
That wasn't my question, Sergeant. My question was your assessment that there was no contact between the two vehicles? Is that what you assessed during the course of your investigation?
I did not assess that there was no contact, no.
Even as recently as last year, you testified in another proceeding that the SUV came close to the Chevy Traverse, right?
Yes, I said there's a lot of movement in that shot. It's difficult to tell if there was more for me to observe and push that certainty level up, I would have testified differently.
As you've seen the video enhanced.
Okay, guys, since y'all are sitting here saying you did not see movement, we're gonna wheel that back just a little bit. Okay, I want you to look again. There is movement on that tire. I got to embigger this to get it where I want it. Let me go back. But there is movement on the tire. Okay, here we go. Okay, watch again. I will embiggen this. Oh wait, I need to be over here. Hold up. Watch the tire move. There.
Pause.
It
Did you
moved.
see anything
We'll,
happen with
we'll
the
rewatch it again.
right- I'm sorry.
That is what they're talking about. She actually did impact the vehicle. It'll roll forward.
Pause.
Are y'all seeing it now?
Did you see anything happen with the the left rear tire of?
Okay, we'll get back into where we were. Just wanted to replay that for y'all.
There is movement of the tire. There is movement.
Movement of the tire. Could be an earthquake. Could be someone standing there and pushing the car. I'm asking you, based on what you just saw in this video, do you believe that the SUV struck the Chevy Traverse?
Logically speaking, the two vehicles had to have come into contact for the tire to move
They had to have collided, correct?
at a slow speed, yes.
Which area of the SUV collided with the Chevy Traverse? The front, the rear?
It appears from the video it's the right rear area of the Lexus SUV that comes into contact with the Traverse.
What time was this video taken?
I believe that is at 5:07 a.m., if I'm not mistaken.
Thank you, Sergeant. I want to change gears again, if I could, and ask you about a dog. You're aware that the Alberts, Nicole Albert, Brian Albert, had a dog that they named Chloe on on January 28th, 29th of 2022, correct?
Objection. I'll allow the question. Were you aware of that?
At what point in time, sir?
January 28th, 29th, that area.
Was I aware that they owned a dog on January 28th or 29th?
No. Are you aware now that on January 28th or 29th, they owned a dog? There was a dog in the house.
Now I am aware, yes.
Okay. During the course of your investigation, you learned that, correct?
Yes.
During the course of your investigation, did you also become aware that the Alberts got rid of their family dog?
Objection. I'm going to see you at sidebar on this, please.
Sure.
Okay, guys, so we're now at a sidebar. What are y'all's thoughts on that car? Yeah, iPods. It's hard to see it on iPods, or iPads. I'm sorry. So, when we first had this situation, we were looking at the car. I don't know if some of y'all know, some of you don't know. When I was with my first significant other, he owned a auto body repair shop and a used car lot. I was a body girl. I did all the Bondo. Anything that had to do with fine motor skills, I did. Anything that needed delicate touch like pinstriping, I did. So let me just say I have had a lot of body work experience. And what I'm seeing here does not compute to me as a fully knocked out taillight. And I'm going to go through that Sunday night because there's something I want to show you on Sunday night when we do the Sunday Night Live at 7 o'clock. Unless I'm preoccupied with my buddy over here, then we'll do it Saturday night. But in my humble opinion, with experience that I've had in my lifetime, I do not believe that the tail light was damaged to the extent that the police department is saying, even when it collided with an arm. I mean, I think we all are fighting over the car. I'm agreeing with whoever said, show me where she hit him. Get to that point. Let's see. There was movement on JOK's vehicle. I can say if there was damage from the hit, and someone said, well, wouldn't his car be damaged? Not necessarily so. It depends on what part of the car she hit and at what angle. There might be a little scuff of paint or something like that. Now, they do have a photo of his vehicle, and if you look at it, it has been brand newly detailed. What I mean by that, the armor all is still on the black part of the bumper. The tires have been armor alled or whatever they put on it. Armor all, I'm an old girl. That's what we used. That car was extremely clean and detailed. If you look at her vehicle, you could see the little water spots from the salt and the snow. His car would look like it came off the showroom floor. So I want to know who detailed his car. Because if his car was hit by her car and it was covered in snow, it would have the watermarks of the snow on the car, and they should have been able to see where, if depending on how she impacted, where the impact was. It's definitely harder to see on the phone screen, Ella. Yes, Elena, it really is. I remember watching it on YouTube on my TV last year to see it. You really have to. That's why they blew it up so we could see it here. It does roll forward and come back a little bit after when she impacts. And you can see both vehicles have a little bit of a rock. I'm not sure about John's vehicle, but Karen drove away. Her taillight wasn't damaged the way Proctor and Yuri said. I don't disagree, and we will get to that, and we will cover that. But right now, I have to say, in my humble opinion, at this point, I believe that this testimony harms the prosecution far more than it does the defense. Are you intrigued, or am I boring?
No, that's very interesting.
She's never seen this before. You haven't even watched me on live. I can't believe it. She hasn't watched me live. Really? I need your numbers, girl. Put it on and let it run in the background. No, I'm kidding. It's okay. Not everybody's into this, and that's totally fine. Yes, and I got my college paper I started writing. I do both at the same time. So we only have about less than an hour, I think, of court. Auntie Bev may end it early depending on what's going on here. But in my humble opinion, after this is day 3 that Buchnick has been on the stand, I don't think he has done any favors for the prosecution. Has he hurt them? I don't know to what extent, but I believe this morning's exchange was very, very harmful. He and both Jennifer McCabe not willing to answer the questions in a very clear and formatted way. Yes, no, and dancing around and all of his shenanigans. I understand he was born out of country and English may not be his first language, but boo, if he could read those texts as smooth and clearly as he did, he didn't need a dictionary to tell him what a hearing was. He's in the legal field. He has testified at hearings. He's testified in court. So his sitting there saying, I need a dictionary to tell me the definition of a hearing, I call BS on it. And I am, you know what? I'm putting the BS meter up because I am really, really, he's full of it. He is so full of it. By the way, Jennifer, what you don't also realize, I have a Bling Solo cup for a reason. They picked up the blood drops in the snow. They didn't have anything to collect it with. So guess what they did? They went across the street to another police officer's home, and he gave them red Solo cups to scoop the blood and the snow in. Hence why we have the Solo cup up here.
Wow.
And then they didn't have a bag to put it in. So what did they do? They got a Stop and Shop paper sack that somebody had in their car from a gas station, contaminated.
Wow.
Not an evidence bag. And we put 6 Solo cups in it, didn't tape it, didn't sign it, no evidence log, nothing, and put it in the back of a car. And then they got a leaf blower before collecting it. They got a leaf blower from one of the officers' homes, which is contaminated. And the inside of that, you know how when you're blowing leaves, it sucks all the dirt and all the dust and everything, and then it blows out. And they blew the snow off of the blood. And technically, blood in snow is not something they can use in court. I mean, it's contaminated the moment the blood hits the snow. So anyway, we've got a lot going on in this. Frustrating that It's so frustrating that John's driveway was cleared of snow before the police looked at it. There is so many what ifs and if onlys in this case, which is where the reasonable doubt comes in. Reading text in someone's shotgun and questions is not allowing him to process a question. Yes and no, I get it, but I guess when he's got degrees, he's been in this country since the age of 9. I don't see the confusion with hearing. He knows that word. That is a word I understand. June, some vocabulary words, I could see it. I could understand it. But I think the word hearing, he knows we're in court. We're talking about court proceedings. He knows what a hearing is. My humble opinion, and I don't disagree that if English is his third language, he might have some struggles in areas, but this is a part of his vocabulary. If it's not, I'm shocked because he is in the legal
Right
field.
where I left off. May I, Your Honor? Thank you. Sergeant, at some point during the course of your investigation, did you learn that the Albert family had gotten rid of the dog named Chloe?
We learned that they no longer cared for the dog. I don't know if get rid of is accurate.
Well, they don't have it anymore, right?
Yes.
Okay, so what would you call it?
Giving it up for adoption, I guess. I don't know. I'm not a pet owner.
Or what if they didn't give it up for adoption?
I'm sorry?
What if they didn't give it up for adoption?
Rehomed, I guess.
Okay. So it's no longer with them, right?
Correct. They no longer own the dog.
Okay, so they got rid of it. It's like you get rid of a car, right? Right?
You can get rid of a
Yo.
car, yeah.
Okay. And you can get rid of a dog. That's all I'm asking.
Yes, you can get rid of a dog, yes.
Okay. At some point during the course of your investigation, did you find out that the Albert family got rid of Chloe?
We learned that they no longer owned Chloe, yes.
Okay. When did you learn that?
I cannot tell you exactly. I can tell you when we looked into it officially.
When did you look into it officially?
I traveled to the dog's home and assisted with identifying the dog and investigating that animal.
Okay. What documentation did you use to identify that animal?
It was veterinary records.
I'll stop you there. Veterinary records from whom? From the Albert family?
Persnickety. I like that word. I forgot about that word.
I did not get
Persnickety.
any veterinary records from the Albert family.
The veterinary records that you did get were veterinary records that had been utilized with the Albert name. Where these veterinary records?
The veterinary records were with the vet that's caring for the dog and also owns the dog now.
Okay.
And those records also had been dated prior to when the dog was owned by the Alberts.
Okay. So other than some veterinary records,
So the Alberts are not the first owners of the dog. Who's the first owner of the dog? Oh, yeah. Wasn't it a police dog in training that flunked out of police school? That was something I heard. Now, I don't remember if that's correct or not. So correct me if I'm wrong.
and by the way, the dog's not even named Chloe, correct?
The new owners renamed the dog, yes.
Cora?
That's correct.
And the new owners did not get that dog from Brian and Nicole Albert, did they?
No, they did not.
They got it from a separate person. Is that right?
That is correct.
Separate person named Riley?
That's her last name, yes.
And did this
The
person
dog didn't study enough, Gerald.
showing purchase of Chloe or adoption of Chloe from the Alberts?
No.
Oh my, you're welcome, cell phone. He does that every time I plug it in or magnet sticks to a
Write a
charger.
report about the newest owner of this animal, this dog, correct?
Actually, no, it's not hard to rename a dog. If you know it, her name was Chloe and then they went to Chloa. If you name a dog, like mine was Sensei, if I wanted to change it to something, I maybe something with A at the end, like, I don't know, I might want to call her Casey, right? Well, I would do since Casey here, and she'd come. And then I would do that for a couple weeks, use both names together, and then start dropping the Sensei and use Casey. But every time I go Casey and she boom, looked at me, you give a treat. You can retrain dogs on names.
I documented my trip to the location and the steps I took and services I provided in the investigation.
And in that report, you omitted the name of the new owner?
I'm not sure.
Yes, you
Did you
did.
omit the location of where you actually came in contact with this animal?
Cora.
You're going to have
yeah.
to show me my report. I don't remember.
Chloe to Cora. Yeah. I don't remember which, but yeah, you got the point.
Yes.
So yes, you did leave it out of the report. You can do the same thing with husbands. I'm not going to call you by my first husband's name and then call your name and then treat you. Don't think you'd like that, would you? Yep. Yep. Now, supposedly, from what I remember last trial, they gave her back to the organization, the rescue organization they got her from. That may be Jennifer, Matt. That may be Jen. They gave her back to the organization that they got her from, and they rehomed the dog. Just saying.
I apologize about that.
No problem.
I'm the one slowing us down just a little bit. May I approach?
Yes.
And we should be ending. It's 3:30 now, so we should be ending in about 30 minutes.
New owners identifying information is in this report?
It did.
And is that information in the report?
No, it is not.
You've got, there are some veterinary records that you supplied along with your report, correct?
Yes.
That you gathered?
Oh, goody. Are we going to get into the new dog bite attack?
Along while you were doing
Yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
For those of you who don't know, the dog did attack somebody after the death of John O'Keefe. In fact, 2 women and their dogs.
Thank you.
I don't know if it 1 or
Take a
2
look at those
dogs.
4 documents.
I won't, babe.
Do those appear to be the veterinary records that you gathered related to this animal?
Okay, that's interesting. Chewy moved in, was about 10 months old. We were told his name was Micah. We jokingly call him Micah Chew, like Pikachu, and he ended up being Chewy. They're smart. And they can do that.
Yes, it does.
Do any of those records, any of the veterinary records, the 4 pages that you're holding, even include the name Cora or the name of the new owner?
Cora. Nope, they do not. We're waiting.
I browsed through it, and no, it does not appear that Cora or the
Something
new
along the lines of
owner
that.
are included in any of these 4 pages.
May I approach?
Yes.
Y'all, one of the things I miss with my friend Jennifer, who just arrived here from New Mexico,
You don't have any transfer records for Chloe, correct?
we used to eat out all the time.
All the records that are provided by the owner.
I'm going to go through a series of questions, Sergeant. If you can answer it yes or no, that might make it go a little faster. You don't have any transfer
Yes or no?
records, correct?
I would know what it looks like. That's why it's even quicker me telling you that that's all the records that I have.
Okay. I want an answer to my question. You
Okay.
don't
I
have
just
any
gave him a
transfer
treat.
records.
I don't know what a transfer record would look like, so
the
I
answer
can't.
is no.
I don't know.
Okay. You don't have any rehoming records.
I don't know.
You don't have any purchase records.
I don't know.
The only records you do have are those 4 pages of veterinary records that don't have the name Cora and don't have the new owner's name. Correct?
Yes.
That's correct.
You would agree, shifting gears for a second, that timely report writing obviously is an important aspect of any investigation, correct?
We don't need what, Boo? What,
It
Gerald?
is
What don't we
important,
need?
but we can only write reports as feasibly and possibly we're capable of doing. Sometimes investigations are rapid, so you can't write a report. You take notes, and it's some time goes by before you actually document the information on an official report. The information's there, it's gathered, it's maintained by the investigator, it's shared, it's acted on at times, but the official reports might take some time to write.
So obviously, if you're, like you said, things are fast moving in an investigation, it might.
Here, Gerald.
On a Tuesday, you're
Honey's got a treat.
Wednesday, Thursday, it might be Friday before you can sit down.
Chocolate covered, salted covered, chocolate salted covered caramel.
Different circumstances dictate.
What?
That would be completely wrong.
That's not what we're talking about, Boo.
Most of the time, it's best practices in your
Read the
department,
comment.
and you teach your subordinates that it's best practices to reduce to writing and memorialize a report as close in time to the event in question that's being memorialized as you can, right? Obviously, perfect world.
In a perfect world, we'd write it as it's happening.
Are you aware that more than 20 official police reports in this case were not recorded for more than 100 days from the time that the event in question was done, was being memorialized?
I did not know the exact date and delay.
Are you aware that there are 11 reports that are more than 300 days from the time of the event that was being memorialized?
I was not aware, no.
Are you aware that there are 3 reports that are more than 400 days from the time of the event that was being memorialized?
I am not aware, no.
Are you aware that there are 4 reports that are more than 500 days from the time of the event that's being memorialized?
I am not aware, no.
Are you aware that the longest delay of any report in this investigation was 581 days?
581 days to get a report?
I am not aware of that, no.
What?
You became
Holy
aware
shenanigans
early
on that
in your
one.
investigation of 2 individuals named Ricky D'Antano and Heather Maxon, correct?
No, you're too
They
far
are
away.
witnesses.
Well, if it's
yes.
loud enough, but that's fine.
Both Ricky D'Antano and Heather Maxon, you learned, were outside 34 Fairview in the early morning hours of January 29th, correct?
We did learn within our investigation at some point, yes.
And you learned, Sergeant, very early on in that investigation because you interviewed Ryan Nagel in February of 2022. It's just days after.
Honey, you need to pay attention to comments. I think you're getting confused, amigo.
The event, correct?
I'm not sure of the exact date.
Obviously, as you just said, you became aware that Ricky D'Antano and Heather Maxon were witnesses in your homicide investigation, important witnesses, you'd agree, correct?
They were witnesses.
You learned that they arrived at the house at 34 Fairview sometime after Karen Reed and John O'Keefe arrived and pulled up behind their parked SUV, correct?
Objection.
I'm going to allow that.
Can you repeat that, please?
Sure. You learned that where they fit into the investigative puzzle is that they pulled up behind Karen Reed's SUV when Karen Reed and John O'Keefe arrived at 34 Fairview. They pulled up sometime after that and pulled up right behind them, correct?
That's not correct.
What is not correct about that?
What? Dude, I can't wait to hear this.
They arrived simultaneously. Karen Reed took a right onto Fairview. They yielded to them and followed towards 34 Fairview, stopping.
But there was
at
some
the
didnance
driveway
between them. They
as
didn't
Karen
arrive
Reed
exactly the
proceeded
same time.
Further up.
Did you listen to the testimony in this case up to this point?
No.
There's a sequestration order, correct?
Correct.
Yes, yes.
There's a sequestration. You can't listen.
Of witnesses, eyewitnesses who are testifying in front of these jurors.
Correct. Yes.
At least he's honest.
Witnesses have testified from that witness box in front of these jurors, correct?
I have no idea.
Okay. So your information is that they pulled up simultaneously, correct?
Is that what you just testified to?
That's my memory from what the interview produced.
You certainly knew that there were eyewitnesses to the condition and the location of Miss Reed's SUV, correct?
Yes, yes, from their interviews, yes.
And you also are aware that they would have been in a position to see the occupants of Miss Reed's SUV as they were behind it and then pulled around it, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you become aware that they were in a position behind the SUV and as they pull around it, they could still see the SUV?
Objection.
Sustained.
You knew what potential role they played in your investigation as eyewitnesses, correct? Generally?
When we interviewed them, when we learned of their existence, when we interviewed them, we collected information based on their recollection.
Okay. My question was, you're aware that they had a certain perspective as it relates to the SUV that night, early morning hours, right?
Based on their interviews, they had a perspective with the brake light being on constantly.
I'm not asking you what they said. I'm asking you if during the course of your investigation, you learned that Ricky D'Antonio and Heather Maxson had a perspective. They were eyewitnesses to certain things. As
Yes.
relative to the SUV, correct?
Yes.
You instructed your subordinate, Michael Proctor, to interview those witnesses in August of 2022, correct?
I'm not sure when they were interviewed. I don't have a memory of instructing him to go interview them.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Okay, looking at his body language, look what he's done. He's gone from the neutral position. Okay, this is leaning in, meaning I'm engaged. This is good. I'm telling the truth. We're working well together. Neutral. Now he's doing this. He's getting tensed in the face. He's starting to get the red ears. He is struggling. What are you doing, Boo? Are you leaving? Anyway, he's struggling. Okay, yay. Good job. So this to me is defensive. If you know anything about body language, this is a very defensive stance.
Thank you.
And he's doing this a lot. Not big movements, but he is moving his hands and doing that. So he's self-soothing.
As to communications you had with
See, men don't flip hair. They do their hands for self-soothing.
Michael Proctor specifically.
Okay, so now he's reading. I'm making sure we're up. We're good.
The events taking place, and we asked him if we were going to talk to the other two, would they have the same recollection, observations? Did they leave the vehicle to go in the house at all? Anything like that? Anything different? So that's
Okay, so it would be important, obviously, to interview witnesses in a timely manner.
in some instances, yes,
Okay.
yes.
Do you remember when Trooper Proctor actually interviewed Ricky D'Antonio and, I'm sorry, when Michael Proctor interviewed Ricky D'Antonio and Heather Maxson?
I do not have a memory of that. No, I'm sure a report would indicate when.
May I approach you?
Yes.
I may have misspoken. Sergeant, take a look at that. I thought that was a report from somebody else. It's a report from you, actually. Tell me if that refreshes your recollection as to when Ricky D'Antonio was actually interviewed.
Yes, this report, authored by me, was states that on Saturday, September 2nd, he was interviewed.
What year?
2023.
So that would have been a year and a half later, correct?
Yes.
Do you believe that's a timely report, or rather a timely interview for an eyewitness, the gravity of which is described in your report?
We again, perfect ideal world scenario. It would.
He's struggling, y'all.
Be quicker.
So that would be, no excuses, I'm not throwing barbs, but that would be untimely.
I know you did, babe.
We do the best we can.
Thank you.
You indicated that your memory was that the cars arrived simultaneously.
Wait. Is he going to ask him, is your memory better today than what it was back then? Is that what you're telling us? Is that your memory's better now than it was back then? Isn't it the opposite true?
That's a interview with Ricky D'Antona. You see the highlighted portion?
I see.
Ricky D'Antona actually told you that the car was parked, correct?
The objection sustained.
Your Honor, may we approach the
Yes, can I see that, please?
We got a sidebar. Okay, dad is gone today. So you got mother and the brother back here, but the father's not there this afternoon. I was wondering why father was there today when he has remained away from the trial. So that's interesting. Of course, we do not have Turtle Boy. We got Ceiling Dion. Ceiling Dion. Again, Jennifer. I think Jennifer must think I'm back crazy. She's looking at me like I'm giving her a hard time. As soon as court is over, since I got very short time to visit with her because she's not here for a super long time, we're gonna go look at all the changes in town. Yeah. Where are you gonna go for dinner?
The place that used to be the Italian place.
Oh, the Mexican food restaurant that used to be Bella Vita's?
Yeah.
Okay.
I was going to take Sylvia and Mike, and you and Gerald. I could ask them if they mind if I invite you guys.
Well, we can see
Would
what
you
our
like to do that?
finances are like, but yes, if they are good with it, we're good with it. But because it'd be nice to sit down. I haven't visited with them just in ages, but anyway, look what happened to my hair because I put it up in the bun. Woo! I had to take it down. It was getting a little up here. Okay, so this morning was on fire. So if y'all are coming in late, hopping in late, go back and watch this morning because it was a little hot this morning and I'm loving it. Let's look at our bingo card. Where's the bingo card? Oh, shoot, they're coming back. Let me get it real quick. Bingo. Oh, I gotta minimize that. The bingo card. Do we have Sallyport video? No. You done? I know that was said. Proctor, inverted video, search warrant. I don't know if that one said ringtone video, tow truck, and affidavit. So if any of those have been hit and I missed them, please let me know. Okay, back to court.
Yeah, Your Honor.
Sorry.
Thank you. Isn't it true that when you interviewed Ricky D'Antona, he indicated that upon their arrival at home, 34 Fairview, quote, a dark-colored SUV was parked in front of the home facing up towards Chapman Street. That's what he told me, correct?
That's what the report indicates for Ricky's interview, yes.
And in fact, you wrote this report.
Ring video mentioned.
I wrote that report.
Got it.
Thank you.
I got 4 bingos. If y'all got multiple bingos, I need you to say bingo so I can do the giveaway. Right now, we only have one.
Your Honor.
Yes.
I got 4. Well, I'm going to go ahead and put I bingo so that way that person gets drawn. I bingo. Put it in just like that in the comments and you two can win. We also, guys, come on, put the I likes in there and also share. We don't have very many. Sidebar. Another sidebar. We have 20 likes. Come on, guys. We can do this. The news media are having fun back there. I've enjoyed watching their little shenanigans and their little that's not what I want. Their expressions sometimes are just as priceless as what's being said. So I can appreciate that. I'm going to look at my analytics. Guys, we've only had 117 views, but our chats are 462. That's a really good thing. We only have 2 reactions. So come on, guys. Let's get it up and going. Monday's going to be interesting. I think they're trying to get him done. I would hope they would get him done by Monday. I hope they get it done by Monday. That would be very nice if they did. Who do I think is next? Ooh, the Emmy is going to be on the prosecution, on the defense's side. So we still have several troopers. We still got some of the experts that have not come on. Let me look on the list. Where did I put the list? This list is 100 and what? How many do we have? 150, 150 witnesses on this list, and we are at number 21, 21, I believe. Butnick is number 21. Yeah. So we still need to have, we haven't heard from Alberts, none of the Alberts. We haven't heard from, and I don't know if they're going to even bring them in. We haven't heard from Zachary Clark. We haven't heard from the Norfolk District Attorney's Office, Colleen Crawford. We'll think we'll do that. We're going to hear probably from, I'm looking for you guys. Who do you think ought to be next? Check Aiden. He's been, okay, somebody, Dawn, tell me, who does Aiden say? We haven't heard from Sean Good. That's interesting. Forensic Laboratories, Massachusetts State Marine Harnett.
Especially as this moves along, I think it becomes more important for me to talk to the lawyers about scheduling and to give you some idea on how we're doing. I can tell you that everybody's in agreement.
Okay, we're going.
We are right on schedule. So we're not behind schedule. Optimistically, maybe we're still.
We're not behind schedule, but we're not ahead of schedule. We're on time. Can't you just say that?
Monday, I'm going to ask you all to come in at 10. So we'll start at 10.
Oh, it's a later day Monday.
And we will go a full day. We'll leave every day next week. We'll use a full day. So we will see you next week. Those same cautions. Please do not discuss this.
Okay, so the jury's not supposed to be there till 10. Does that mean that we're going to have a voir dire in the morning, on Monday morning? If we do, or are we going to have motion hearings Monday morning?
Please disregard it and let us know. Be very careful with your social media use.
Who are we having on Monday morning? Okay, go ahead and check. But I think we're going to have him back on Monday morning. That will be going into his 4th day of being on the stand. Not 4 full days as in, but his 4th day on the stand. So apparently we are done for the weekend, y'all. Thank you so much. Let's see what happens here, I think. Okay, while we're watching that, we're going to go and do the giveaway. Let me get the music. Here we go. Let's see who wins the I Light. Jennifer doesn't know I've got music going in my ears. Hey, Karate Cat Mom, congratulations. Since it's Friday, I'll draw again. See who gets their name in the end of the month. I still have to do the May drawing. I'm going to do that on my weekend live. We have a calendar. Congratulations. We have a lot of people All right. Get your bingos in now. Please comment. I bingo now. You need to do that. I'm going to draw the winner for I shared. Let's go. Oh, let me share screen. Gerald! Woohoo! Honey Bun. Let's give it another draw. Honey Bun, you got an entry. He can't win that. He can get a different prize, but he's not getting that one. June, congratulations. Yay. Okay, and the iBingos. Here we go for the iBingos. I'm about ready to run out of music. I got to restart it. Awesome. I can't win. Let's go begin. There's more information on Emily's case. I'm aware. Thank you very much. And let's see. Erin, you won. All righty. Congratulations. I am happy for you. Yay. Okay. All right, guys. So we are going to have a live, either depending on what time I get in tomorrow, we are going to be going off to see Gerald's parents and to announce to his family that, well, as most of you, all of you should know by now, I said yes. So we're going to go and we're going to announce it to his family. So that's going to be on Mother's Day, Saturday. We'll be back here on Sunday. Jennifer and I are going to hang out on Sunday. So there will be a live either Saturday night or Sunday night. It will be posted. Make sure you click the bell so you will be told that I'm going live. And I appreciate all of you because we're going to do some really breaking down. I need time to set this up because there's some things that I want to discuss about this case. We will talk a little bit more about the Emily Pikes case as well and start looking into what's next after the Karen Reed trial. I can't believe we're going to have a life after Karen Reed. This has been 2 years of Karen Reed. And I'm going to take a voting poll to see if they get a hung jury, how many of you think that they're going to go for a third time? I will tell you, though, they can't afford a third time, the defense. I am looking into doing a stream on Sunday night. That is what my goal is. It'll be 7, 8 o'clock Sunday night. But if for some reason I can't do it, we will do it Saturday. Thank you for joining us this week, everybody. You guys are amazing people. You are loads of fun. I appreciate each and every one of you. Everybody from X, Alternate Jurors, YouTube, A2K, Facebook, A2K, and Twitch, A2K, and all the others. Thank you so much for joining us. Buenas noches. Adios, everybody. Y'all are phenomenal. We love you. And remember, go to Discord. Keep up there. We got a lot of fun things happening there. All right, guys. Till I see you Sunday. Thanks for watching. Please comment, like, share, and most importantly, subscribe. I hope you have an awesome day. Till next time, take care.